Representing Brick City, Shakur.
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting him with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown score with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes. Got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it. This channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
The truth or tell on your ass what you doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell ring, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. People you can get killed in this shit, man.
What's good? Salute to the family on this good Monday, man. We back to build and get boxing. It's just do how we always do. How y'all feeling today? It's a lot to talk about. We gonna get into all of it, man. It's a lot going on in boxing. Hit the like button, man. Sub to the channel. Turn your notifications on. And let's build, man. Support the grind. And we gonna get to all of it, man. It's a good weekend, man. Good weekend in boxing, man. Not without some controversy, right? What is boxing? Wow, some good old controversy, man. We gonna talk about everything. 12 threes, what it do, man? Ghetto Fab in the building. CJ, my guy. My boxing mom is in the building. How you feeling, Miss Barbara D? Always good to see you. Reef, what it do? Say, yo, these fans of the boxing over the sport doing some crazy meat since the fight. Hey, look, this is how you identify the real from the fake, man. This is for everybody that's listening. If you cannot talk boxing without attacking the fighter, if you can't strictly focus on like what's happening in the sport, right? What's going on in the ring, and you got to result into like tearing the fighters down. There you go. Shout out to my boxing. I appreciate the love for the super sticker, man. Always support. Appreciate the color in the chat. Stretched out boxing, Judah Vision, my dog. Forever G's, J Peasy, Thrill Hill, Dank is in the building. Mag Life was good with it. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna get to all that. Ryan says Shakur think you cute now. No gap, but go back up. It's a good one, Ryan. Yeah, Shakur gonna upset a lot of people, but he got smoked first, man. But we gonna get to all of it because I know y'all want to talk about that. That Shock wanting to smoke, and I'm glad he went to smoke. But we gonna get to it though. So you tapping? You already know. Shout out to CJ Rich, the homie, man. Yeah, Ryan's something else, man. He better focus on Barrios for he mess around and get beat up. You better focus on that title shot, just like Shakur better focus on Tio. You know what I'm saying? We talking about all this other shit. We talking about Shock and Shakur about to fight the damn 2-division former unified champion, right? One of the most established guys at 140. All due respect to Shock. I'd love to see that fight next if we could after that, you know. But first things first, man. He got big fish to fry. We just being honest. You get what I'm saying? If we just being honest, that's the much bigger fight. It's the much more meaningful fight, appealing fight. I get it. Shock and Core got history, so he won his opportunity to show everybody that Shakur is not this second coming of Floyd, right? He is not the guy that people said he is, and I ain't mad at him. But you know why I respect Shocky? Because he want to prove it in the ring. He ain't talking about personal stuff. He ain't talking about when I see you or it's this and that. He like, bro, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Don't run. Don't go nowhere. I want to fight. And that's how you should want any fighter to talk, especially after the way he just stood on business against Cool Boy. So we're going to get to all of that, man. We're going to talk about it all. Shock doing to Ray Ford, what Shakur doing to him. Yeah, and they ignoring it, Reef. They only see it one way. And you know what the real difference is, though, Reef? This is the real difference. Shakur got a big fight lined up, and they calling him a duck already. It's crazy work, man. But if you in here, I don't know what side you're on. Double tap the screen, hit the like button. Let's build, man. Let's talk about it. Let's have a good conversation, man. Shout out to everybody that pulled up to the fight party, man. We had a good one. And this is the conversation for after all of that. After everything we've seen, look, I'm standing on what I said, man. It's an open panel if you want to come share your piece. But I'm standing on this, man. He said, I like Shock. Scott was good with it, fam. I love Shock. You know what I'm saying? See, this is the difference. People think because I'm from Jersey and Shakur is my guy, unapologetically, might I add, I want to make sure I let that be known, right? They think that whenever a fighter wants to fight him or somebody got something to say, I'm supposed to go to his defense. That's not what kind of fan I am. You get what I'm saying? I love everything Oshaquie Foster is doing. I love what he did, you know, this past Saturday against Cool Boy. You know what I mean? I was leaning towards Cool Boy till I seen him miss that weight. Then I leaned towards Shock, said Shock was gonna pull it off. I just ain't think he was gonna dominate like that. You know, it was a really good, entertaining fight. You know what I'm saying? He just shut Cool Boy out. And I said it. I said this before. I said I thought the fact that, you know, he kept blowing up in weight. I said it, y'all. I was gonna catch up to him. He said he liked to eat. He be in the 160s. You look at his body, he just didn't look like he was in shape. Is that Oshaquie Foster's fault? Hell no. Oshaquie said and did everything he said he was going to do. He said he was going to show everybody that was talking. You get what I'm saying? That he was on something. It was a different type of time he was on. And he showed it. He displayed it at a high level. I mean, outside of round 1, he won in my book, in my car, he won rounds 2 through 12. I seen one round get lost, man. Oshaquie Foster stood on business. Get what I'm saying? He dominated Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? But real quick, I'm not off the Cool Boy train. I still respect him. Still one of the best and most talented fighters in boxing, right? He just was in there with a better, more in shape, better prepared Oshaquie Foster. Oshaquie Foster fought like he wanted it more. He fought like he had something to prove. Oshaquie Foster fought like the champion and the challenger at the same time. You get what I'm saying? He fought with the discipline and the control of a champion, but he fought with the hunger of a challenger, right? Somebody that really wanted to prove themselves. That's how he fought. Cool Boy looked like he was going through the motions. I'm not saying he did. I don't know what happened in training camp. I want to push no type of narrative. I'm just giving my opinion based on previous interviews where he talked about how much he blew up in weight. Then when you mix in the fact that this fight has been postponed a couple of times, you got what? You got a guy that could potentially be what? Overweight. But the shock is that he moved up in weight and missed weight by 2 pounds. That was disappointing. Disappointing for sure. I get it though. I really do. I understand. But he might have you know, he might have shot himself in the foot. I think maybe the way he lives outside of camp, and that's not me saying he's drinking and drugging, not that, but just the fact that he said he liked to eat, right? At some point, I think that catches up to you when you allow yourself to keep blowing up like that. And think about it, he was fighting at 120 something pounds, blowing up to 160s. You know what I'm saying? 126, blowing up to 160. Now you move up to 130. Get what I'm saying? To me, it looked like he had a fat cam. Shout out to Jamel McMillan. He said Bronx, New York in the business. Shout out to Bronx, New York, man. It's money in the tank fight, so it's powerful people. Nah, we gonna get to that though. So, hey, we gonna have the tank conversation. Nah, Roach ain't trash, man. He fought like he had something to prove when he should have just fought like he was the smarter, better man. And that's on him. You get what I'm saying? I think he could have made the fight easier, but I do understand the attitude and him saying, you know, he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I still think he won, but we're gonna get to that. Feeling cool, but would have disappointed me. Yeah, man. It's nice to have him move up in weight. Yeah, man. I can't believe he moved up and miss weight. Is crazy. He moved up and missed weight. You know what I mean? But we're gonna get to it. So look, Cool Boy, he went out there, he moved up in weight, he missed weight by 2 pounds. He got dominated, man. Oshaquie Foster, that was about the ass performance, man. You know, but I like Cool Boy at the end. He said, look, you just come with the game, bro. Just come with the game. He ain't make a single solitary excuse. I'm gonna continue to support him. I think he will bounce back. I don't think this is the kind of fight that you can't bounce back from. But it's just going to take him having to get back to the drawing board, reestablish himself, you know, correct some things, maybe hire a nutritionist, man. You know, he getting some money, right? Maybe look to do that if he hasn't already. And I'm only saying that out of, you know, wanting to see him do well. I ain't saying I got all the answers for him. I ain't saying I know what's best for him. I'm just saying as a fight fan, maybe that's something that could benefit him. Cash Sports was good with the box story. You know, a nutritionist that, you know, to help manage his weight and what he putting into his body. Because now you at, what is he, 30 years old? Now, you know, you getting older, you ain't getting younger. So it might get harder to knock off that last couple pounds in training camp without killing yourself if you're not doing it the right way. Right? So much credit to Cool Boy. He didn't quit. He kept trying. He just didn't have an answer. You know, Shock had all the keys. He had all the answers to the test, man. You get me? It's like Shock came into the ring with the cheat sheet, bro. You know what I mean? He had all the answers, bro. He controlled the range. He controlled the pace. He dictated terms. He was the boss. He was first. He was last. You get what I'm saying? He was on a mission. You know what I'm saying? Everything he said up into the build up, he meant it. You know what I'm saying? And he had a chip because they was trying to paint this as, you know, Cool Boy being the champion instead of Shock when Shock was the champion, right? So he didn't like that. He spoke out vocally. You know what I'm saying? I like it because it motivated him. Then on top of that, because Cool Boy missed weight. Now this is not on him. This is just the business of boxing. He missed weight. They allowed this to be for a 135-pound interim title. So that's that noise that people talking about when Shock saying, you know, that Shakur Stevenson stuff that we're going to get to a little bit later, but we're going to get to that. But it should have never been for no 135-pound interim title. The business of boxing is bogus as hell. He missed weight. Instead of just letting it be what it was, letting him deal with the consequences of that. They try to find another way to reward him. You get what I'm saying? I don't care what nobody said. They try to find another way to reward him because he's a PBC fighter. It was a PBC promotion. I don't have a thing against the PBC, but that's just how it go. That's my opinion of it, right? They tried to make sure they man was good one way or the other. He blew weight, so he couldn't win the title. He couldn't become the first 3-division, champion in Philly, right? From Philly, he couldn't do that. He messed that up, so they put him in position to be able to fight for a title at 35 if he was to win this fight, and then reestablish and put himself back in position to be that 3-division champion. You get what I'm saying? So it's crazy how boxing go, but I can't fully knock it, just understanding the business. If you got control to do these things with a guy that's fighting on your promotion that you promote, ain't you gonna do it? It might seem like some bullshit, but ain't you gonna do it? But that's them looking out for Cool Boy. All right, you blew weight. Maybe he was going through some things. Maybe they know some stuff we don't know. You never know, right? So maybe they just threw him a bone. Hey, you know what? We're going to make this fight be for an interim title at 135, which it shouldn't have been. Never mind, which it shouldn't have been. But we ain't here to complain. It was what it was. Oshaquie Foster went out there and pitched his shutout. In my opinion, this was the best he's looked that since I've been watching him, because that was the best opponent, most notable opponent to date. Most accomplished guy to date. You get what I'm saying? Cool Boy Steph. And he dominated from round 2 all the way to 12, bro. Like, he bust Cool Boy nose up good. He pulled out. He had that belt out. I ain't gonna lie. Oshaquie Foster had the belt out. He definitely had the belt out. And I respect it. It was a great performance, man. Like I said, Cool Boy, keep your head up. I like his response in the locker room. He just said, yo, this just is part of the game. This come with the game. The wins and the losses. Everybody love you when you win it, and everybody show you who they really are once you lose. So Cool Boy has already found that out. Pretty sure he gonna deal with this loss better than he did with the first one, right? And he'll be back. I think so. I think he's a world-class guy. I think anytime you go out there and you challenging yourself amongst the best fighters in the world, no matter what, you get what I'm saying? You're gonna come out with some scars. You're gonna come out with some battle scars. You're gonna come out with some losses, right? And this was his second loss to date, but ain't no shame to lose it to one of the more talented fighters in boxing, and Oshaquie Foster, right? He had the better game plan. Like I say, he was better prepared. He fought with an urgency, and it showed. It showed, and he never let up. You know what I'm saying? He never let up off Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? He fought Samuel with a do, homie. And Cool Boy wasn't beating Foster regardless of circumstances. Where did he go, Josh? Back to the drawing board, Thrill. Back to the drawing board and figure out what weight class he want to campaign in. Get him a nutritionist. If I'm him, if I got any issues with the cutting weight, I get me a nutritionist. I figure out what weight class I want to campaign in, whether it be 130 or 135. And you know what I mean? You just get back in there, Thrill. Who the name, I wouldn't know that. That's for me and you to guess, right? Your guess is good as mine, but he'll be back, bro. He'll be back. You know what I'm saying? I just think, take a little bit of time off and get right back in there. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, figure it out. You getting older, so it's about adapting and being smarter, not just working harder, but working smarter. And I think working smarter is making sure that every time you go into a training camp, your weight is maintained and is under control, and you can spend the majority of your training camp focusing on the game plan and sharpening the tools and the skills, right? And I don't care what nobody say. It's just my opinion. I know everybody sees it different. A lot of what was going on in there was Shock controlling the fight. He was on top of his game. Like I said, that was the best Oshaquie Foster I think I've seen to date, right? And it showed, like, he performed. But Cool Boy, to me, looked out of shape. He just didn't look well prepared. You seen it around the midsection. He just looked a little chubby, right? He looked a little chubby. He looked a little chubby, a little disengaged, and Shock wasn't going for none. If you look at the look on each other's face, Shock face, his eyes was wide open. He was locked in on the target, like he seen a ghost, but not scary, right? Just laser focus. He had this focus about him, and Cool Boy had this face, like, as the rounds went on, like, you could tell he's a bit defeated, but he kept trying. That's the fighter in him. He never quit. You know what I mean? Never gave up. He tried his best. And anytime a fighter go out there and do that, if you come up short, so be it. It ain't the end of the world, man. You lost, man. Shit happens. Shit happens at the end of the day. I ain't gonna crucify him for it. You know what I'm saying? So it was a good, just When you got a guy like Shaq on top of his game, man, you can't afford to be lacking. You can't afford not to be listening to Bozy. Some people said Bozy's instruction in the corner wasn't the best. I had my TV on mute, so I don't know, but it is what it is. There, I don't want to criticize there, man. I mean, he know Cool Boy better than me, so what do I know? But at the end of the day, he just didn't have the answers, bro. He didn't have the answers. No matter what he did, Shaq always had an answer for it. I've never seen Cool Boy look like that. So for me, that's the best I've ever seen Oshaquie Foster look, as well as the worst I've ever seen Cool Boy Steph look. To me, the monster anyway was understandable to a degree, right? That's monster, but going out there and just getting thoroughly, completely outclassed like that, you know, round after round after round after round after round, that was hard. That was hard to watch. It got a little hard to watch. I was like, damn, is this happening to Cool Boy like this? But it was. I mean, he was getting belt put to ass. But like I said, he kept fighting. Even looking mildly defeated, he continued to try to figure it out. He did get some shots in there, you know, got shot attention a little bit here or there, but it just wasn't enough to mount no offense and really make a case that he was winning at all, right? And again, we ask these fighters to go out there and fight the fights. We ask these guys to take challenges. We ask these guys to be about the smoke and don't run from nothing, right? If you follow Cool Boy Steph's career, since the word go, he's always been about the smoke, never shied away from a challenge. The man fought about 8 or 9 undefeated guys before he even got the shot. You get what I'm saying? The only undefeated guy he had lost to that he challenged was Monster anyway. And like I said, who don't lose the Monster, right? He's still on the tear, beating people up and knocking people out, snatching belts, and, you know, piling up accolades. But he just looked bad. He looked terrible, man. He looked terrible. In my estimation, I would say he had a fat camp based on, you know, him running around talking about, you know, how he liked to eat and being well over 160 pounds in between fights. That's just not something that you could afford to do when you getting up there in weight. I mean, up there in age, and when you keep challenging the best out of the best. So again, we ask guys to take on the toughest challenges, and when they lose, they still got my support. So I'm in full support of Stephen Cool Boy Steph, Fulton Jr., however you want to say it. Cool Boy Scooter, we still rocking with you, man. Philly had bounced back. I know y'all would. But Oshaquie Foster had a point to prove. Maybe it's the fact that he want that Shakur Stevenson fight so bad. You know what I'm saying? That he performed the way he did. Shout out to my brother Kyle Cooler. How you feeling? You know they always crying, man. They crying. You know, Pete crying about people ducking and stuff. Shout out to Big Dog Willie, my homie. Appreciate the love. He said, "Just Tank is abusing the Tank of Maniacs. Call the cops." Nah, they going hard in the paint for him, Big Dog. They like the abuse. Them super duper fans, they love.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
And I don't know if my homie is out there. Big shout out to my homie, man. Big Supreme, man. That supported, man, in the Cash App. He said, thanks for calling the fights. Appreciate you and everybody that rocked out for the fight call, man. Shout out to the homie Big Supreme, man. Always supporting as well. Big Dog. Yeah, Lisa, how you feeling, Queen? Always good to see you, man. He said, man, Moped just ain't had the horsepower to keep up with Shock. Nope, Shock froze him, man. Shock, what's the subject? What it do, man? Yeah, he was out of shape, bro. That was the worst. I said the same thing, bro. That was the worst I've ever seen him. I just said that before you got in here. Emmanuel, what it do, homie? So, yeah, man, that was the worst I've ever seen him, bro. That was the worst I've ever seen him look. And that was the best I've ever seen Shock. Shock was switched on in every way, shape, or form. And he couldn't have looked better. He couldn't have picked a better time to perform at his best. You get what I'm saying? And that's what he did, bro. So much credit to Shock, man. Hopefully he get the next big fight. He calling for Shakur. We going to get to that in just a second. We're going to get over to this, the main event, man, because that's what I really wanted to cover. The co-main, because that was the biggest shocker, man. That co-main was a real shocker, the way it went down. Like I said, man, Shock really put the ice. He put Cool Boy on skates. You know what I mean? And he dominated. But like I said, over here we support fighters win, lose, or draw. So ain't gonna be no boxing slang. Ain't gonna be no Cool Boy slander over here. We rocking with Scooter. But Shock, goddamn it, you impressed me, man. That's how you go out. That's how you fight. That's how you put it together. Skills, reflexes, counter punching, being first, jab, all that shit was on point. He put it together nice, man. He put it together nice, man. And he lived to fight another day. He lived to try to seek out his next big opportunity. And like we all know, and like I said, we're gonna get to that in a second, because people talking reckless, man, like they don't know what time it is, but we're gonna get to that in a second. Gotta get to the main event, man. Some people might like this conversation, some people might not, but it's all good. You know what I mean? It's all good. Look, man, the Reaper Roach robbed, man. The Reaper Roach was robbed again, man. I gotta say again, gotta say, man, I think he been in back-to-back fights on pay-per-view, obviously. And listen, this ain't nothing against the fighters that he fought. This is the system, bro. And I'm just speaking my honest opinion on how I feel like things work. This ain't nothing against the PBC, but again, I said this, if you got guys that fight for your promotion, that have been loyally fighting for your promotion, and you putting them in big fights, and those fights end up competitive. Shout out to Crush. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, we definitely still rocking with Cool Boy, 1,000,000%. You know what I mean? Even more now, because he continued to fight guys that he's supposed to fight without ducking smoke. So I love Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never switching up on him. I don't care who he lose to. And anytime he win, I'm right there rocking with him. Nah, but look, dig this. Hear me out. And I agree, Mag Life, with the close fight can be a robbery. But let me tell you why. Because it was 2 fights back to back on an Amazon Prime promotion card. It's PBC. He fighting 2 guys that would be deemed bigger stars or bigger names than him, right? Roach ain't no huge name, right? A lot of the newfound attention and following that he got came from fighting Tank. But then he fights Tank, who's a bigger name than him. You seen the knee take place. I don't know about y'all. At 39 years old, every single fight that I've ever watched in my life, I've never seen, and I'm just talking just honest boxing conversation, I've never seen any fighter take a knee willingly without it being counted, from what I got to watch, right? I'm not no boxing historian, but since I've been able to follow in the sport, I've never seen that, right? So that happened. Then you had a situation where your back got turned. I've seen fights, and I could pull up examples where fights got stopped, where somebody turned their back. Now, am I saying did I want to see Roach and Tank get stopped? No. But then he got help in the corner, right? It's a lot of that. Now, I'm just asking people to honestly switch roles for a second and say it was Lamont Roach that took a knee, turned his back, and went to the corner. And then it ended up being a draw. What your thought process would be if he fought Tank to a draw after doing that, taking a knee, going to his corner, right? You'll probably be losing your minds, and you would be rightfully so. You'll be like, ain't no way in hell they just let him get away with that. Well, that's Lamont Roach's stance, as opposed to what they allowed Tank to get away with, right? That's nothing against Tank. That's the way the situation felt unfolded. The referee fumbled. But again, it's not a good look when the guy is the favorite and it's the underdog. He was a 15-1 underdog at one point. And at least if he's going to fight a fight that good, you got to allow the fight to take shape the way it's supposed to. You can't afford to miss a call when somebody takes a voluntary knee because he's the more popular guy. Is that Tank's fault? Hell no. He did what he did, and the result was the result. But if you're Lamont Roach, that happened to you. All right, cool. It's a draw. You move on. The rematch get announced, and the date get announced. Then the date get canceled. Then you get another date. Then it get canceled. Then it's like, then he go to Jake Paul route, right? Cool. They feel like they got you there, but you said out of your own words, Lamont Roach, they fixed the situation for you because they was able to get you another opportunity, which was Pitbull Cruz. So now I'm thinking they threw you a bone. That's the way they salvaged the fact that you didn't get the rematch with Tank. But still keep in mind, there's no fixing him being a world champion after fighting his biggest fight. That would have been the ultimate achievement for him. He didn't get that. He didn't get the rematch. Then he gets a guy that Tank already fought. Get what I'm saying? And a good fight, right? But also a name that they would deem bigger than him. And he fights a good fight. Frequent was good with him. Remember, no Tom and Jerry, y'all. No Tom and Jerry. He fights a good fight. He gets knocked down, glove touch, right? Pitbull starts strong. I thought Lamont Roach fought back strong. I thought he fought himself back into the fight. And he fought to another draw, man. Y'all name me a fight where y'all seen Pitbull cruise boxing, and don't give me this shit about he just wanted to show another wrinkle and all of that. If what he was doing was so effective and it was working, why the hell would he elect to start boxing with Lamont Roach, who is clearly the better and more skillful boxer? And I got a little bone to pick with Lamont, because shame on you. Fuck that Tom and Jerry bullshit narrative. Box him. You the Reaper, Roach, I get it. You ain't want to leave it to the judges, but you were supposed to box him, so that's shame on you. I can't even fully blame the PBC promoting the more popular guy and letting them get a favorable decision for the second time in a row, because you didn't do what you should have done, in my opinion, which was utilize all your skills, your full bag, and box his ass. You didn't have to fight Pitbull. Who told you had to do that? You weren't going to become some knockout artist on the night. So the fact that you fought in a way that was beneficial for Pitbull is shame on you. And you almost opened the door for them to jerk you. You know better than that, man. You don't fight the Mexican at the Mexican style. I get it. You ain't want to back down. You wanted to show people, look, I ain't going nowhere. But, man, we seen that shit with Tank. You ain't never have to prove to me again that you had to stand in the pocket and fight somebody, or that you was a sucker. You fought Tank to a draw. And many people, majority, thought you won. You didn't have to get in here with Pitbull and prove shit. All you had to do was prove what we already knew, Lamont. You were better than him. And I still, after today, feel like you're more skillful than him. But maybe your ego, maybe your train of thought and your preparation maybe it had you thinking, you know what, I'm going to just go out there and I'm going to bang a bit with him. You didn't have to do that. And remember, y'all, if y'all was listening, y'all heard me say, hey, man, don't go out there trying to knock out Pitbull. You mess around and break your hand. Do y'all remember me saying that, y'all? For the ones that really be hearing me cook, do y'all remember me saying that? Don't go out there just trying to talk about no knockout, bro. You mess around, break your hand, then what? This dude, he goes out there and breaks his hand, bro. So credit to Lamont Roach. I still think you won. I do. And I think the PBC jobbed them again. Is nothing against the PBC. They just looked out for their more popular guy. And ask anybody who's in the know. When you're operating at the highest level, you're fighting on pay-per-view. There's no higher level than pay-per-view. There's no higher level than people having to come out of their pockets to purchase pay-per-views, order pay-per-views to watch you fight, right? At that highest level, it's no longer a sport. It's a business. Shout out to my guy, Tay Jones. He'll tell you better than me. At the absolute highest level of the sport, it's not a sport no more. It's business. And what makes more business sense? What venues is Lamont Roach selling out outside of the popularity that people saying he got from Tank? Is he some super big draw in the sport? Has the PBC made him a priority at all since having a draw with Tank Davis? Hell no. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, business first. What makes more sense? You didn't make the fight convincingly enough. You left the door wide open for them to push that narrative by fighting him in a way that benefited him. He landed several shots on you, even the knockdown. Bro, I don't give a damn what you say. You fought Tank, bro. Tank made a grown man take a nap against his will in front of his dad. Do you know how hard he had to be hit for that? You fought him 36 minutes strong and didn't touch the canvas or none of that. And you fought him smart. You didn't fight Pitbull. You didn't utilize your full potential against Pitbull. You didn't utilize your full IQ against Pitbull is what I'm saying. Tank, you was in your bag. Pitbull, you was in your head. And you fought with more ego and bravado than smarts and intelligence. With Tank, you fought with intelligence, IQ, discipline. You was prepared. You was ready. I'm not saying you wasn't prepared and ready for Pitbull because, like I said, I still think you beat him. But you could have beat him more convincingly, bro. Hey, man, tell me, y'all. Show me, name me something Rayo Valenzuela could do in the boxing ring that Lamont Roach can't do, y'all. Lamont Roach could have boxed a very similar performance to Valenzuela, and he could have got the hell up out of there and on to the next fight. So, damn, that's the only critique for Lamont. You might have gotten your head a little bit, fam. You didn't have to become some knockout artist. I get it. You could punch. You strong. You could take a shot too. But you didn't have to prove that shit Saturday. Only thing you had to prove was what real ones already knew. You was better than Pitbull. You were more versatile. You get what I'm saying? You were more skillful than this guy. Your IQ is at a higher level. Come on, man. Let's not forget. Remember, y'all both fought Tank. He got beat by Tank. And they try to argue that they had made a case that he won when the whole world knew Pitbull lost. With you, it was a different story. From the minute you stepped out of the ring with Tank Davis, you ain't have shit left to prove in terms of going out there and fighting a certain type of fight. You fought the biggest fight of your life. You stood tall. And this one, you were supposed to go out there and just have the win in mind. Not no knockout. Not I don't want to leave it to the judges because you pressed. And I think that's what got you clipped early. You was pressing. You was looking to try to make a statement that you did not have to make. And I respect your game. I respect your attitude, your hunger, all of that. But you didn't have to, in my opinion, I don't think he had to do it because he had to consider circumstances. You not priority over there. They talking this Pitbull mania shit. Man, I'm telling you, they treating Pitbull like he got this star power. That think about how they was talking about it. Pitbull is some star. They wasn't calling you no star, bro. They wasn't calling you no star. And they damn sure wasn't doing you no favors after you just disrupted their plans, bro. So you had to go out there and fight a clean, smart fight. And you fought more of a physical fight than I think you needed to. Peace to the queen, Shaw. How you feeling? Yes, indeed. Boxing. Shout out to the queen, man. Appreciate you. Tay, what's good with it? We gonna keep building, man. So look, if you feel like shout out to Brother Change, man. It's all good. Look, I'm a fair, level-headed dude. If you come in here and you tell me you think Roach lost, I'm not gonna tell you wrong, because if you listen to what I was just saying, you probably got in here late. Roach opened the door for people to even, have a conversation about him losing, right? Because of the way he fought him. I think a lot of the way he fought him in spots was to Pitbull's benefit. But I would be remiss if I didn't say I still don't. I think they stuck it to him for the second time in a row. I thought he edged Tank with the circumstances and the situation, right? It's okay, no harm there, right? You move on, but I thought he edged him here, but he couldn't afford to come out here and have no close fight. Think about something, y'all. If you just had a close fight with the quote-unquote face of boxing and you got a draw that you thought you won, and a lot of other people did too, to your credit, what did you think they was going to do? You get what I'm saying? You fighting another guy and you go have another close fight. They wasn't about to do you no favor. Get what I'm saying? You allow another fight to be close on an Amazon Prime card, man? No, sir. They wasn't doing him no favor. So credit to Lamont. I still think he won. Shit, I ain't the only one. It's a lot of people that think he won, bro. A lot of boxers.
Boxing whack, man. Roach won that fight, and y'all know it. And I thought my good Mexican fighters didn't run shit. That 7, 8, 9, 10 rounds, that damn Pitbull crew were running. That damn left hook started to connect. Come on, man. Y'all know that wasn't no draw. That was a good, hard fight, but it wasn't no draw. Roach pulled that fight off, and y'all know it, man.
Hey, man. Hey, and look, I ain't big on the whole running narrative, right? But he had Pitbull boxing, y'all. That's how you know mine ain't win. You hear me? He had Pitbull boxing. Bro, the only other person I think that had Pitbull boxing like that was Tank, bro. Because Tank had Pitbull trying to box too. You get me, Tank? That's how you know Tank beat him. Tank had Pitbull forced to fight under control. Like you knew he was in for one, right? Bro was getting boxed, man. Bro was getting boxed, bro. It's a lot of people that felt like Lamont won, man. You hear me? This what should have happened. Okay. This what Lamont thought in his mind. Boom. In Lamont's mind, that's what he thought. I punch him like that. That's what's gonna happen. Put blood in his mouth. Now you sitting in the joint.
Imagine if I had both of my motherfucking hands.
Bandaged up, G.
Come on,
bandaged up, G.
Stop the fucking noise. We need to start a motherfucking movement or something, Slim. They must got it out for me in boxing or something. I'll be right back. You hear me?
Yeah, man. I've seen a lot of fighters. I gotta see. I didn't have it all. I can't pull it all up, but I've seen a lot of fighters pick Lamont Roach. You know, Alicia Bumgarner, the Rougarou. I think Shakur said Lamont. It was a lot of people. Spence said he didn't know it was too close to call, right? But most of the people I was saying Lamont edged the fight. I tried to pull as many of the people as possible. It was a lot of people picking who they thought won. But like I said, it was like heavy in Lamont's favor. And that 115, what was it? 115, 111. Dante, what's good, Brody? That 115, 111. Nasty work. Nasty work, bro. Nasty work. That 115, 111 was nasty work. So I don't know, man. To me, I just felt like Pitbull edged the fight out. I do. But this is the thing, bro. I mean, I thought Lamont edged the fight out, pardon me, but this is the thing. We're entitled to see different shit. It's not an argument for me. It's just a conversation. It's too many world-class fighters and people, well-respected people within the sport of boxing that felt like Lamont Roach won for me to feel like I'm crazy for thinking it too. You get what I'm saying? If you're saying it's a close fight, if it obviously was a draw, anytime you get a draw, it's always a case for either guy winning to me. A draw, but it just, to me, it's another case of the more popular guy winning or getting the advantage, right? Like, you get what I'm saying? I just think they took it from him. He said without the knockdown, Lamont won. Yeah, man, they jobbed him, I think. I feel you, Crush. I feel you, bro. I just think they jobbed him. I think they got him. And McQueen, what it do? Yeah, man. Tank is like the gift that keep on giving, but I think they stopped his momentum right here. You know what I'm saying? I think they slowed up his momentum, man. I think they slowed up his momentum. PBC said draw 2, Lamont. You know what I mean? PBC told Lamont to draw 2, G. You know what I'm saying? They told him to draw 2. Lamont was pissed off, man. Hold on. Lamont pissed off, G. Hey, man, Lamont said, man, we walked the fucking dog, man. We walked the dog, man. He said we had the pressure fighter that never backs up on a back foot trying to box. Get the out there with the draw. He said we won that fight clean, great fight, and great champion in Pitbull, but we should have a green belt around the waist. He said my son is one of the best fighters in the world. You get used to it because we don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. We are so proud of one-on-one. Thanks to my team, family, friends, sponsors. But yeah, man, he said he walked that dog. G, y'all hit that like button, sub to the channel, support the grind. We're going to keep rocking out, man. Shout out to Lisa, man. Hey, look, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I think, and y'all, it's a conversation. I'm not telling you my opinion is the facts, right? But no, my opinion is my opinion. I think they PBC just, it's business again. And I think the more popular guy benefited from the close decision again. I do. You know what I mean? 115, 111 is nasty work. And none of the judges seen it for Lamont. It's crazy to me. Like, what kind of fight was they watching? Get what I'm saying? He had Pitbull boxing, bro. We not going to gloss over the fact that he had Pitbull boxing. And he had Pitbull boxing late in the fight. So my thing is this. If Pitbull had so much success early, why would he switch up to boxing? Think about something, bro. And I seen him getting gas. He was slowing down, man. Lamont was putting hands on him late, man. He slowed up, bro. Pitbull had some drop-offs in the fight, man. I'm telling you, that draw just did Lamont filthy, G. And he know it. But I get it for people that's like, look, they ain't mad at the draw. I'm not, you know, it ain't the end of the world, but I'm being honest. It's 2 draws in a row. Nasty work. Like, damn, how you 2 draws in a row for your man, yo? Like, damn, bro can't get a decision, bro. He can't get a decision to save his life, G. He can't get a decision to save his life. Hold on, let me pull this up real quick. Where is it at? And when I had Pitbull backing off, circling around, laddering on his toes, sticking his tongue out. Yeah, his little freaky ass. Remember Shakur, man? Sticking his tongue out. Yeah, Pitbull, freaky as hell in center ring, man. I don't know what kind of zest was on his mind. I don't know what got into him, man. Bro just started tripping. Bro just started tripping, didn't he? He stuck his tongue out. I said, "Oh, what's gotten into Pitbull, man? His little freaky young bull, man. I ain't know Pitbull had that, ain't he?" I said, "It's funny though." Man, hold on. What Roach say?
It's some bullshit. I don't know what I don't know.
What I gotta do, man?
I'll go back to the drawing board. I don't accept this at all. I really thought I won a close fight.
You fought on his terms inside and met his pressure head on.
Fought on his terms. Fought on his terms, Lamont. You better than him, bro. You don't gotta fight on his terms. I don't give a damn what belt he had, if he a champion or not. You a champion. Champions make the other guys adjust and adapt to them, not the other way around. You went to that fight doing what Pitbull like to do. That's why you're giving everybody the discussion for you losing the fight. I'm standing on the fact that you won. I don't give a damn how you fought. You fought well, but you should have fought smarter. You're better than him, and we all know that. We not crazy. That's so anybody in here saying you thought Pitbull won, or you ain't mad at the draw. I ain't mad at you either. You know what I mean? I got more of a beef with Lamont Roach for allowing the fight to be as close as what it didn't need to be. And that's what he couldn't afford. I knew that going into it. The whole reason I thought, was picking him because I'm like, yo, you just gonna box this dude, box him, turn him, outsmart him, right? Like that's the right thing to do, right? Ryo did it. You get what I'm saying? Boxing 101, bro. Lamont, you better than him. Considerably better. It's not rocket science trying to beat him. I don't give a damn what nobody say. Ryo beat him very easily, comfortably. Was in control of the fight the entire time. None of that bull rushing shit worked. So damn, Lamont, you kicking yourself a little bit today. And I hope I can get him on the show. You kicking yourself a little bit. I know, because you're better than him, period. And you fighting his fight is not what you best at. That's why you didn't get to the desired result. You went out there like you had some shit to prove that you really didn't, in my eyes. You get me? So anytime you're out there fighting to the other guy's strengths, you're putting yourself at a direct disadvantage more times than not. And that's what you did, bro. That's my thing for Lamont. You hurt yourself doing that. You were supposed to, just hell with it. I'm going out here and I'm going to fight my fight, not Pitbull's fight. You heard what Buddy said? You went out there fighting his fight. Fighting you to get you don't. I don't care what nobody say. Look, man. One of the main reasons why I'm a big advocate of Shakur Stevenson, and I love seeing him what he do, because when he gets in the ring, he's gonna do what he do, and it's gonna be up to you to figure him out, adjust to him, and shut that shit down. And if you can't do it, game, set, match, your ass is cooked. The belt coming out, and it's gonna be over. It's gonna be a long night. You better pack a lunch. You get me? Because you're going to get outboxed round after round after round. And if you get silly, you might get stopped. You get what I'm saying? So that's what it was, man. I just was sold on the fact that I knew Lamont was like going to show him, right? Like guys always talk about levels. And how do you show this guy that there are levels between you and him? By doing the shit that he can't do at a high level. You get what I'm saying? And nullifying the shit that he does do at a high level, right? And limiting him to that and beating him. And Lamont, you just left the food on the table. You get what I'm saying? You left some food on the table. You know what I mean? With the way you fought, even though I appreciated it, I still seen it for what it was. I think you edged him out in a close fight. Very competitive, but I thought you beat him. I'm going to go watch the fight again. I haven't had a chance to do it yet. I'm going to go watch it again and see if I think differently, because it was close, but I want to really score it. You know what I mean? Round by round by round with a pen and paper. But I thought he kind of put himself a little behind the 8-ball. Prize fighter, what it do, homie? 704 Joe, what it do, my guy? My bad, I said prize fighter. Pardon me. So, fought Pitbull style. Yeah, that's what he did. And McQueen, what it do, my guy?
Nothing, man. I had to put my kids in their cage and
I know, I already know. I be having
gag them and bound them.
Right, man. So, man, what you got on it, man? What you think, man? Am I tripping, man? How you see
Nah, I
it?
can
Because
walk
the
out the
people
room.
love your breakdown. Yeah,
I believe everything that you said is reasonable, bro. I believe so. I mean, especially when you look at that third round. Because if Lamont did a little bit more boxing, then he wouldn't have been in that position where he got his ass spun around by that damn left hook. But I will say that after that, it seemed like Lamont was actually getting the better of the exchanges when they were toe to toe. And it got to a point where Pitbull didn't really want to do his usual, just stand there toe to toe and just brawl thing. I can't recall the last time I seen Pitbull clinch that much. He started doing little dirty shit like hitting Lamont Roach below the belt several times, and the ref kept warning him. They were showing a couple of the replays. He was coming in intentionally with his head, leading with the crown of his head.
Yeah.
He was so damn frustrated. He got so frustrated by what was that, round 7, round 8? He stopped coming forward.
Right.
Like, what the hell is going on with Pitbull?
It's a freaky frustration. I just peeped that. Hey, Casey, they cage and stupid. Yeah, he came in there like lead with the head. I'm like, damn, he's frustrated. That's what that was when he stuck
flicking the tongue out and doing all that weird shit. Like, you never seen Pitbull do that. Pitbull is usually out there.
Come on, so we just analyze it and see. Our assessment is based off Pitbull Cruz and what he's shown us in the ring. We're not saying that there's no way he could have just done that in the heat of the moment, but just considering the climate of the fight and how it was competitive and close, and you had Roach standing tall, man, he went over there, stuck his tongue. I was just like a little frustrated. You wasn't winning. He wasn't like you was whooping his ass to be doing that. You get what I'm saying? Even Roach said, he said, I thought it was frustration. He gave some excuse for it, but I'm like, nah. He had you sticking out your tongue, leading with your head, being dirty. He had you boxing. Man, I can't stress that enough, y'all. I don't know how y'all see it. That's why I say it's just an honest conversation. If you feel differently and you want to click the link and be like, man, nah, I seen it like this. It's all good. I ain't saying it's only one way. And what I said is just, that's it. It ain't nothing. There's no way, Pitbull. I ain't saying that. But why I say Lamont Roach got robbed, because it's a extended, like it's a continuation of the last situation. And from not getting the right call from the fight to not getting the rematch that was promised to getting this fight just for them to dupe you, like, man, I'm not beat. Draw my ass. Like, nah, Pitbull was out there trying to figure Lamont Roach.
Figure some shit
and
out.
I'm telling you, know what I noticed, Ant? The first half of the fight, even when he got dropped, like that's where Pitbull had his best moments. It was early, but it got to a point where he did adjust to him, and then he slowed him down. He got tired, and then he started boxing. That's when I felt like Lamont Roach was winning. I'm like, nah, bro, because think about this. If you win the first half of the fight, fighting your fight, who in the hell in the history of boxing is going to switch to what the other guy does best and fight that way? After you already established yourself and set the table. Come on, man. You're not going to just switch. You switched because you was looking for something. You wasn't having the success you was thinking. Thought you was going to knock him down. He didn't back down from the power. He took some big shots from Pitbull, and he gave some back, pushed him back. He boxed him, and he made that guy switch tactics. And I felt like at that point, it was the turning point in the fight for me. First part, I feel like Pitbull was winning it. The knockdown, it gave him some breathing room. He did get a point taken, y'all. Don't forget. But Lamont Roach had this man boxing. You heard what Bubba Dub said. I know he a comedian, but he watched the fight, and I can tell with the assessment. That's why I even played it. I listened to it if I played it. So you get what I'm saying? He had Pitbull boxing late in the fight. I've just never seen him. Why switch up? Why fix what's not broken?
And not boxing effectively
Pitbull,
either.
y'all.
His ass was just moving around on the back foot.
You get me?
Wasn't doing shit, wasn't countering, wasn't using no jab. He was just moving around on the back foot. Shout out to Shawa. I agree with what she's saying about Pitbull complaining about the ref. Yo, before the ref deducted that point, he had warned that man several times. It was consistent with the warnings, and the warnings got pardon me, they got more frequent as the rounds progressed. Pitbull's ass was in disarray. Even in the Tank fight, we didn't see this man go on the back foot. That shit never happened. He was trying to press Tank the whole fight. The whole fight, he was trying to press Tank. Giovanni Cabrera pressed his ass the whole time.
Shout out to Lala D. How you feeling, Queen?
Rolly pressed him the whole time. Gamboa pressed him the whole time. So I agree with you just as far as Lamont Roach probably could have boxed the way he boxed from, like, I want to say around the middle of the 4th round, the round 5 on, when his dad got on his case because his dad was hot. Like, yo, bro, you boxing him too easy. Just keep doing that.
Right.
But I also do feel like Lamont Roach, in some weird way, it kind of took everything off the table for Pitbull for him to box the way that he boxed early on, like being more physical and being in the pocket with him.
Me too. I agree with that. I think
the reason why I say that is because when it got to a point where Lamont Roach was actually holding his own and Pitbull had to worry about being countered on the inside,
right?
Then it's like, shit, if he's beating me at what I'm good at, then he can go on the outside.
Right.
It's one of those things. Can't remember what fight it was, just, but you were talking about. It might have been Canelo versus Bud, where you got one guy, he's got more ways to win, mainly based on like the physical attributes. Like he got the superior agility, got the arm reach. Pitbull's arm reach is only like a 63 or something. No, it's lower than 65. It's like 63.
Yeah, you might be right. Short though, I know that.
No, it's 63. Because I know Lamont Roach is like 68 and a half, 69. Right. So you're giving up about like
T-Rex joints.
You giving up about a damn half a foot in reach.
Right.
And the guy got legs. We seen when Lamont was boxing in the back half, Pitbull couldn't touch that man with a damn 10-foot pole. He got so frustrated trying to press the guy out, just winging and whiffing, that he said, I'm gonna go on the back foot then. If I can't get at him coming forward, I'm gonna just start going backwards.
Right.
We never seen Pitbull do that. But I will say this. I'm going to give Pitbull credit for that 11th round. He fought in that 11th round like he really wanted to win. And Lamont, I thought that Lamont gave up some shots that he didn't have to because he was boxing so comfortably by the 11th round. Like, that shit was stupid. But I'll say this. He was also proving that, like, yo, I'm trying to be an action fighter. And statistically,
Mike was good.
Lamont outlanded him by like 40 punches.
Oh, yeah. That's another thing.
Landed like 41% of his punches, bro. 41 Pitbull landed in like the mid-20s.
Yes.
So how the hell you get outlanded and at a more effective clip, at a more efficient clip?
And lose. You get what I'm saying? Like right now, somebody in here talking about a fight in my comments. I wish he'd just come over here and click the link. We could chop it up. I don't know why people, everything is not an argument with me in boxing. Nothing is. It's just a conversation. But I ain't never that far off the mark where what I'm saying is just flat out crazy, man. We know we was watching that night, man. Shout out to Mike. We know we was watching, man. Know what we was watching. That shit ain't no open and shut case. It's a good case. That's why it was a draw. That's what it kills me for people thinking like, oh, nah, the draw is just, it's right on point. I ain't mad at you for thinking that, but I'm one of those guys that I seen the edge. I seen some things change. What I seen ultimately that helped me decide the fight and who I thought went, and this is even before the numbers, y'all, is when Lamont Roach, outside the knockdown, when he was fighting the way Pitbull fights, like trying to, be in the pocket and just stand up to the guy and fight, I felt like he did a better job winning rounds and making the fight competitive as opposed to when Pitbull switched up and started doing this boxing. That shit wasn't working.
Exactly.
What boxing and effective boxing was he doing? And let's keep in mind, y'all, I don't want to keep referencing Bubba Dub. Just use your own eyes. He boxed for several rounds. He was doing this shit. I'm like, yo, he boxing. He can't be winning doing this shit. I don't give a damn what wrinkle he was trying to show. It wasn't a good time to show it. You should have kept doing what you was doing. But like Ant said, you set a real extreme pace, right? And I think it's extremely hard to keep up with that. Somebody in here noticed not one soul is giving him credit for the boxing he was doing in multiple rounds in a row. Nobody's giving him credit for that. Hey, man, when he was boxing, he was doing this. But they are giving Lamont Roach credit for standing in there and dogging it out with him. But also, when it was a boxing match, when Lamont Roach made it one, look how the fight, or should I say shit, Pitbull helped him make it a boxing match because he backed him. And I think him getting tired, and then Lamont Roach started to naturally do what he do, which is box, pile up points, and win rounds. That's what you're supposed to do. Fuck that, trying to prove to these silly ass fans that you ain't scared. Man, if anybody think of Lamont Roach, it was any like hoe in him or any whatever it is you think, he ain't proved that shit after fighting Tank, then you would never believe it. You get what I'm saying? That shit was already solidified. This fight right here set the table for you. It was an alley-oop if you would have caught the shit off the backboard and went out there and said, you know what? If I go out here and think about the timing and the climate, where they're complaining about running, you go out there, Lamont Roach, you ain't have to prove that shit. Why did you do that? That's what I want to know. You were supposed to see it for what it is. Go out there and fight his fight. It's a good chance they could take it from you. But you go out there and fight your fight, it was no way they was going to do it. And let me tell y'all something else. It's just my opinion. It's nothing against the PBC. They love them some Cool Boy. We do too, and we know why. But you see who they was building like they was the champion with that fight. It's always like that. If Cool Boy would have went out there and fought close, man, I'm telling you right now, Oshaquie Foster wouldn't have walked up out of there. He wouldn't have walked up out of there with a win. But that shit was so convincing. Why? Because he did what he do. Went out there boxing. He was utilizing his tools. He had Cool Boy in the blender. He couldn't figure this shit out. Couldn't get the range. Couldn't get his offense on track. It was polar opposite. He didn't go out there being reckless like, you know what? I'm gonna just knock him out. No, box him. And he made that shit so clear by doing what he do. Right? That's it. That's all Lamont. That's all I'm asking. My biggest critique for Lamont. You could have did you and beat him, had your feet kicked up laughing. Telling you, man. Now your hand broke. They are making the case that you lost. Now they saying you ain't good and this and that. And Tank came out, he called you a gatekeeper. You know what I'm saying? And the fans eating that up. And credit to my guy Tank. Love him, but that's not a flex, Tank. If he's a gatekeeper, that gatekeeper fought you to a draw. We never seen you take a knee. You could tell your fans grease, but I'm a real one. I don't believe that for a second. I think it was a mental lapse, and you got through it. You did what you needed to do for the moment. I don't look at you no different. It happens. Shit happens, but
I'm gonna let him live with the grease because he had a little braid in his eye. Yeah, a little braid whipped in his eye.
Gatekeeper? No, that's not a flex, Tank. That gatekeeper fought you to a draw. But your fans is like, yeah, man. See, he ain't good. See, this is how you know he didn't beat Tank. He had a draw again. Nah, man. They did him again. They did him again, bro.
They do. But I want to add this to what you're saying as far as the PBC is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it was a majority draw and not an outright decision for Pitbull lets you know what that really is.
Right.
And what I mean by that is if they were that confident that Pitbull won it definitively, it wouldn't have been a draw. They would have just gave it to him.
I'm telling you. Man, hold on. Man, y'all. 1 second. Somebody was texting me. All right, I'm back. My bad. Hit the like button, y'all. There's over 80 people in the building. Hit the like button on both sides, man. Sub to the channel. We're going to keep building. It's just an honest conversation. I know some people feel differently about it. That's why it's a conversation, not like, I ain't yelling facts after everything I say, but it's just my opinion, man. I thought, it was a shade of two different fights. It was some fighting going on early half, and it was some good boxing being done by Lamont. It was good fighting going on by both guys, relatively very competitive, where you could have said maybe Pitbull had a slight edge, but the minute that man backed off and I started seeing box, I was like, yeah, this wrinkle ain't it.
Yeah.
And you allowing Lamont Roach to box you, bro.
And that shit went on for several rounds. Bro, it seemed like after round 5, it was just like, okay, that's another round for Roach.
Right.
Oh, another round for Roach.
Bro, that's
another
how I
round for Roach.
I'm like, bro,
and then it didn't feel like Pitbull came close to getting back into the fight until around like 11 or 12 or something like that. I'm like, damn, like what the hell happened since round 3? And I want to highlight something that Eric R said. I believe this is very, very important. As fans, we got to understand this. This is what Eric R said. The uneducated like to act like a knockdown equals a win. When we watch Marquez knock down 3 times in the fight and fought to a draw.
Right.
Yo, that man right there is preaching the gospel, because how many times do we look at it like that? Like, oh, Pitbull dropped him in the third. Oh, well, what the hell happened in the fourth and the fifth and the sixth when the man was out there clinching, headbutting, flicking his tongue out,
right,
and fighting off the back foot uncharacteristically, because the man had no answers.
Right. And
he was going through every emotion in there, going through 5 or 6 different strategies we never seen from this man before.
Can you tell him?
I'm trying to figure some shit out.
Come on, man. And look, the leg that y'all had to stand on while y'all even get to argue back, put up resistance, because Lamont Roach started off, and we like prisoners of the moment, like Ant just highlighted. That's all people want to talk about is the second round. They don't want to talk about the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or even when he started to really sit here and box round after round, essentially losing those rounds more clearly than any other rounds in the fight, because he was doing some shit that wasn't in his best interest. And when you have a style like his, where all you do is load up on power shots and don't really use no jab, and you super aggressive and you be whiffing shots, you're gonna get tired. And that dude is not a, he's not, what is this? What is this for? He's not a 40-pounder to me. He's a little meatball, bro. Not no 40-pound guy to me. You know what I'm saying? That's not his weight class, man. And they knew it. They knew it. Another fight, I seen him not look good. And that shit just worked out for him. One-arm bandit, then what he say, one-arm bandit? Man, with that one
makes
arm,
it even worse.
One-arm bandit versus the one-dimensional bandit. You know what I'm saying?
Pitbull was out there getting his ass check hooked into different strategies and feelings and emotions. Yo, I heard his explanation for why he did that little thing when he started sticking his tongue out. He said some, I know English is not his first language, so I'm gonna give him a pass, but he said, I wanted to give him a taste of his own chocolate. I don't know what that means. And then in like parentheses, it said like medicine. I guess he meant medicine. But he said, I want to give him a taste of his own chocolate.
Shit ain't make no sense. It ain't make no sense. I don't know what the hell he had said, because it ain't make sense to me either.
Yeah, I read the quote. I'm like, taste of his own chocolate.
T-Hair was good with it. Yeah, I seen him put that up, taste of his own medicine. I'm like, what? When did he stick his tongue out like that and start doing that? Zesty ass shit, freaky ass Pitbull. Yeah, I'm like, damn, bro. And you know, you had that in you, locked and loaded. It was good. Like a dog. What it do, man? Shout out to my guy. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Hit that like button, y'all. Sub to the channel. Support the grind. We're going to keep building. We got a lot to talk about. We ain't done. We only got to the main, the main event. Look, I get it, man. Some people like Pitt did enough for a draw. But I urge people to consider what promotion it is. I don't care if you feel like Lamont Roach is with PBC. Who's the bigger name out of the two? Who is they through the whole buildup of the promotion talking about being a star? They've been doing that shit respectfully since he lost to Tank Davis. Name me somebody else, that in recent memory that you could think of that they've been like basically labeled the star after losing a fight and then having questionable performances since then. And now they had to bail you out. They had to bail you out because you decided, yeah, let me box him now. Because, yeah, my power punching and my style is working so well, I'm going to just unnecessarily switch up for no reason at all. I'm going to just deviate away from it and do what Lamont do and look bad doing it. And nobody wants to mention that. That's how I know people watch the fights one way, because we've been up here. We speaking on both sides. Telling you, yeah, Pitbull had the moments early. Yeah, he got that little knockdown with the glove touching, but Lamont Roach was catching and shooting. And to Ant's point, he brought it up. He did give up some unnecessary shots. And why I'm able to agree with you immediately is because I was just watching some highlights. And it was the ones later in the fight where he allowed him to just like crack him a few good times, like hooks. I'm just like, bro, knocking sweat off. I'm like, bro, he was firing back, but I'm like, bro, why are you eating these shits? He needs you to be right in front of him to land. That's what I know you didn't have to do. Don't give me this. You didn't have to become a damn ballerina. You didn't even have to become Jerry to beat him. You get what I'm saying? Tom could have had the belt out whooping Jerry ass. So however you wanted to look at it, Jerry could have been whooping Tom ass that night. You ain't have to do a whole lot to beat him. Box him and turn him. Man, it ain't no rhyme, ain't no mystery, man. To how you
Damon Wester at, man. Damon Wester gave him a new nickname, man. Captain Check Hook, because he was check hooking the shit out of Pitbull in the middle rounds. Check hook, pivot out, check hook, pivot out. It was the same thing. Rinse, wash, repeat. Pitbull was eating jabs and check hooks like it was Hostess cakes.
Right, right.
And he couldn't do nothing about it. Then he was like, fuck it, I'm going to just go on the back foot and look bad doing so. And Locked and Loaded, you spot on, bro. Locked and Loaded said folks give fighters like Devin and Shakur a hard time about boxing. But they actually look good doing this shit.
Right.
Pitbull was ineffective as hell.
Right.
Try to box on the back foot like man didn't have no damn.
That's real, bro.
No
They was trying to vindicate Tank, and that's how I know these dudes don't really like boxing. And when we get to the Shakur and Shot situation, I'm gonna show you the difference between me as a real supporter of Shakur and them dudes that super duper Superman fans of Tank. We totally different. Once I seen those dudes, yo, if my favorite fighter goes out there and fights to a draw, and I know damn well his contemporary just fought the hell out of him, the last thing I'm gonna do is be dragging the guy that just fought him to the toughest fight of his career. And that's where y'all showed y'all biased. Oh, you get what I'm saying? That's where y'all showed y'all biased. Y'all started dragging him. Not to mention, this is the guy that fought your favorite fighter to a draw. Right, and then I ain't gotta get into how many people thought he won it. So it's like now he's not that good, and the fighter says so. Now y'all doubling and tripling down when that's saying less about him because that's your last fight. And dare I say you didn't rematch him when you were supposed to. So yeah, they watched that fight to try to vindicate Tank. They watched it with hopes that Lamont Roach would probably get his ass beat so they can have shit to say. I told you he wasn't that good anyway. He only got popular off the Tank. That's what y'all wanted to say instead of saying Lamont Roach is a damn good fighter. You know how I know? Because when it was time for him to fight my favorite fighter for 12 rounds, he fought him the best that I've ever seen anybody fight him. He stood tall. No, y'all, the way y'all drag Lamont Roach is nasty work. You're not a real boxing fan doing that. And again, I'm going to show you the difference between me and y'all being a supporter of Shakur and y'all being a super fan of Tank. We fucking different. And I take this personal. You will never see me get up here and try to spin nothing for Shakur. I ain't got to because his skills speak for itself. None of these fighters that you bring up that you want to see him fight is somebody that he don't have a chance at beating. And I confidently know that as a supporter of his, so I don't have to over-argue on his behalf. When somebody wants to smoke, they want to smoke. Better yet, let's get into it. Shot fought a good fight, dominated Cool Boy. You know, Pitbull, I thought you lost, bro. PBC did Lamont Roach dirty again for the second time in a row. You could argue if you want, but at the top of the game, it's more of a business than a sport. That's what we seen again. 115-111 was very telling. They didn't really score the fight fairly. Yeah, it was a fight early, but it turned into a boxing match late. That's Lamont Roach's game where he was very effective and Pitbull wasn't, and he was gassed. Not to mention that you seen Pitbull tired, seen him huffing and puffing. Output went down, and then he tried to box because he couldn't have the energy to keep up with the pace that he set early because he had Lamont Roach fighting him. So credit to Lamont Roach because you fighting him early, made him taper down enough late, and you was able to box him. So credit to you. I seen the method to your madness. It just dawned on me now. So great fight, good card. That's why I think the PBC back to back. That's a robbery. It's a continued effort. They didn't do him no favors, bro. He's not an overly popular dude. Is he gonna sell out? Right? Is anybody building him to be a star? Hey, guess what, y'all? And this is how hypocritical the super duper fans are. They said Tank Davis makes stars, but they've treated Lamont Roach like anything but a fucking superstar since that fight, since that draw, since he took the knee, went to the corner, grease in the eye. They treated Lamont Roach like scum, like he did something wrong. They had nothing good to say about him. I'm watching content creator after content creator tear Lamont Roach down. You're not a real boxing fan. You were supposed to respect the fact that man did everything he fucking said he was going to do. We said he was going to get knocked out, myself included, 6 through 9. I thought Tank was going to catch him, right? No diss to Lamont, but he didn't do it. So what did I do? I got up here and gave the man his just due. What did the super duper fans of Tank do? Trash Lamont Roach. Oh, you didn't do enough to win. Y'all got super defensive because y'all insecure because you know what you just watched. You seen your fighter in some uncomfortable situations that you never seen. And instead of getting on YouTube and acknowledging it like real boxing fans, you tore Lamont Roach down for doing interviews when people was reaching out to him because they wanted to speak to him after fighting the biggest fight of his life, and not only fighting it, show me somewhere else in Tank's professional career where he took a knee, ran to the corner, turned his back. That's disqualifications. That's a knockdown. There's all types of shit happening. But his fans, they want to ignore all of that. Lamont Roach celebrating a draw when we all know damn well what we watch. Because if you flip the roles, instead it was Tank that made him take a knee, turn his back, go to the corner, y'all all would be saying Gervonta Davis got robbed. I know you would. And guess what? I'm real enough to tell you, you would have a valid argument because that shit is bogus. Back to back to back. Promised him a rematch. Back and forth on Twitter. The fans talk crazy. Then he deviates from that. Then you justify him not giving him the rematch after arguing with everybody that's the fight that was coming. Y'all argue against the Jake Paul fight, and then when it came, y'all act like it was the best thing in the world, and you're so understanding of it after telling us for months that it was no way in hell that he was gonna fight that dude. Man, talking about being super duper fans. I'm not talking about the supporters of Tank. I'm talking about the ones that go across YouTube arguing shit that you don't need to argue. That's a bad man. He don't need these weak arguments making him look worse. Y'all tearing down some of the best fighters in the world to try to prop your favorite fighter on a pedestal. You get what I'm saying? Instead of just acknowledging skill when you see it. Fake boxing fans, the way y'all treated Lamont Roach for damn near winning a fight is nasty work. I've never seen anything like that. Y'all act like he did something wrong. He didn't make it personal with Tank. He didn't start talking about his kid or his mother. None of that. He kept it boxing. I felt like I won. He took a knee, man. That's a knockdown. Everybody treated it like, nah, he ain't got a valid argument. Lamont Roach just crying. He need to get over it. He need to move on. But if the shoe was on the other foot, you would be crying. I know you would. You cried about him doing interviews. Do y'all know that Lamont Roach ain't picking up the phone asking these people to talk to him? It's vice versa. They seen what we all seen, and they want to talk to him like, hey, man, he a hot topic. Didn't y'all say Tank makes stars? So why the hell didn't y'all embrace Lamont Roach being another star? But y'all out here making arguments across YouTube and on panels that Rolly Romero is some type of star, Mario Barrios is some type of star, Pitbull Cruz is some type of star, all because they fought Tank Davis. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. These dudes lost. Lamont Roach arguably beat him. Why we didn't embrace him as a superstar? Why did we tear his name down and drag him in the mud? And I got all of this energy without nothing negative or detrimental to say about Gervonta Davis, because me and y'all are two totally different type of people. Y'all whack. Y'all super fans of the Tank Davis. Y'all can't take the shit that the same mud that y'all sling across YouTube and social media. You couldn't take a quarter of the energy that y'all put out. Y'all drag every single fighter that could possibly be a contemporary of Tank. Y'all say he don't got 50-50 fights. He the triple dipple A side. Then when it's time to make a fight, y'all telling me B side guys got to offer fights to him. Make it make sense. Y'all treated Lamont Roach unfairly because you're not real boxing fans. You're fans of your favorite fighter, and that's okay. But just admit it. Just admit it. Not one real boxing fan got on YouTube and spoke down on Lamont Roach's name for competing in the best fight of his life. Ain't that what we asked people to do? The man was a 15-1 underdog, proved that damn near the world wrong, and guess what he got in return? He need to get over it. He need to move on. He ain't win the fight. Come on, man. Y'all wasn't keeping it real. A lot of y'all didn't even really want to talk about the fight, and I was around, so I know. They didn't even want to talk about it. But guess who they dragging today because a certain somebody got loud what they call out? Guess who getting dragged today? One of his contemporaries. Just guess it. The man they love to hate, Shakur Stevenson. A guy that got a fight lined up at 140 pounds, January 31st with Teofimo, is being labeled a duck by them super duper Gervonta Davis fans because Oshaquie Foster got a voice because he dominated Cool Boy Steph. When with all due respect to Cool Boy Steph, he's a dog, nothing bad to say about him. But if you ask me, skill for skill, inside that ring, him and Shakur Stevenson are not the same fighter. That shit won't be what y'all think it's going to be. And I pray that they make the fight. Now, this is where I continue to show y'all the difference between me being a Shakur Stevenson supporter from Jersey and y'all being jock riders at Tank Davis from all over the world. This is the difference. What Oshaquie Foster is doing, He stood on business. Everything he said, the cool boy, he did in that boxing ring. He ain't back down. He boxed him, schooled him. You get what I'm saying? Outsmarted him, outthought him, outfought him. Everything you could think of. He won 11 rounds straight in my book. Straight. Every single one of them. And guess what he did? He told Shakur, hey, look, chump, don't run nowhere. I want you next. And guess what? Because I'm a real one and not a super fan of Shakur, like y'all super fans of y'all favorite fighter, Oshaquie Foster, keep talking your shit. Keep calling Shakur Stevenson out. Don't change your tone. Don't switch up nothing you saying. Stand on business. Go to 35. Press the button like you said, and keep calling him out till he answer that shit. That's what I want to see. But in the meantime, because we real boxing fans, we understand he got a bigger fight, a bigger name, a more accomplished name. All due respect to Shockey, but he got bigger fish to fry right now. But he's being labeled a duck and all this other weird stuff that y'all like to throw on him. So all I'm here to say is I'm with all that shit. Oshaquie Foster is doing what great fighters do. They challenge other great fighters and he stand on business and they continue to level up and challenge themselves. He just fought the best fighter of his career, in my opinion, on paper, and Cool Boy Steph. He dominated him and he looking to continue to test himself. If he want to fight Shakur Stevenson, I'm in full 1,000,000% support of that shit. And I want to see it. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Oshaquie Foster. He ain't all of a sudden just some bad fighter because he calling out Shakur. You see the difference between me and y'all? Lamont Roach doing interviews, all of a sudden he's celebrating a draw. He's not a good fighter. He didn't really do enough to win. I don't want to hear none of that. Oshaquie Foster, what I do know about him, he say what he mean and mean what he say, and he gonna go out there and try to do it. Now, do I think he gonna beat Shakur when they fight? Man, y'all know how I'm coming. No bias, no none of that. You talking about fighter Shakur, Stevenson, and Foster. Shakur's fought on a more consistent level, fought better competition. You get what I'm saying? He's done it as an amateur. You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to say he's perfect. He just proven it more. So in my mind, I'm comfortable with saying that if they get in a boxing ring, I think it'll be competitive because they know each other. You get what I'm saying? I think that's something that me being a supporter, can't ignore. They know each other. It'll be competitive. It might not be no wash, but you got to show me you're going to be Shakur. You go out there and you struggle with Conceição, and the reason you gave for it is, and this is not a knock. This is what he said. He was boxing. What did Shakur do to Robson Conceição? Did he box him? Because they say he don't fight nobody. He can't punch. He go out there and box, right? And look how that fight looked. That's just one. He got other fights that I can go to that was far too close, where Shakur would have walked the dog with them guys. Shakur thoroughly outclasses Rocky Hernandez. He beat Robson Conceição from round 1 to round 12. I was there. I seen it. I watched it. I witnessed it up close in the flesh. You get what I'm saying? You don't have close fights with some of these guys like Abraham Nova and Shakur Stevenson. And I know this is just my opinion, but if I had to ask y'all who y'all picking and how that fight looking, do Shakur struggle with these guys? Rocky Hernandez, he had no way, and Shakur wouldn't even be in a scenario where he'd be down 11 rounds to 1, even though they was trying to rob shot. Got to say that. So I got a body of work from Oshaquie Foster as a professional and Shakur Stevenson as a professional. It has nothing to do with being a fan. One guy has been far more consistently a performer, fought better competition, more accomplished, but I got to keep in mind that they know each other. They used to live together. They probably sparred countless rounds. You never know. Got to keep that. But if I just had to go off of what guys are showing me in the ring, I got to lean to Shakur pulling it off. Shout out to my dog Rome. You get what I'm saying? Got to give it. I got to lean toward him. But I can't. Oshaquie Foster, especially after just showing us in the best, the fighting the best opponent on his career, what he did, that shit was impressive. So look, I'm so real. I'm willing to acknowledge I might need to reevaluate Oshaquie Foster after Saturday. I already thought he was nice. I already knew he was nice. But that shit he just did Saturday, regardless of what Cool Boy was lacking or how he wasn't on point, that shit was thoroughly impressive. And I might got him messed up a little bit, but I'm still not picking him over Shakur Stevenson in the professional boxing ring from 1 round to 12. I think, again, I say this all the time, Shakur has shown the ability to fight smarter, make the less mistakes. You get what I'm saying? From round to round, he don't really give up a lot of rounds. You got to earn it with him, and I think it'll be a fun fight. If I'm Oshaquie Foster, I continue to call out Shakur's name till he answer the phone. I know what Shakur is saying fight Ray Ford and all this and that. And I get people like, but they don't like it. To me, I'm not really stressing about it because he got T.O. If Shakur Stevenson didn't have an opponent lined up and it was an opportunity for this fight to be made, and maybe he's saying fight Ray Ford, maybe I'm looking at it different. But just how we say with any other fighter, you got a fight lined up. Ain't it clout chasing? And I don't even want to call it. It's not that Shock is doing that, but the timing. It don't make sense to frame Shakur Duck when they're not even in position to fight each other just yet. It don't even make sense. He got T.O. to worry about. He got to get through that. That's not no open and shut case where he just guaranteed to win. And I'm confident that he can win that fight, but he still got to get through it. So until then, if I'm Shockey, I don't shut up. Anytime I get an opportunity, I'm calling Shakur out because that's the fight he said he want. And that's what he should do. He want to keep challenging himself against the best fighters in the world. My respect for him grows as a supporter, not dissipates with y'all. You see Roach want to be great, go challenge your favorite fighter again, you start hating him. Start hating him, dragged him. He's still getting dragged. He getting dragged for beating Pitbull Cruz because I'm going to just say that. He beat him. Just like he beat your favorite fighter, but your pride and ego won't allow you to say it. Your fandom for the guy won't allow you to be real with yourself and say, man, hey, man, he might have lost that one. He might have lost that one. You get what I'm saying? And it's okay. You get what I'm saying? It's okay. But I'm going to be real over here. Oshaquie Foster is doing what he's supposed to be doing. He moving how we ask all fighters to move, fight the best, stand on business, do what you say you're going to do in them fighter meetings. When you in them press conferences and you on that microphone and you making promises, deliver on them. That's what Oshaquie's been doing. And he lost recently. They took one from him. He got it back. You get what I'm saying? And he been up since then. So let's see it, man. Keep calling Shakur out. I'm totally different from y'all. I'm not running across YouTube trying to convince all of y'all that Shakur Stevenson is good when y'all already know that. What the hell I look like arguing with y'all because Shockey want to fight? Yes, Oshaquie Foster, thank you for being somebody that's willing to fight Shakur that the fans deem they think he can beat you. And I'm comfortable with that. Y'all heard me a long time ago. I want to see Shakur fight everybody that the fans feel like can beat him. You know what I'm saying? That's going to move him to the next level. So y'all think Shockey is that name? Okay, even though I know once the fight happened and it play out how I think it could, I already know what y'all going to say because I've been here before. I know what's going to be said. Now y'all going to analyze how many losses he gonna got, how many losses he got. Y'all gonna analyze who he lost to. You get what I'm saying? How he looked in certain fights. Then you're gonna start rethinking why you had him winning in the first place. I already been here before. I already know. But again, I will say this because I'm real. I didn't see Oshaquie Foster dominating Cool Boy like that either. Even though Shakur is not Cool Boy, but that's impressive. So with that, he has the ability to prove me wrong is what I'm able to realize. So maybe he can show me something in this fight, but he's going to have to show me. I'm willing to acknowledge it's a possibility, but he's going to have to show me. I don't got Shock beating Core if they fight. I ain't going to break it down yet because
Mauricio's fault.
Go there.
That's why we in this situation. That goddamn Mauricio. Because if he didn't pull that bullshit with the 135 interim, right, we wouldn't even be entertaining this right now.
Right.
Shock would just be lining up another title defense. But now he's in position and it's a real conversation.
Right.
That's really what it comes down to. One man's greed, one man's thirst.
He really did do that.
Green piece of paper.
And that's another thing. That's another thing too. They didn't even. It's like you made it an eliminator for 135, and then you did that in an effort to help Cool Boy, not Shock. That was another slap in the Shock face. They wasn't doing nothing to help him. He just happened to win. They didn't anticipate him winning it that convincingly. I'm pretty sure they don't even make that fight or convince him to take the fight if they didn't think he could win, especially with the postponements and all. I think the table was set for him to win. I think he just crapped the bed. That's just my personal, that's my little, what they call the tinfoil hat theory. That's my one little theory out of all of this. Why? If I'm a promotion and I'm protecting my fighters, you miss weight. Why else would I make this fight eliminator at 35? Why? Weren't y'all supposed to be fighting at 130, but you blew weight by 2 pounds after moving up? Who's benefiting from the rules from that changing now after the fact that he can't win the title that y'all would have been fighting for? So then they just switched it up. That definitely was the lookout for Cool Boy, but he missed the mark. The fight wasn't competitive competitive enough for them to pull what they pulled with Pitbull Cruz. It just wasn't. And Shock made for sure that it wasn't that kind of fight. He made sure, he like, you know what? This shit ain't gonna be like that other fight. You get what I'm saying? This gonna be much different. So I think that's what it was, and he took an L. But shout out to Shock Foster for calling out one of the best fighters in the world. Not everybody want to fight Shakur. They talk, but I believe Shock. Me and my guy was talking about on the phone a little bit. That's another thing about Shock that I like. I believe him. I believe him. I believe him when he was saying this shit about Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that he talking like, I want to fight you, Shakur, I believe him. As far as you know, Shakur said, you know, that WBC shit don't move me. Fight Ray Ford, and people like, oh, he's ducking. That's foolish. Like I said, we all know he got T.O. Shut up with that ducking shit. Y'all just in a rush to try to frame him out to be something negative on YouTube. More typical non-real boxing fan shit. Tear fighters down for any old thing, right? He about to fight a guy that's proven to be better than the guy that's calling him out, with all due respect to Shock. He's proven to be better. Like, right? How do you like to say it? On paper, who's more proven? Who the more notable name? Who's the bigger fight? Who's the bigger challenge? Who do y'all got winning the T.O. on Shock? Never mind, because y'all Shock crazy right now. Y'all might have Shock beating T.O. right now at 140. Shout out to Zoomverse. What's good with it, man? How you feeling, bro? So, yeah, man, I like what Shock doing, man. Call him out. Call for the fight. And like I said, not everybody is serious about fighting Shakur. We seen that already. We seen that. A lot of the criticism that he do receive, and I'm going to be real blunt, is because people, favorite fighters, don't really be interested in fighting them, whoever they may be. We seen it time and time again. It's always some BS, and then they looking for Shock to be some type of savior to beat them, because they know now they could cancel out their favorite fighter ever getting in the ring with them. I don't care how you feel, go cry in the car, punch the air. Shit ain't happening, and y'all in my comment sections justifying it. Furthermore, I want to see Oshaquie Foster and Shakur Stevenson fight, especially after I seen this comment in my comment section, bro. For my video that I did make, y'all didn't watch it, go check the video out. Shout out to Sean, man. It's all good. I respect the pains as long as they respect. Said Oshaquie Foster is a more entertaining and better version of Shakur. Shit, bro. Oh man, that talk about everybody got opinions though. Imagine how much stronger he will feel at 135. He punches harder than Shakur. Talk about opinions, right? And they match each other's speed, quickness, and reflexes. Oshaquie is average taller with 5-inch reach advantage over Shakur. Shakur has finally met his match against another exceptionally skilled boxer that can also bang it out if necessary. Shock the world is a dog. I love that kind of talk. I think this comment was really respectful, but it was funny as hell because he said Oshaquie Foster is a better, more entertaining version of Shakur. I thought that shit was laughable. You telling me another guy is a better version of the original? What the hell are you basing that off? Like, and look, it's an honest conversation. Hey, Lala, I'll be wanting to know, like, what we basing this off? Like, what do you mean by that? Like that, the Drewski came to mind. I need that clip, by the way. What do you mean by that? I need, because I get a lot of that. Like, what do you mean it's more entertaining? So, look, that's subjective. Shock, he's a pure boxer like Corey is. Who's entertaining is subjective. It's up to you. They both box, bro. Like, you seen Shock dog it out because he had to. You still hear people complaining about not seeing Shakur get hit and shit like that. You hear people keep hearing him complain about him not being tested and facing adversity because he won't go in there and get his brains punched out. You get what I'm saying? So that's all. You get me? Shout out to my guy, Big Dog Willie. Says, just do the Tech Maniacs is saying this crazy-ish. They saying a lot. And I always got to say this as a disclaimer because I know everybody they hear Tank and Maniac and like, man, we not talking about y'all. We know the real Tank fans from the super dupers. I got some wild people that say some wild stuff to me. And I'm telling you, one of the criteria is if you know you're a super fan of a fighter, if everybody that's deemed a challenge or a potential contemporary, you trash all of these guys whenever they fight. You get what I'm saying? Even while they winning, he getting trashed. When they talk about fighting that guy, you start down talking them. That's when you know you're a super fan. You should build guys up. So when your guy go in there and whoop his ass, you get what I'm saying? You on record for recognizing him as the talent that he is instead of downplaying him as a talent, right? That's what more of these guys got to learn, man. They don't get it, bro. They insecure boxing.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
God, Robert, man, appreciate that love.
I'm Brown, no, not enough, you know.
Nothing about skills or IQ. Nah, it's a damn fact. They never do.
No, but I think the skill and IQ part is implied with him saying exceptionally skilled boxer. So he's acknowledging that Shakur is exceptional.
Yeah.
But he feels that Shock is exceptional as well.
Right.
But that Shock matches up well with him with the speed and quickness and reflex. Then he said he got some of the advantages.
Could be true.
With the half an inch in height and so on and so forth. Like, to me, this is a respectable comment right here.
The only thing that
threw me for a loop was the opening statement.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I'm like, how in the focus he
got me here today? I seen the open. I was like, damn, that's how he came with it. I said, okay, that's funny. But look, notice again the difference between me and them super duper fans of any fighter, not just Tank. And we ain't singling out Tank on this channel either unfairly. We ain't doing that. All these super duper fans. Did you hear me tear down Oshaquie Foster? Did you hear me utter a bad word? Did you hear me say he shouldn't be calling Shakur out? He need to shut up. Even though the same shit Shakur is doing to him is the same shit he's doing to Ray Ford. I'm not going to attack him for it, but I'm just going to highlight it to show y'all how y'all hypocrites. Y'all mad at Shakur for not entertaining a fight with a guy when he got one lined up. Right? Y'all ignoring the fact because of y'all focusing on what he's saying and not what he's doing. Again, typical clickbait shit. Let me get a shock value. Let me say Shakur is this. Shakur fighting T.O. Shut up and be in the building January 31st and watch one of the best fighters make history. 4 division champion at 28. Some shit your favorite fighter not doing. I'm tired of y'all playing. Y'all find any reason, and that shit, it burns me up because I've been watching them longer than I've been watching a lot of these guys. And instead of just appreciating the shit he on right now, you like, nah, we got to find a way to, nah, we ain't want to talk about T.O. Yeah, we still praying. We got our fingers crossed that the fight don't happen. Shut up. He got T.O. Shock of weight. They just made this shit for a 135-pound interim after somebody blew weight. Y'all not even paying attention? Y'all not paying attention. They didn't even make them earn the shit. They just made up the rule as they went along. Mauricio again. And not to mention, then y'all just get done bitching about Shakur fighting is mandatory. Williams Zepeda, look up the rules. He ain't do another one of those for about a year, 9 months to a year. It's over with. Let him sit there. He got T.O. to worry about. It's a bigger fight, more dangerous. It's at a weight class he's never been at. Yeah, him and Shock gonna do what they do. They gonna do what they do, man. They gonna do what they do. I think because they know each other, shit gonna make for a really entertaining fight, similar to Tank and Roach. But the difference is, I don't think it'll result in a draw. I think somebody will win, whether that's Shakur or whether that's Oshaquie Foster. I'm for it. I want to see it. Why wouldn't I? Don't got one reason in the world why I wouldn't want to see that. And I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know too many fighters that openly want to fight Shakur the way Shock is doing. I don't care about that fake ass call. I believe him. I believe him until proven otherwise. He get an opportunity to fight Shakur. I'm telling you, I believe he gonna fight him. I believe he gonna fight him. I believe it. I swear I believe he want that fight. I believe he want to show people the shit he said he want to show us. He want to show us that, look, he ain't as good as y'all think he is. And I have no problem with that. He didn't make it personal other than the back and forth that they had back then. I'm talking about now. He's strictly talking about, look, I'm moving up to 35 and I want to fight you. Straight like that. I'm like, yeah, after one of his absolute best performances in his career. So Shockey, to me, is looking at he had his absolute prime right now. Yes, that's the time I want to see Shakur fight him. Shockey is at his absolute best, not coming off a so-so performance where people was just questioning him a couple fights ago. They forgot about the first Robson Conceição. Yeah, people felt like they took it from him, but they felt like he was too conservative. And even in the second fight, they wasn't too high on that performance. The Abraham Nova fight, where was all this shock energy? I want to know from all of y'all. Where was this shock energy for them fights? That was like a 3-fight stretch. They wasn't talking about Oshaquie Foster and Shakur Stevenson. Because he was Cool Boy. Y'all know he be the real one. So you like, yeah, he could be Shakur. Yeah, he could be Shakur. That shit ain't gonna be the same. It ain't gonna be what we just seen Saturday. And that's with all due respect to Cool Boy. Shakur gonna be in better shape than Cool Boy. Gonna be more focused than Cool Boy. And he ain't gonna be fighting at the wrong range all night at a disadvantage. Shout out to Robert back in the joint. Yeah, you could jump on, man. Click the link, bro. It's in the community.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Damn, yo, you and Lala, man, y'all comments about Cool Boy is just making me sad again. Oh my Lord. I need to go take a cold shower for like 3 hours straight. Forget about what happened on Saturday night. Not only was I rooting for Cool Boy, if he would have lost, it would have been whatever. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see some of my favorite fighters get their asses whooped. Cool Boy's not one of my favorite fighters, but the past couple of years, following his journey and him talking about, want to be improved, and you see the can't be stopped tatted across the belly and all that. Like, I'm rooting for the guy. I root for all these fighters. I like to see these guys in the best space possible, because if they're in the best space possible, we get the best fights possible. You feel me?
Right.
So it's like you got, like you just said about Shaq. Right now, Shaq is looking like he's on the top of his game.
Right.
So if Cole were to go out there and whoop his ass after he fights Tio, then you can't be like, oh, well, he looked shaky versus what's his name? He looked
kind
of crazy versus Nova. And you be like, nah, that's the dude that 12 zip.
Get me? So man. People really want to I really would want to see it, man. I really would want to see it. I swear I hope it happened. I really do.
The result didn't surprise me, Lala. The result didn't surprise me.
Yeah, Z
what
was
produced
good,
those
shout
results
out to Raphael,
is what surprised me. I'm like, damn, he can't land a jab. He can't land a right hand. He can't do shit. He can't close the gap. Bozy can't help him. Can't help him through this shit. He just telling him, "Hey, back him up and let your right hand go." I'm like, bro, you ain't giving him no. Let your hands go. Come on, man.
People were making the comments in the comments. Remember, I'm on mute with it. People telling me, man, that the commentary wasn't some shit they wanted to hear. He was doing his best impersonation of the Regis Prograis, them air jabs. I was like, bro. And then he'll try to double and triple it out, and he just wasn't sticking to it. He looked mentally disconnected,
bro.
And maybe that's because the shock didn't let him get in the game. But Robert, what's good with it, homie?
What's good? What's good with y'all?
How you feeling, man? Talk to me, bro.
I'm good. Yeah, I just wanted to ask first because I join when I can, but I never been on the pod before, so I ain't want, you feel me? I don't mean no disrespect, but what I was saying with that with the super chat comment was everything that the dude expanded upon was he can match his speed, or he's tall, or he got more reach. He did say he was exceptionally skilled, but that wasn't anything that he expanded on. And I feel like that's either A, intentional, or B, it's just like a lazy, not thought out argument. Because if you really expand on the skill set and the IQ from what we've seen on tape, obviously Oshaquie did look tremendous, better than I've ever seen him before in this past fight. But if you expand on the skill set, the lead hand, the distance control, the angles, the defense, I don't think that there is anything that bro would have been able to say that uh that Oshaquie really does better than Shakur, other than the fact that he may be more athletic, maybe. But other than that, like I just don't see it. And then Shakur has also shown that he can beat fighters and handicap fighters to a degree that are more athletic than him, that do have faster hands than him, faster feet than him, i.e. Edwin De Los Santos. Granted, it was a boring fight, and people critique that performance, but at the end of the day, Shakur still won. And, that's really what Shakur is trying to go do. He's trying to win no matter what it looks like. So, but like I was saying, though, I would like to see the fight, though, for sure.
Me too.
The only thing that I didn't really like was that Shakur said he got to fight Ray Savage first, just because, like, Shakur struggles to get good fighters in the ring with him, if we're being quite honest. So I personally don't like that comment. I get why he's saying he cool with Ray Ford. He don't like Oshaquie. He want to see his boy get a chance. I get all of those things. You feel me? It just I want to see him fight Shakur. Like I want to see, like I think that'd be a good fight. I would absolutely go. Like it probably would be in Shakur would probably be the A side, so it probably would be in Newark or but yeah, probably Newark or something like that. So I would go. I would want to see the fight, and I
And
do
you
think
see how
Shakur will
you
win.
think, bro? I can't appreciate you come right up here being a real boxing supporter. You see how you think? He struggles. You don't think that way if you're a hater. If you mad at Shock for doing what a fighter supposed to do. He already
No,
needs
he doing exactly what
opponents,
he's supposed to do.
right? He
And
need names. He need people that people like guys think can beat him. That's what he
yeah,
needs. It's a fair amount of people that feel like T.O. is gonna win. I'm seeing people pick body shot knockouts, T.O. by knockout late. I love it. What I look like being mad at somebody for breathing life into Teofimo. That's why I want as many people possible to say it. I don't want to see it happen, but I want as many people possible be as loud as possible. And in the meantime, oh shit, we think Shock is the next guy up too. Cool, keep lining them up because he need opponents. He need names that people deem credible for him to continue to grow and show just how good he is. The only way he can do that and solidify himself as the best that I already feel like he is one of them, keep beating those guys. That's all. T.O. Start with T.O. This is going to be a great start. So he got a real challenge. I hope he embarrassed T.O. I swear I'm telling you, if I've ever wanted to see Teofimo lose, it's going to be January 31st. None
I'm with
perfect.
you. I'm
I
with
want
you.
to see a master class. I swear.
I'm with you. But see, me personally, like for example, I give you an example. I like Jerron Ennis a lot, right? I was happy when they was hyping up Stanionis, saying it could be fight of the year contender and all of this other stuff. I wanted that. You feel what I'm saying? Because I want the fighters that I support to get their recognition and their respect. There's no way that I thought that fight was going to last past eight or 9 rounds, and there's no way I thought it was going to be a fight of the year. I thought it was going to be one-sided, which it kind of was. But like, hype the opponent up so that the fighter could get more credit. You feel what I'm saying? But I don't think that's the case with the T.O. fight, or if Shakur were to fight Oshaquie. I actually think that those fighters are, and I think T.O.'s going. I think Shakur's going to win both, but I do think that those are really good fighters that can get in there and do some things that will make Shakur have to think and adjust, and have to be in there sharp. It's not going to be no Yoshino or Josh Padley type of fight.
Exactly.
Like, he going to have to fight.
Right.
You feel me?
Chill. Put some respect on Josh's name. You cooking?
No.
Put some respect on Josh's name.
I fuck with Josh Padley too. Josh Padley got better after that Shakur fight.
Hey, did he? Got some
get-
wins,
You
right?
seen that fight
I fuck with-
afterwards? He went in there with the guy that was 13-0, and
Mhm.
and he stopped him in like 5
Stopped him,
rounds.
got him
something
out
like
of there.
that.
Got him out of there.
And let's not
it looked
forget,
good doing it.
Chamberlain was supposed to be the man coming out of the UK.
Yep.
He was the number 1 prospect out the UK at 135, and Padley.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
While holding down a full-time job, but nobody clowned Padley, Chamberlain for losing to an electrician at the time. He didn't quit that job until after he fought Shakur and got that payday. So he had a job the whole time.
So you know what? You're exactly right. So let me not put Josh Padley in that category, because if we being honest, Josh Padley wasn't ready for a Shakur fight. He's a replacement. And so let me not say Josh Padley, but you kind of get what I'm saying. I don't feel like the T.O. fight and the Oshaquie fight are fights that's like we're just looking at it like, oh yeah, Shakur about to just go box these dudes head off. Like you might feel how you feel.
He got a real fight on his hands.
They both come in to win. They both believe that they can win. It ain't like no situation where it's this like a complete difference in class on paper. Now, like I said, I do think that Shakur is going to cook T.O. though, for sure, just because like the things that the people that I've seen T.O. kind of struggle with, not have his best performances against, have been southpaws with good feet that can control the distance, that he can't really just track down. I feel like T.O. looks his best when he can just be a counter puncher and fighters come to him and he could dance around him and do all those flashy movements and stuff like that. But I feel like and against Ortiz and Sandor Martin, like fights like that where he had to cut the ring and try to close that distance, he didn't look as well. And I just feel like Shakur is just probably the best in the world at managing the distance and being elusive. So I do think that Shakur's strengths kind of play into T.O.'s weaknesses, or T.O.'s weaknesses play to Shakur's strengths. So I do think Shakur is going to go up in there and beat him.
I think the
convincingly,
biggest
but
challenge is, I swear, and that maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I don't think so. I think one of the biggest obstacles, I don't even call it obstacle, I say challenge for Shakur is T.O.'s athleticism and how he
yeah,
chooses.
no, T.O. is
Very
extremely
athletic. Yo,
athletic.
he's twitchy. He's fast. He got good
He's
speed, bro.
extremely athletic.
That's
He's
a good fighter.
extremely athletic.
If you remove how you think and feel about him, just saying in the ring, and I get it, he had the hiccup and he had some times where he kind of underperformed by his standards or what he was built as. But I think overall, that's just a really good, talented fighter that if you smart, you're gonna prepare for. You're gonna know you got a real fight on your hands. Like Kambosos, the one fight he did lose, he had to fight his ass off. He was bloody. He got dropped in that fight late too, so he had to dig deep. It wasn't like he just got in there and oh shit, he just whooped T.O.'s ass. People make it sound like that, but T.O. fought really well, and I felt like he beat himself. I feel like shit, if you went in there with Shakur with that kind of mentality, you gonna get fried. I thought you and he got really embarrassed, and he a sneaky dude. I don't know what it is about him. But fights like this are great for boxing because it's going to say so much about the winner. You're going to learn so much about the winner and loser on either side, whoever it is. Get what I'm saying? This shit going to show us is T.O. really one of them dudes that when he in front of somebody that is deemed one of the best fighters, is he really able to raise his level again? I think he can do it, right? If he beat him and let you know just how good he is, right? And then they're going, it's going to be all I told you, souls and Shakur, but that's gonna be a fight, bro. That's a fight.
So you bring up two good points, like the Kambosos fight. The Kambosos fight is kind of hard to judge, and Kambosos is a natural counter puncher too, and so obviously he was on the back foot and turning a lot, which he was able to have success too. Obviously he wasn't a southpaw though, but at the same time, T.O. came out there trying to get him out of there in one round, and it took for him. It took half the fight. It took half the fight for T.O. to make an adjustment and say, "All right, let me really just try to box this dude how I normally fight." And he had tremendous success. Like Kambosos won more rounds, but like T.O. landed some shit. Like he landed some big punches. Like you feel what I'm saying? And when he just did what he wanted to do, like how we normally box, then obviously you could see that T.O. probably is the better fighter than Kambosos. But the other point that you brought up is historically, which is again something that I can't discount, T.O. does show up against the good fighters like Lomachenko, he showed up. Josh Taylor, he showed up.
But even, what's funny? Somebody was just saying, if the T.O. that showed up against Lomachenko show up, they got T.O. winning. And I thought that was very funny and telling because go look at that fight again. And go look at how T.O. was able to put them rounds in the bank. Go look at which direction he was moving most of the time. Go look at how the fight was playing out. And then go look at the point where the punch count went from single-digit punches to double-digit punches. It was a drastic change in how the fight played out. Now, I'm not just saying, Shakur is going to replicate that exact situation, but it's like you were coming forward. You were on the front foot. Lone would be giving up body shots early. He wasn't throwing shots. He was sitting there moving, backing off, and T.O. was, walking to him, creating his shots.
Yeah, he was throwing that 1-3-2 to the body. Yeah,
right. He wouldn't pull the trigger, and I'm like, Shakur ain't let you do that. You could cancel Christmas. You think you just gonna be out there having your way like that, dude? Y'all hit that like button. We got about 70 people in the building. OP, Ags Bad, what's good with it? Y'all double tap.
And the thing with the what's the name fight with the what's my man's name? Josh Taylor fight, where I struggle to put that in that category of Teofimo stepping up to the big competition because stylistically he doesn't fit the mold of those guys that we've seen give Teofimo a lot of trouble. Yeah, he was southpaw, but when the hell have you ever seen Josh Taylor do anything but press forward? And a lot of times Josh Taylor, when he's closing the gap, he don't even jab. He barely uses lead hand. He gonna try to get on the inside. He got a sneaky good inside game. He might try to frame you up, use some physical control, sneak some shots.
He is a physical inside fighter. That's for sure.
He's physical, but closing the gap, he could get touched on the way in. But he ain't somebody that's going
in that gap right back in that mouth. I have you looking like a
change positions. Oh man, that seemed. He said he's gonna close his gap. He's gonna open his gap back up. This is Ryan Weiland. But yeah, like Josh Taylor, I do think it was a good win, but I feel like his style and his temperament it played into what T.O. does well, more so than it being just the fact that T.O. quote unquote rose to the occasion.
So I think it's two parts. Oh, my bad. I thought you was on my fault.
No, it's all good, bro. Go ahead.
I think it's two parts to that though. I still can't. So I 100% agree with that stylistically, right? But I can't say that. I can't discount T.O. Obviously, this is just a different fight, but I can't discount T.O. because when we saw somebody that he probably should have beat and probably should have gotten out of there, which was George Kambosos, he didn't fight like, he wasn't focused. He was smoking hookah before the fight with his dad. Like he wasn't focused. He just looked at it as a walk in the park. So I think like the mental aspect of like coming in with a game plan and trying to execute that particular game plan. I just think he's a more focused, more disciplined fighter when he's in there with somebody that he respects a little bit more.
Facts.
But to your other point though,
because I'm looking at the what's the name. For me, it's more so what you stated before about how the weakness is playing to the strengths. Because again, are we going to shoot him bail when he's talking about he ain't want to fight tall fighters no more versus Nakatani? So it's every time you look shaky, that's oh well, I just wasn't focused or I didn't have my mind right.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point.
And then also as Just pointed out, in the back half of the Lomachenko fight, like 7 through 11, he looked like he was stuck in the land of the lost. He didn't know what the hell was going on in the first couple of rounds. And I'm not saying that
that's true, OP.
I'm not going to give him credit because if Loma's not letting his hands go, if he's not providing enough resistance, then do enough to take advantage of that. But once the resistance started coming back, he stopped cutting off the angles. He stopped pushing him back. He started getting turned, started getting hit over his jab. His jab got inconsistent. Like all these things, he just kind of just fell apart. And my man behind the hands, he said something that I was thinking as you guys were talking, when he talked about T.O.'s skill, but the bad decisions. So what I was thinking about was the structure. When you watch Shakur Stevenson fight, he fights with a lot of structure, a lot of purpose. As you were saying before, Robert, like how he controls the range. Now, Shakur, he controls the range several ways. He controls the range with his jab. He controls the range with his feet. He controls the range with physicality. Like if you see him in there with a guy who got a high guard up, like Oscar Valdez, for example, how many times was he posting and pinning Valdez's guard on the way in? It got to the point where the referee had to tell Shakur several times, "Hey, Cole, you can't leave it out there."
That's a fact.
What I'm saying is,
that's a fact.
He uses multiple tools to assess the range and to maintain it. And then he gonna just do little stuff like with T.O. He's kind of all over the damn place. When he got dropped by Kambosos, is because he tried to walk the man down in a damn shell. How the hell you gonna be walking forward in the shoulder roll? Not using that. And then the man throws a damn right hand or overhand right that you literally walk into. But like, let's say if Shakur, if he's coming forward, T.O.'s coming forward and he taking small steps instead of just rushing in and he measuring the range.
See, the difference is he had a similar issue that Tiger went into the fight with. You remember that rumor I put out there? See, the difference is Tiger got into an argument with his girl. So it wasn't over. T.O. was fighting heartbreak. It was over. Like he's in there fighting, trying to take it out on Kambosos. I'm gonna knock you out. We're in there. I think it's his pro debut. He got knocked down early. I think it was the first round of his pro debut. He got dropped. Being careless. And it's very similar.
But he wasn't even coming. He wasn't even coming forward behind the jab versus Kambosos.
Nah, he was
like that. A couple times I've seen. He's been dropped before. Teofimo can be knocked down and hit all balance because of his athleticism and his willingness to over rely on it. Yeah. Especially if you feel like he can confuse you with it, being twitchy, like behind the hands was saying, like, because he got that. He got some things about him that make him I think a top tier talent. But you know what's funny? Thinking about it earlier, I know why they calling him a cherry pick. I know why they downplaying T.O. Part of the reasons is he find a way to win this fight, bro. Imagine what they're gonna say about the guy that loses to the dude that they call a cherry pick, not good. Just imagine what they want to say. Boxing fans are really bad. Like they're not really fans. They're just boxer fans are bad. Let me switch it up. Boxer fans are bad. That's what y'all do. Y'all tear down everything and everybody in the effort. Y'all want him to look bad. If he beat this dude, I wonder what people gonna say. I'm serious. I wonder. Because somebody said
I
in
agree
my
with that.
comments, like, he's not accomplished something. He's this, that. I was like, bro, do you watch boxing? I had to ask him, like, he'd be a 4-division champion at 28 years old with 25 fights if he beat T.O. I don't think you could name another one, could you? I can't. Not off the top of my head.
You said 4 division?
28, 25
Yeah,
fights. You know,
I think maybe the last one was probably that I can name off the top of my head at like 28 or something like that was maybe like Leo Santa Cruz. That's the last one I could think of. And that was a little minute ago.
That too.
Yeah,
I like
Leo.
Leo. I like Leo, man.
So can I ask y'all a question? Because I was well, just a little bit of background by myself. I do train. I don't have no fights, but I do train. I do spar a lot, and I do spar guys that are like amateurs. I sparred a couple pros before, shit like that, right? So I sports bet a lot. I don't bet with my heart. So like for example, this Lamont Roach fight. I know Lamont Roach personally. I grew up with him. I'm from the DMV. I thought that he was going to beat. I mean, I felt like he won. You feel me? But I thought he was going to beat Pitbull. So I put Lamont on my parlay. When he fought Tank, I didn't put him on my parlay. You feel what I'm saying? Because I'm like, shit, that's gonna be rough. You feel what I'm saying?
And
So
guess
like,
guess who better draw?
You did.
Guess who better draw?
That's my man. Good
the
man.
guy they love to hate, man.
Good man. So
You know
so
what
my
I'm saying?
question.
And end up being right. But he don't know shit. And he be studying. I'm telling you. I think it's something. I think T.O. think he sees something in Core and vice versa. I think Core for like low key, he know how he fight and he studied him and he know how to beat him because he said as much. But T.O. is almost saying the same thing. So they both got a fair amount of confidence going into this shit, and I like it. I think it'll make for a really good fight, man. I think half of competing, or a big part of competing, I don't even want to put a percentage on it, but a big part of competing is being confident, especially in boxing.
Facts.
But my
You
man,
gotta believe in yourself.
cooking, bro.
So my question is though, because I was at the gym in the debate,
Right.
what's T.O.'s path to winning? Like people were saying, he got to apply relentless pressure and he got to catch him with something and shit like that. What how do y'all think T.O. could beat Shakur?
I swear, man. Because the biggest thing that he might feel like he might have is, I keep saying, I could be wrong, for me, is athleticism. Because I've heard people make that argument. You know, I think, man, you know what? Let me be like simple. I don't want to go too deep right now. I'm gonna just say this: Shakur got to fight the wrong kind of fight. I'm gonna be dead serious, because why I say that and why I think it just boils down to that, because it's clear. And we know, all of us up here and people in the chat, we watched Teofimo long enough to know we've seen there's some consistencies in the areas where he struggled. And then when you look at Shakur Stevenson and those guys that he struggled against, we could just about say in our guesstimation that he's a more consistent, better, higher level than these guys that he struggled against, right? So it's like, fight the right fight. Expose his limitations, his weaknesses, what he's not good at. Like, do the opposite of what Lamont Roach just did Saturday, at least for the first half of the fight, right? Do the opposite. And if you put rounds in the bank early, and if you feel like you could stand in there with him and you want to go get him later, I'm cool with you making that adjustment. But first things first, take him to your world. Show him, and this is just me as a fight fan, show him the fucking difference between y'all two. Don't fight like you got nothing to prove. I don't want to see that. I already seen it against Zepeda. If that's not good enough for the people that's still hating on you, it'll never be. You should never have to put yourself in harm's way to get the acceptance of the fans, and they still kind of knocking you. They still didn't give you full credit for that shit. They still want to talk about how you almost got knocked out. They don't want to really talk about what you did and how impressive it was. So you know what you do? Exactly what you said in that post fight. Go back to doing what you're doing. Fight your fight and show the fucking difference between Teofimo and Shakur. That's it. I don't give a damn what they want to see. Do it your way. I'm cool with that. That's why I put my money on him against people that he get in the ring with, because he gonna do it his way. He gonna do what's best for him. I feel like that's a pay to fight. Maybe on the night he made up his mind. Hey, this is what's best for me, to get the right reception so people could shut up. I want to shut some of the people up. I get that, but get right back to what Shakur do. I'll box T.O., man. Show that he can't box consistently on the front foot when he got to go get you. I don't give a fuck about no Tom and Jerry. You're a pure boxer. Box his ass. He already given away his I don't want to say game plan, but his mentality to a degree. He keep talking about power. Yeah, make him earn that shit. Or you keep talking about your power. I'm the best defensive fighter in boxing. I'm gonna show that shit that night against one of the best fighters in boxing. You. I'm gonna make this shit hard for you. Just like Jermaine Ortiz did. Jermaine Ortiz had that dude whining, complaining, crying about running. You get what I'm saying? Sandro Martin saying he was looking over there spaced out, talking about, do I still got it? And then he gonna lie saying he knew where the cameras was at. That's why he was saying it. Well, you know what? I want to hear him say that night. I want to hear him talking about I beat Shakur 11 rounds, the 2 and shit like it did. You know what I mean? Campbell and stuff like that. Behind the ass, what's good, my guy? How you feeling, bro?
Hey, what's good? Now, shout out to my boy Justin, my dog and my queen.
That's my dog.
Hey, Rob Mercer, man, you got a good question. I just came up here to throw something in the wind at it. In order for him to win, it's got to be a combination of him having the perfect fight and Shakur having the worst fight.
Yeah.
I don't think. The only reason why I say that is because I know the type of. I mean, you don't know me, but I get an opportunity to watch him prepare, and the preparation that the dude puts in is second to none. You know what I mean? He prepares for every type of circumstance known to man. And he has the best people in the gym to prepare him.
That's
so I don't hear much about the sparring partners that T.O. has. But I will say this, in my opinion, he cannot make this a boxing match in order to win. It can't be a boxing match. You won't win that. But if he got the gas tank to be, I don't know, Maidana-like for 12 rounds, that would give him the best chance. But he'd have to make the fight sloppy. It cannot just be a all-out boxing match. He's going to lose a boxing match. But if he was somehow able to make it, how they say, muck it up, he'd have a better chance. But just going out there and trying to be the better boxer, that's a loss. But I do think that he got some type of chance, but I just don't see it in the conventional sense of him coming out and just boxing.
All right, and Shakur is himself. He's a really tough guy to deal with and beat. And I just want to say this while people listening. I get this a lot in comments when I make the point that it's certain people have the opportunity to fight him and don't. Somebody always say, well, ain't nobody scared of him. He's not scary. He's not this. Has nothing to do with that. These grown men that box. Style-wise, some of these guys that been, linked to him, it just would be in their best interest not to fight him. Like the guy that just got a gift Saturday, Pitbull, had his opportunity. Now he talking about he want to fight the winner, T.O. and Shakur. Man, shut that up. I don't want to see that shit. He had an opportunity and he complained. And I'm cool. You complained. You didn't make the fight. You wasn't interested. It has nothing to do with being scared. But top of his game, they know it. It's known in boxing he's going to be hard to beat. It's just, but he's showing you got to be a hater, blind, deaf, dumb. Just something got to be wrong with you at this point to admit that.
Just he might not be scary in the sense for a fighter, but for your manager or promoter, he's scary. That's the truth. Your manager, your promoter, he don't want you in there with a guy that's gonna make you look silly. You know what I'm saying? So to that degree, he might be scary. Maybe not in the sense of pain and him inflicting pain on you, but in the sense of him making your brand look crazy. Yes, that's scary.
You know what's funny behind the hands, bro? I could see it when he went out there and fought. Like he just got by with these decisions, right? Like he just be getting by, or these fights be super competitive, and then he just struggled to a win, or just happen to outbox you at the end. He be shutting people best shit off, it's like turning the damn faucet off. Behind the Heads has explained this to me on the phone when he's seen it with his own eyes. Sean Porter said he's seen the same shit behind the Heads and explained it to me with his own eyes. He's able to do that. If you don't think shutting off somebody's best attributes in the fight and outthinking them for a 36-minute period is not special, you just don't know what special is. You don't.
I watch him.
That's my guy. I heard it from him. I believe him. We done heard Porter say the same shit. They don't know each other.
I've watched too many people that are home run hitters get in that ring with Shakur and sparring in the gym, and they turn into one-dimensional guessing punchers. They look crazy. I mean, and I'm not talking about lightweights or super lightweights. I'm talking 154 pounders, 160-pound guys. They can't do it, you know, and it looks crazy. It looks absolutely crazy. And then you try to explain that to somebody, they think you crazy. You know what I'm saying? I just try to, I don't even try to explain it. I just tell people, man, that dude is really gifted. And you know, it ain't got nothing to do with power. You know, it's got everything to do with his IQ.
I keep telling
Yeah,
people
so
his
I think
strongest
that
attribute
is
is his mind. Yeah, I keep talking about his hands. He don't punch hard. He's not a killer. If I can outthink you round after round after round and stop you completely from doing the shit that you do to win fights, that's a fucking killer. Killer don't mean, because ain't nobody's a killer. If that's the case, killer don't mean I gotta knock you out. But if I can really and it's called boxing. It's really called boxing. You know how hard it is to continue to outthink. How many people have you seen box damn near the perfect fight and get caught late? And we talking about a guy that eliminates that or makes that a real small possibility of happening. So much so that still today, they like, man, we don't even know if he got a chance. But the real ones that watch the fights, they know, like, he got hit before. You know what I'm saying?
but
So
the
you got
best
still
chance,
people asking them to face adversity. But going into the fight less than yourself, that's adversity.
Bro,
He's so
you know,
talented, I don't think people recognize when he's going through an adverse moment. Because
you know,
he got through it.
You know, I seen him. I seen a guy throw his elbows up and cut him in the gym in sparring, not from a punch, but from him trying to defend himself and cut Shakur with an elbow. They tried to stop the sparring, and Shakur was like, nah, don't stop it. He went and got him some water. He got the cut treated, and he beat the hell out of this guy until the guy just got out the ring and left. Like, I literally watched a guy of a higher weight class, I ain't gonna say his name, got out the ring and just left after Shakur put hands on him after cutting him with his elbow. That right there eliminated the is he a dog thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've gotten to see him at different facets that he hasn't had the opportunity to show in an actual fight because he hasn't had to. But he's got so many tools in that toolbox that people just reduce him to he just quick and he just jumped back. You know, it's way beyond that. You know, and it's unfortunate that people watch boxing with their heart as opposed to with their eyes because they missing something special with that kid.
So it's funny because like
good,
so two things. I think that like it's a couple different types of dangerous fights.
Okay.
Obviously, you got the knockout punchers that can land one shot and put you to sleep. But the other type of dangerous fights is the type of fighter that will expose you and you can't do nothing with them. You know how frustrating that is to
You
be
get me?
getting punched in the face, punched in the body, and you can't get nothing back. Shakur got the highest plus minus in boxing, one of the highest in
And,
boxing history. You know
and
how
he
frustrating
numbered to
that
the
is?
people that keep saying, pardon me, the people that keep saying he don't throw punches. I'm gonna keep throwing it because I found this out as a new style too. He's number 2 behind Benavidez in combination punching. I did not know that.
Yeah,
The plus
Shakur
minus I
actually.
knew. I already talked about that, but I was like, damn, he right behind Benavidez. That's very impressive. I don't give a damn what nobody says.
We know damn well Benavidez throw video game combinations at you.
Fact.
You get me? It's Shakur right there. And they'll be like, but he don't throw punches. But you got 2 stats that contradict that false narrative. It goes completely against that. So I don't be
I
trying
feel
to
like
hear.
that.
Keep doing what you're doing. Fight
I
your
feel like
fight, bro.
that narrative is just so fighters could get out of fighting them because Shakur is one of the most complete fighters I've ever seen. And like I said, I do spar, I do train, and I do study a lot. And like so how bro was saying, Tio will have to make it like he will have to muck up the fight and make it a dirty fight. Shakur is more physical on the inside than T.O. As we see on tape.
Talk about it.
Yeah, he is.
T.O.'s more slick
Talk
than he
about
is
it.
physical. So I don't even think that is a good idea. And I think Shakur is a better inside fighter defensively and offensively. I think T.O.'s
Shout out
best
to
chance,
Jay. Don't
honestly.
worry, bro. One thing
I
about the
think
politics, they gonna always be there. But you know the good thing about fighters like Core, man, he gonna be there too when that smoke clear. Don't
I
worry,
think
because think
honestly,
about it. All the narratives that they throw at his career, I can't get through a month of boxing without somebody trying to tear him down. I swear, I've never seen nothing like it's weird. We entertaining this Oshaquie call out more than the fact that he got to fight Tio. That's how in a rush people are to make him look like less than a fighter. He's clearly fighting somebody that would be on paper deemed more accomplished, better fighter, more of a dangerous challenge. But we'll throw all of that out the window. We'll act like that's not what's going on. He ain't doing what your favorite fighter said he's never gonna do again. Yeah, I'm talking to y'all super fans because it's coming from y'all. Yeah, when we gonna ignore that. Yeah, let's talk about how he ain't saying he want to fight Oshaquie. And then the minute he start entertaining Oshaquie, they're gonna be like, oh man, he ain't focused on Tio. He gotta focus on Tio. He better shut up and focus on Tio. Man, kill that
just keep it a buck. How long I've been telling you the Shaq versus Shakur shit was gonna happen?
Yeah.
How long? No, be real. I mean, I don't know the answer. How long I've been saying that's brewing? How long I've been saying it? It's been over a year.
They made it popular to talk about, that's for sure. While y'all was still questioning how good Shaq was, when people like me or behind the hands was talking about he good, and y'all was questioning them Conceição fights and the Abraham Novas, he been saying this shit was gonna happen. And it got victory. That's the only thing
was better than.
I've been telling people. I've been telling people for almost 2 years that they I ain't gonna say hit it for a collision course, but it's been a lot of tension there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot. Well, what I'm gonna say this, bro, is that I mean, I'm in the city where both of them are, and the gyms that they are respectively at are only 4 miles away from one another, and it's almost like Bloods and Crips. Those two gyms. You know, you can't go to one. If you go to one, you're not going to the other. Or if you go to the other, you really not going to this one. There's very, very few fighters that can bounce in between all these different gyms. And then people like myself in the media that are able to do it too. But, you know, I've been talking about this for a minute because I've watched them try to mend this relationship and it fell apart. And then I've watched them try to become co-workers or spar together, and it did not work. I watched the management situation try to go and, you know, work with one another. It did not work. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in the gym while Shakur was at 130, and I'm watching Bobby Bennett and Shock say we the best 130 in the world. And I'm like, oh, I see what's going on. This is all the way when they was at 130. And the pressure was on then. You know, I remember asking Shaq about it, and he was like, nah, I'm gonna get him in the ring eventually. You know, he was dead set on fighting Shakur years ago. So, you know, for people to just pick this up, like this is something that's new, they just finding something new to throw at Shakur, or you know make it seem like he avoiding something.
Yeah, you know what's corny?
Because they've been going back and forth on Twitter for a minute too, like I remember Oshaquie said he was on drugs and talking about his girl.
A couple fights ago, they was just saying, I don't think Oshaquie, I don't know Oshaquie. This was shit they was saying. You can't, you can't have a good performance. You can't have a close or a competitive fight.
But I go back.
I distinctively remember this. And now all of a sudden, he beat Cool Boy, who was out of shape. I'm standing on that. He looked like he had a fat camp, disinterested, mentally he was just checked out and not doing anything right. He looked the absolute worst he could look, and Shock looked the best I've ever seen. But y'all get real lot, man. This shit, I can't wait, man. I hope we get to see all of these fights, bro. But y'all was questioning this man a couple fights ago. I swear y'all, the Abraham Nova fight? Y'all remember that shit?
Hey, Rob.
God's more convincingly than that. He let Abraham Nova hang around, man. I don't know. Man,
hey, Rob, these dudes
boxing, bro. It switched from fight to fight, so I should know better.
Hey, Rob, these dudes was roommates in Virginia.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so and they shared a common coach that's like my big homie, you know, and that coach spent a lot of time developing both of them in the earlier years of their lives, not just their pro boxing careers, just their lives, period. And I think when you got two alpha males, inevitably there's going to be some friction. And I think that's all it is. I'm not about to tell somebody that it's a wrong versus a right, or this guy's this. And no. These two dudes are two alphas that feel like they're the best, and that's what boxing is built on. And I respect it. You know what I'm saying?
And
So
that's why I said the same thing. That's why I respect Shot, because he's
and a
strictly
lot of people
talking. Like, aside from their personal back and forth, that's dead. He's clearly talking about boxing, bro.
Yeah, they definitely talk about boxing.
And that's what I love. I want to hear that. So that's why I said that's the difference between me and y'all super duper fans. If I'm anything how y'all do, I should start tearing Shockey down right now. Operation Tear Down Shockey now. I should start coming up with narratives about how this performance really wasn't that good and how Cool Boy was a cherry pick and he was fat and overweight. This shit y'all do. They don't play the contemporaries, anybody that might be a threat or could be a challenge. That's what y'all do. Tear the fighters down. I'm over there bigging up Shock for that energy. I love it because I know when they get in the ring, it's gonna be a fight.
I respect Shock. I respect Shock because there was a large percentage of his career where he was 1 foot out and 1 foot in. He wasn't very serious for a long time. A lot of people don't know that's a real street dude. I mean, you could probably tell when you hear him talk, but that's a real street dude. And where he from ain't nothing to do but have babies and sell dope. So, you know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing to do in Orange, Texas. So for him to be in Houston bettering himself, it kind of says a lot about what he's trying to do. But forever, he's been 1 foot out and 1 foot in, and then he got focused when he got with Bobby Benton. And to see him get to this point, he already feels like he's underappreciated. And I'm gonna be honest with you, with Cool Boy being out of shape, he may have been out of shape, but that chip was on Shock's shoulder so heavy to where this is just my opinion. An in shape Cool would have had just as much of a problem because that dude had a lot of chip on his shoulder. He had a lot that he felt like he needed to prove. You know, he felt like he being slighted. You know how we speak on the Shakurs, the TOs, or the better upper echelon of the sport. He's always felt like he was a part of that, but he's always felt like he's been looked over. You know, so
yeah, like he getting slighted. Yeah,
absolutely, and that's why you see a performance like that. What you saw Saturday, man. I've watched that, and I've told just this many times, man. That's what he is. That's what he is. And I'm not saying he's ever disagreed, but people have a hard time seeing it, especially if you don't see it under the lights. But I've been telling people that dude is different. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard for people. I've heard that some of the greatest coaches, the smartest coaches, have told me that his IQ is second to none. You know what I'm saying? And I know this. I've seen it in person. You know, I've seen the way he dismantles people in sparring.
Right. That dude he picked a fine time to show up and show the hell out. I mean, man. And that's how I said this is nothing bad I can say. That's how you show out. And again, I'm big on seeing the fight because they got history, which might lead to an even better fight, right?
Very familiar with each other.
Everything Oshaquie Foster is saying in terms of wanting to fight. Nobody's that serious about Shakur. I don't give a y'all can argue with me in the comments. It's cool. But that dude is serious as opposed to all the games and the one-ups. Nah, he's being very clear about, look, I'm here now. And
if they offer him a fight, he's not turning it down. If they offer Shock a fight with Shakur, he's not turning it down like everybody else you've heard. The Camboses, the Lomas, the Pitbulls, the this guy, to that guy. He's not turning no fight down with Shakur. He feels that he could beat him. And listening to him talk about the past or times that they've had, he feels like he's better. You know what I'm saying?
Make you want to see it even more. I swear.
He's not selling it to the public. He's not selling it. He believes it.
He got the upper hand. Cool. I ain't about to be mad at him, but he ain't that good. But I ain't never in this fight. I'm just saying I'm gonna keep this energy because I'm showing y'all that's what y'all do. I'm gonna keep showing y'all the difference between me and them other ones. They don't really like boxing. That's what you should want, a real one. And somebody, like I said earlier, coming off the best performance of their career, they're asking to fight, asking for the smoke. So we ain't got to hear well, he ain't really look good in that fight, or he weight dreamed.
The best performance against the biggest name in his career, too.
All of that shit. We ain't got to hear none of that.
I look at Cool Boy is bigger than Ray Vargas. That was the biggest name he fought.
Yeah.
I mean, until this fight, the biggest name he got was when he got a title off Ray Vargas. Yeah. So the best performance against the biggest name is a lot. That's saying a lot.
That's what I'm saying. it looked like he peaking at the right time because whatever foot he looked like he had out, definitely looked like he got 2 feet in and going full steam ahead. And I love to see it. And that's exactly what you're supposed to do after proving yourself, proving a lot of people wrong, going to prove it again. And he trending in the right direction. And unlike these other fake dudes, he moving in a direction that could at least make this a real conversation. At least he doing that.
Facts.
Dudes be talking shit from 2 weight classes away at 147, talking about fights or wherever you at, weight classes away. At least he in the ballpark where he's supposed to be talking about a fight. So I
remember the week where he made the announcement of going to 130, and I asked him personally. I said, "How long you gonna be there? Especially if you feel like you better than what's his name?" And then he was like, "Look, my plan is to get a title, possibly unify, and move up. And I'm going after him." He been talking about Shakur since he got to 130.
I love it, man. T Hill, Blue Hustle, man. What up?
All I'm saying is this not a gimmicky fight. If it was to happen, that's pretty as natural as it can come.
Yeah, it's a real one for sure.
Yeah, nah, he really feel like he could win.
And I believe it. You know the difference between somebody that's telling you some shit that's on their heart and some shit that somebody's saying for the clicks and the attention, just to somebody get somebody's attention. No, that shit's serious. It's of the same cloth for that shit that Marquise Taylor be talking, but don't be selling it. And I want to buy it anyway, and he ain't fucking selling it. if you make me want to buy some shit that you ain't selling, man, you got my attention. That's what Shock did.
Just you remember the press conference right before he fought Elvis Gomez, what he was saying on that stage?
Remember, and you made the dope ass clip out of it, man. That shit sold me, bro.
The conviction. The conviction he had.
I heard him say that because I just felt it. I was like, yo, he not trying to convince the viewers and the listeners. He dead. That shit coming from his heart, and it's coming from a place that you've been slighting me. What Shockey been talking about? Man, they been slighted. This dude, the champion. They even threw him a last minute bone when he missed weight by 2 pounds. Oh shit, this gonna be a title eliminator. At 35. Who was
he should have been eliminated for being overweight.
That wasn't for him. That's why I respect the win even more, because I look my tinfoil conspiracy. I got one that the PBC was gonna line him and Roach up. They wasn't building up no Oshaquie Foster. Why? Why would they do that?
He's not a PBC fighter to start with.
You get what I'm saying? They was making it look like, yo, Stephen Fulton's the man. Yeah, he fighting Shockey, but he the man. He a champ at the other way, but Shock is the current champion. They're not treating him like it. And they woke up a monster, I think.
You remember what Shock said? You supposed to be on this side.
Right. The same feeling, bro, that he seemed like he had towards the way they treated him with the build-up is the way he seemed like he got the same energy towards Shakur, which makes me want to see it more. It's not like it's personal. I just want to
not a reach.
So in the ring, I want to show everybody I'm the better guy. That's what you should want. That's why I want to see it. He really mean that shit, and I know he gonna fight. I know it. He probably somebody that could push him. You familiar with him? I mean, we know how fights could play out when people got history. So there's that element for the people that's like, man, Shock gonna win. Good. I want more people to say it because I love to see that fight. I don't care. I see people jumping on what Shakur's saying because he's throwing Ray forward in the mix. But just because I'm real and I like context and it matters, they were going at it. They were going at it at a point before this conversation got loud. Now, I ain't saying it wasn't something that's always in the back, but they were already exchanging.
There's been a silent war with them for years.
Right, with them, but then, you know, Ray Ford being closer to the...
The problem is he inserted himself and Shock felt like Shakur was choosing sides, so whatever.
I don't feel like we get the Ford fight if he goes right up and goes at Shakur, but I'm not mad either way.
Nah, if Shakur and Shock fight, I think Shock will have to get beat in order to get a Ford versus Shock fight. Now, when I say beat, I mean he'd have to get stomped out.
Said Gillian Wallow try to jump Shock.
Man, that'd have been a bad idea.
It's funny though, because to me, I think Oshaquie will have a better chance of beating Shakur than Tio. Now, personally, I think I would pick Shakur in both fights. You feel me? I just said that, but
I get you. I'm with you.
I feel like
He's smart, bro. He's smart. And he got deceptive power. He remind me of like he's slim dude to me. Like, you know, he's not a big ass guy, cut up, but he's slim dude. He like a slim dude with underrated power. He got sneaky power, bro. He do. He hit you clean.
His power carries late too.
Yeah. That shit is impressive, and I think that shit it's something with his heart. He got it. It's in him, bro. Not on him. That shit definitely in him. The way he fight, you can tell. Had that kind of performance, stay locked in, discipline. And I kept saying it, man. His eyes. You know how people had that deer in the headlights look. That remind me of that, but not without the fear, but focus. Like, bro, I see everything you doing, and none of it is gonna work. I was like, damn. Like, cool boy got to a point where it was like it was getting hard to call because he wasn't doing nothing. And it made me feel like, yo, am I calling this fight one-sided? No, this shit really just one-sided.
Yeah, that was a masterclass.
Jabbing in the air, swinging that wild ass like right hand that he was throwing, that shot just was slipping the shit out of. I was like, bro.
Hey, Just Shock was in there changing stances and like he was looking sweet.
I piss him off.
He switched to southpaw to orthodox a few times.
Yeah,
he
was looking sweet.
I like pissed off shot. I do. I like the chip on the shoulder. Y'all been slighting me, shot. That's the dude I want to see. Piss him off like that before every fight. Bro got in there and fought the best fight in his life. You know the point where he started to sell it to me where he wasn't selling it? Cool Boy said something to him like, you saying anything you supposed to say, something. He was like, something, man, I'm gonna show y'all, all y'all, everybody. Like, it just was like, it's something about it. It's very subtle, but it's like, I believe you. At this point, you're not selling it to me, but I'm buying it. I want to see how you gonna perform on Saturday. And when I seen it, I was like, oh yeah, I see what type of time you was on, bro. I get it.
Like, man, bro don't even talk when he training, bro. He don't even talk, bro. Straight up.
Yeah, he was knocking Scoop back. Scoop got a couple good shots in, but it's like you got to reduce that to it just being a fight and everybody get hit. It was that kind of like one-sided. And no slight, it's ain't nothing against Shock. That's Cool Boy. Come on, man. Time for a nutritionist, my guy. I'm only basing this off of the things that you said. I'm not trying to say I know what's best for you and you don't train. I'm not doing none of that. But I know you said you be in the 160s and you like food a lot.
Hey, man.
I hear fantasized about the sweat dripping off a water bottle. I know I heard you articulate that shit in a way that I ain't never heard nobody describe sweat off a bottle. I know I heard you sit here and say you eat your breakfast, look at other food and make pretend your breakfast is that food. Bro, you like food and that's completely okay. Out of all the vices that you could have, yours being food, I'm completely okay. But I think it's fair and logical to say, get a nutritionist. Maybe it'll be a way you still can enjoy eating the food you love, but keeping your weight in check. Because I don't never want to see you in the ring like that. And like that, meaning even walking like out the ring where the fight is over, look at his body, where you ain't trying to be flexed and tensed up. Like, look at the body. You moved, I get it. You moved up in weight. I get it. But bro.
Yeah, but there's a way to move up in weight and still be cut. You know what I'm saying? But like it's also a way to do it wrong and be in the ring looking like Jamel Charlo at 68.
You get what I'm saying? Get what I'm saying? Like, you know, is he fat? No, but like on some fitness in shape boxing shit, he out of shape. He ain't in the best shape, and he can't tell me that. Nobody in his camp can tell me that. I'm not sold. No,
I said it, but
caught up, boxing his ass off, utilizing.
I've never seen that dude out of shape in my life ever. Ever. I mean, I've seen him after he comes back to the gym after being off. Never seen him out of shape. Never.
Maybe I wonder, man. That's something. That's an angle that's worth talking about. Did he respect him enough? Did he respect?
I think he
had his kind of. He did have this kind of energy, like, man, you just here, it's my show. He did, but I guess that's that alpha male energy. You got to carry it like that.
But I respect it because, I mean, go look at Shock's record. It's not that attractive. If you're not from where he was from, you don't know too much about him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not like he's a former Olympian. You know what I'm saying? It's not anything that jumps off the pages at you unless you are around him in his gym or sparring, you would not know. You wouldn't know, and you would probably think, but even based on the fights that we've seen that are televised or under the lights, I mean, people see what they've seen. Bro, I probably wouldn't have told you what I told you about him unless I saw it, like how it was. But I wouldn't just guess that about him. You know what I'm saying? But he different, and I don't think Cool knew how different.
Shout out to Pit Mob. So you think gaining the weight, thought it was going to be an advantage. Maybe he ain't taking it serious.
I don't think he gained any weight. See, people look at it a little differently, and I respect it.
Bud jumped up all that weight, y'all. And I get it. They different people. I know he had a long time, but look, how much do y'all think the postponements contributed to the lack of being in shape? A guy that like to eat, you giving him more time by pushing the fight back?
That's true.
More than once. Am I right? Did this fight get pushed back more than once?
It got pushed back like 3 times.
See what I'm saying? So if somebody in the interview smiling, talking about sweat dripping off a water bottle, you know what I'm saying?
But that also, but I mean, because Shock had to go through that too. So it's a testament to who could stay on task, who could stay sharp.
That's why I said a cool boy lifestyle, and not saying
absolutely
like the shit that he enjoyed. One of his vices, guilty pleasures, is food. Caught up to him. You gave that guy too much ample time, and Shock was agitated with people. Like I wouldn't envision him ever coming unfocused because they was making it seem. He kept saying like, "Yo, y'all act like, bro, what is this?" Basically, in my own words, like, "Bro, y'all act like I ain't shit," and I'm just here for him to just beat up on or something. Like I ain't got the fucking belt. I don't care about his championship in the other weight class, and bro, I got one here. He fighting me in my weight class, and then gonna blow weight, and y'all still slighting me, and then y'all threw him the last minute bone by making that shit 35-pound interim this, and I was like, that was wild. That 100%.
That shit backfired.
Competitive fight. Cool boy would have got his hand raised, and Shock would have been looking how he was looking when they stole it from him with the Robson fight. I'm telling you, I think that. I swear I do.
I think so too.
I would throw Scooter a bone, but he shit the bed respectfully, and that's just my little conspiracy for the day. Like I said, Carlos on that. They listen. I'll say this, bro. It's hard to get to the level that they got to. Even if you think they underachieved or whatever, they didn't get to the highest of levels, but they had though. Jermell Charlo's the undisputed champion, bro. It's really like,
and ironically, Jamal's still undefeated.
You get me? And realistically, what he got? What he got? A loss and a draw at 54? And then
who you talking about, Jamel?
Yeah,
Jamel,
the loss and the draw. That's
but you also, when you tell that story, you also gotta say, out of all the fighters that we know, he got a Canelo fight. And that explains the inactivity in the end. Yeah, I mean, you get that kind of payday, your life is different. And then it comes toward the back end of your career, man. Come on, man. I'm not about to judge him off of the performance in that fight, because the fight in itself is almost like financially the crown jewel of all the hard work.
Right. And then you because you pretty much made it. And see, I like these conversations, bro, because it forces us to be real and be more human, right? You're undisputed. You start losing your belts one by one, but not by losing to nobody. Get the Canelo fight off the layoff, big ass bag. Like, the motivation might shift, right? Like, I don't care what nobody say. Like, think about it. He made it to the highs of the high. What could he do more than be undisputed in his weight class? Somebody tell me.
And then find a guy in that weight class while he's undisputed that can give him the payday that Canelo can give him.
You get me? So it's like motivation, man. It's like, you've been doing this shit for how long? He got what he wanted out of it. So I feel like anything he gives us after Canelo is a bonus. I'm cool with or without. I love to see him back because, man, I don't give a damn what nobody say. I need another Charlo press conference, bro. That man just talked shit for no reason. And the Canelo one wasn't. That's not Charlo. That was businessman Charlo.
Jamel Charlo was the real life Clubber Lang.
We need that. We need the ADD Charlo. And I say that respectfully. We need the Charlo like he is on live. We need Poncho Charlo back, man. Y'all remember the Poncho Charlo, man? Man, we really need to shout out. What he say? Crawford really need to think of it. Crawford, we need that one back. We need that one. The one that was walking in and out the camera frames and shit, playing pool, whistling and shit with the poncho on for no reason at all. We need that guy. I even take the guy that we just seen on camera you know, telling dudes to go get the charger. When he said, man, he's sleep. He said, man, I don't care. Go get the
I want the I'm a knockout artist, baby. I want that dude to show
we need that guy. That's why I say it's easy. People really show their true colors when you lose and it's not going well for you. Because the minute he lost to Canelo, their true feelings came out.
It was just convenient, man.
He lose a fight, you like, yeah, he ain't a lion no more. Yeah, he ain't this, he ain't that. You don't even consider the challenge that he took. You don't even understand how Canelo just duped us and gave us the fight under the worst circumstances possible, and he could have gave it to us years ago. People just let all that shit go, and we just reduced Charlo to that one night where he shouldn't have been at 68. Definitely ain't do it the right way. You get me? But I look at him as the guy at 54, the dude that, you know, when he lost to Tony Harrison, he cried. Yeah, that dude. When he lost to Canelo, he was chill. He was chilling. That's two totally different guys. Man, he lost to man Harrison and cried, bro, and then proceeded to knock him out in the rematch.
And got it right back.
He lost to, draw with Castano, being too emotional. I thought came back. With
bro, how many people you know get rematches and knock out their opponent, bro? He's special, bro.
Both times.
He's special, bro. He's special, bro.
I'm telling you, man.
They're gonna try to degrade him and all that, you know. But as far as fighters for the
behind the hands, I'd say Maul Charlo too.
Who's saying as far as fighters for the sport of boxing, bro? Those dudes were phenomenal, bro. One dude at one point had the best jab in the business, and we all knew it.
That's a fact,
man.
No one had a better jab than Jamal for a long time, man.
You'll be drunk off that joint. He'll get you
man,
drunk.
that power jab was out
there. Yeah, I want y'all to let the record reflect. When he started going through stuff, I seen where people's hearts was at. I'm just different, bro, because I know these people still human. And he's still undefeated. He's fighting. He's still fighting. People don't get it. Imagine the demons that he probably fought, even if it was self-inflicted or not. You get what I
He wasn't even. I'm not gonna put his business out there like that, but he shouldn't even have been fighting ever again, and he somehow made it back.
You see what I'm saying? And you know I know a little bit, so
yeah. He shouldn't even been fighting no more. He made it back, man.
I definitely root for him, big in a huge way. Shout out to everybody in the building. It's over 80 people in the building.
It's like, man, them dudes came from nothing, bro, and I saw it. You know what I'm saying? They from right up the way. You know what I'm saying? I remember when they first started and they were over there at the Plex gym, and this guy that y'all saw Saturday, name is Landry Laura, was running through the gym just knocking heads off left and right. I seen him do both Charlos in the same day. Regis, I seen Laura dust the whole gym off, dog. I seen it.
My apologies. Shout out to old man Lara, man. That's still on business, man. UD, man. 2 knockdowns, and he really could have stopped that guy. Shout out to Lara.
Out there playing around.
Probably wanted to punish him. Probably wanted to just beat him up and shit like that.
That's what it looked like. It looked like he just wanted to beat him up.
Triple G, I don't give a damn. I know Triple G did that to a couple opponents. I forgot. I got to look back on the resume. But I watched his fights. I know for a fact he did that to a couple people. Like beat their ass, like beat them, like punished them, and then got them out of there, man. Yeah, he said he synced it. Both Charlos.
Yep, I synced it, bro. I seen him run through the whole gym. The Charlos was kids, but you know, man, they was out there getting beat up on.
Lara need all the respect.
I seen Laura whoop about 7 dudes that y'all know in one day.
That's crazy, bro. That shouldn't even be able to happen, bro.
I seen him do it. That dude is a monster, bro. And he be out here like, and seeing what's crazy is that was their first time watching Laura. And they like, he all right, but he ain't really just put it, you know, say, bro. Right. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
I've seen him do some crazy.
TV, like,
yeah,
he kind of old. Like,
they don't get it, bro. I've seen that dude do some magic in the gym, dog.
So you tell him, yo, he fought Paul Williams before. Yeah, Paul Williams, that got into the accident. Yeah, he fought him before, and he beat him. They just robbed him. I couldn't believe that shit. That was my introduction, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I still remember my introduction to Lara. I was messing his first name up. I remember. I was like, it was my first time saying it. I was like, who is this? This is Lara. I specifically remember rooting like, all right, Paul Williams going, everybody knew Paul Williams. I wasn't familiar with Lara. Bro, Man had that hematoma on his head. He beating the hell out of Paul Williams, bro. I had to be honest. I was like, man, I don't know. They're gonna have to say.
I got to give my boy props before I get up out of here, man. You know, Austin Trout, you know what I'm saying? It's a boxer. That's the only reason why I'm bringing it up. He went out to bare knuckles and rematch their GOAT, Palomino or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They was talking about if there was a Mount Rushmore of bare knuckles, this dude would be on it. And that was the second time that Trout beat him and he stopped him. So, you know what I'm saying? And just to say that this dude left boxing and went over there where boxers fail at. You don't find any successful boxers over there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He went over there and he's a two-sport champion. You know what I'm saying? That's not something to be just sneezed on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, the dude was a champion in the sport of boxing, and he's a champion, and he about to be a two-time two-division champion in bare knuckle. I mean, that dude, and he's 40 years old too. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, to watch these dudes like Laura, like Trout still carry that skill, because neither one of these guys are home run hitters. They wasn't known for knocking your lights out. They was known for outboxing you. And we still watching them do that to this day. Man, we are actually really privileged to be able to watch, you know, OGs still deliver ass whoopings.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Man, and that bare knuckle shit is dangerous, man. There was a guy.
Man, every punch can send you to the upper room.
Oh my Lord, bro! There was a guy on that card. He got the first punch that landed clean, like right around his orbital bone. His shit was split. They had to end the fight.
Yep.
And it was gruesome.
That was almost like Trout's punch to end the fight. Trout to do with a left cross, and it landed perfectly on the dude's right on the orbital bone. And dude, I just started bleeding bad. You know what I'm saying? That just, if y'all ain't seen that highlight, man, it's a Trout versus Palomino. That was a crazy fight. You know what I'm saying? But the whole sport in general is suicide. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
It's crazy. You know,
Pedro's over there doing decent. He ain't where Trout is right now as far as.
Because you've had DeMarcus Corley over there, you've had Paulie Malignaggi over there, you've had a lot of boxers go over there,
but he got lumped the fuck up. You see,
and Trout leaves these fights looking untouched.
Yep.
You're talking about a guy that's 4-5-0 and leaves these fights clean. And I interviewed Trout and Bobby about how they prepare with the difference. And I mean, it ain't no mystery. I don't mind saying it because they put it out there, but in boxing, people typically punch through, and that's what boxers fail at bare knuckles. When you go to bare knuckles, all you got to do is touch. That's it. You don't even have to try to go through the target. All you got to do is touch him, and you touch him enough times, the fight gonna get ended. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna break your hands or nothing like that, but you know, I mean, they very strategic of how they approach bare knuckles in comparison to boxing.
To your point about like how he getting up out of there clean, somebody who was a 2-time world champion in boxing did bare knuckle too. It looked like he got attacked by a Wolverine. And I mean, like almost the X-Men, like not a real life Wolverine, almost the damn created X-Men. The comic book character. Looked like he took one spike from Wolverine at least.
Yeah, that's funny because we got some bare knuckle guys that train in my gym. And when I spar him, I feel like
his shit just now looking. He just now could take his glasses off. Shit, man.
Robert,
for a while, I was looking at Paulie like, his glasses back on.
I do like style wise. Like obviously, like there's a difference between a kickboxer or MMA guy and a boxer, right? I feel kind of the same way with the bare knuckle guys, but like I feel like with them, they block different. So like, you know, you could set them up for like body shots or something like that because they will lift their whole hand up the block because that shit is crazy in bare knuckle. But I do feel like they don't necessarily try to land the hardest punch because with that bare knuckle shit, you don't have to like that shit be more about the setup and landing the clean
Chucky
shot.
doll had like the Bride, like them super stitch, like them joints was looking like that. Like I'm like, yo, them shit's going hell. But nah, he could take his glasses off now. Shit look like jigsaw. You know what I'm saying? Like man, puzzle pieces. So that shit looked crazy.
He said he looked like puzzle pieces.
You talking about Paulie?
It's fucking wild. You know?
You talking about Paulie?
Was wild.
Yeah,
his hands looked like hamburger helper gloves.
Yo, when Paulie was when he posted that video from the ICU, he was blind in one eye. He was like, "Yo, the doctor don't know if my vision is gonna return."
That boy looked like Frankenstein, bro.
He was
I
fucked
swear,
up.
if they let somebody clear Paulie for another fight, we jumping them. We don't know who it's gonna be, but we on their ass, man. We don't care what. We respect Paulie. We get it. A fighter gonna do what a fighter do.
Paulie looked like he
Paulie for another fight. We jumping their ass, bro.
Paulie looked like he let kindergartners perform surgery on his face, bro. He looked crazy.
After getting cut, like that, the ones that stitched
He
it
looked
back up was the
crazy.
kids, bro. God,
Yeah, he looked crazy.
The
He don't
kids
even.
in the room yelling scalpel, and they in there fucking Paulie up.
But tell me you ain't make enough, or you don't have no money put up without telling me. Is what I see.
You know what I'm saying? Paulie scars and wounds look like he ain't have insurance, and they just treat him.
Right, man. He shouldn't be out there.
We got another one, no insurance. They just got you up out of there, G. Because they just even stinty, bro. His hands really look like some hamburger helper gloves, though. I'm like, damn, shits look like baseball mitts, swollen as hell. I was like, bro, just stop, man. Because I doubt I'm not weird like everybody else. I heard you when you speak. You said you made good money. I ain't gonna sit up here and say you broke. But nah, even Tim was saying like that, Kyle, no, you don't need no money. You don't need no job. Like, it's safer ways to make that bag. That shit you be doing, boxing scene, pro box shit. We like Paulie to be able to commentate, bro. Like, we don't need y'all messing up the good pro box commentary because y'all trying to unalive Paulie and bare knuckle, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nah.
Paulie's a great commentator, bro. He a better commentator than he is a bare knuckles fighter. I know that for sure.
That's a fact.
Somebody need to give that man a job, a high-paying job.
Respect. We rocking Paulie, but hell nah. Don't be letting them young boys out there playing. Don't be out there playing with them young boys, bro. And you ain't get the dub. He did, didn't he win?
He won, but he won, but he lost.
He lost. Yeah, that shit was bad. Yeah,
Paulie was in one of those. You should see the other guy, how his face looked. He was in one of them type fights. So if Paulie was fucked up, you know, the other guy was looking even more crazy.
That's crazy.
That's the thing with them bare knuckle joints. A testament to Austin Trout with his skills.
That's
what
I'm saying.
Like he was ready to go to the club afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Blow a couple stacks, eat some lemon pepper wings. He looked club ready.
He don't even need no shades. He's straight.
Straight.
No shades at all. Yeah, one but he lost.
I was hanging out his damn head. Like he was looking crazy as hell. When I
Tank
heard him
was
say they don't know if my vision is gonna come back, I said, Paulie, what the fuck are you doing?
He won, but what did he gain? Hey, man, lifetime scars, karma, peace, queen, lifetime scars, blood loss, possible concussions, contusions, and whatever other shit I'm medically not mentioning. You know what I'm saying? Brain bleeds and memory loss, vision loss.
Perch his ass right down.
Hey, y'all know how in boxing they say one punch can change the fight, and bare knuckle, man, that shit is crazy in bare knuckle. I seen some dude getting outboxed or whatever, however they call it, out bare knuckled or whatever. One punch, goodness gracious, fight over, and he getting whooped. He getting smoked, getting outclassed, everything. One punch, boom, fight over.
He said, bro, in the timer, I can't lie. Yeah, nah, his like, all right, Paulie, we seen enough, Magic Man, because to still be fighting and to still do commentary without slurred speech, you are the Magic Man. We like you intact, bro. I appreciate Paulie commentary.
Yeah, bro's witty. He's a quick thinker.
Big Bray, what up, homie? So I was talking about the trolling. Oh, he said troll. He said, oh, nah. But we gotta get to that because I know people been. But hold on, let me play this little clip. I had this up here for the longest.
Yo, I do have you beat him. I will whoop your ass.
Bro, I'll pop that gap right back in that mouth. I'll have you looking like a saber gap tooth tiger. Oh my god, I'll do you dirty, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
You suck.
Hey, if I have you though, oh my, here we go. Hey, not the same fighter. Hey, not the same fighter. Not the same. Hey, when I put a beat on you, what are you gonna say? When I put a beat on you, what are you gonna say?
I was there.
No, when I put a beat on you, when I'm talking about you, you got no power. You got no power.
And you lost. And you still to this day.
Hell no, no. Bro, I'm gonna knock that gap right back in your mouth. I'm gonna knock that gap into your mouth again. Hey, you fix the teeth. You fix the teeth. But I'm gonna knock that right back in. I'm gonna put you bam, bam.
It's Shakur's time right now.
Hey, but you know what though? Notice they always resort to like slight insults or stupid shit when they talking to him because they know they say the same corny shit. You have no power. Shit is called boxing, bro. You got power and you got beat up by Rolly. You get what I'm saying? Like that shit don't mean nothing. You got power. You was on bended knee with Tank. I keep telling y'all with Core, they gonna keep missing it, bro. They focusing on the physical aspect of it, and they missing the fact that boxing is a mental game, bro. Telling you, he got that shit.
It really is.
Telling you, you go in there doing that stupid shit if you want to with him, or you think you gonna left hook him crazy. That shit, look, and I'm real enough to say it. That's a dangerous fight. It's a risky fight. Ryan got some shit with him, but ultimately, man, I don't think we'll ever see that fight. But nah, Ryan just be talking, bro. He just be talking. Go fight Rolly again. You know what I'm saying? Big Dre, what it do? Go fight Rolly. But I like it. Everybody want to talk shit to Core because, look, this is the crazy part. They talk the power shit, but trust and believe, if somebody gets the chance to beat him, they're going to brag on it. They're going to want respect on it. They're going to talk about it, and it's going to be the best one on their resume. Just think about that. And with all the people that these guys fought, all the shit that Ryan talking don't mean now. You fight Shakur to be the best fighter you got in the ring with, Devin included. For y'all Haney fans that found y'all tongue. Fonz B. Shakur just be talking. Shit, shut him up. That's what I always say. Shut him up. Shut him up. Shakur just be winning. Y'all just be talking. Y'all fans be talking. That man just keep winning. You got to think about it. You got dudes 2 weight classes away speaking his name. You know what I'm saying? You got that. You got guys in lower weight classes, higher weight class. They everywhere, man. They all want a piece. They all want a piece, man. But you got to, if you want to, you want to shut him up. That's what I say. Shut him up. You got to shut him up. That's what he do say. He say, if you don't like what he say and how he talk, shut him up. Beat him. You got Ryan at 47 to talk. Mind you, he's still considered a lightweight right now. I don't give a damn until he step in the ring at 140. He's a lightweight. Now I want y'all to recognize something. Ryan is where? At welterweight. Do you know that the weight discrepancy is not even a factor that y'all willing to bring up when people talk to Shakur? Dudes could be up at 54 and we won't even say shit. Let it be the other way around. You'll lose your damn mind.
Conor Ben's just fought at 160, and I've been hearing people
out here duck.
Conor fought at 160, and people talking about he ducking Conor Ben.
Yeah,
he's just at 160.
Now they saying he'll fight Conor Ben at 147, so he won't fight Devin because he's not on Devin's level.
But he's at a place to where it don't matter who he picked. They're gonna say he avoided the other guy.
They're gonna say something about it.
Yeah,
that's just the way it go. I watched Canelo go through that quite a bit. Now, granted, he wasn't really picking nobody, but if he picked one guy, he was gonna catch hell for not picking somebody else.
Yeah, you're right. To your point, you saying it now. Instead of talking about Tio to fight that y'all little hoe ass dudes is hoping and praying with your fingers crossed and your butts clenched, hoping that it wasn't gonna happen. Y'all still hoping anything can happen. Y'all still hoping that because you know that's gonna further solidify a guy that you spent too much of your time hating on. Y'all sad ass boxing fans. That's why I be rooting for this dude to keep winning. Cause it's like, bro, no other sport can I see a guy that continues to win despite whatever y'all say. Prove you wrong, and then you still keep finding shit to hate about. He's ducking Oshaquie Foster. Are they in the same weight class? Nah, but he's ducking Oshaquie Foster. How? Did he just fight his mandatory in Williams and Payton? Yeah, but he's still ducking Oshaquie Foster. How? Don't he got TO January? Yeah, but he's still like, shut your asses up, man. Shut up. I know now Shaq is the savior to beat Shakur. This shit is crazy. I swear I wish I had the timestamps of what they were saying about Shaq for like a 3-fight stretch. Maybe even 4. Maybe even 4 if I go back on there and look. I'm dead serious.
They've been talking crazy since before Rocky Hernandez.
I swear, bro. And I know for a fact my guy was telling me what Shaquie really is. So I knew. You get what I'm saying? So my talking points was different because I believe his eye. I believe he know what he's seeing. So he definitely was
people got a good glimpse Saturday of what I've been. People got a good glimpse Saturday of what I've been saying for a long time.
Crazy, bro.
That's been him. You know what I'm saying? That's not something new and this and that. Is just he put it together for that fight. You know what I'm saying? But
the perfect time. That's
I
how
mean,
you show up, bro.
but see, it more than perfect. That was the time to do it because you're a guest on that network, on that platform, you know. And to be honest with you, they've already made it okay to rob him. You get what I'm saying? You know, a lot of fighters, they get robbed on a regular. You know what I'm saying? And he was somebody, in my opinion, that the system could easily just throw away.
Yeah.
Right.
And for him to have such a performance, they can't just throw him away. So
I'm really
fighters like
happy for
that,
that dude, yo. And I'm
fighters
happy
like
that he's
that be on
balling out the
borrowed
next
time.
game. I'm happy for him.
Every time guys like that get in the ring, they on borrowed time. Because I mean, it ain't nobody putting a lot of investment in backing him. So every fight could be the last big one. You know
See
what
how
I'm
they
saying?
just try to slight him.
Yeah.
They took one from him with Robson. You think Shock is their favorite? You think they was about to do him any favors if that fight was remotely competitive Saturday? Man, they would have tried him. Man, if they took it against Robson Conceição to make
And
sure
he clearly beat him in that first fight.
What you think they was about to do to Cool Boy when he had that history of being a 3-division champion from Philly on the line? He just didn't. He made it so that those are the fights that a certain somebody is used to winning that way, making it look like that where you can't even rob him. And that's what Shock did. Man, I love it. And I hope he get the fight that he's looking for next.
I mean, I don't know if y'all saw it, but they even had Danny Garcia holding that boy belt in the ring.
Danny and somebody else, man.
Boots was there with him. It was a lot of people.
Danny and Boots.
Yeah. You know, they pushed that 3-division from Philly champion. They pushed that. It was for Cool Boy to give away, and he dropped the ball that night.
Right.
They put him on they put him on the A side. I mean, think about it. He came out last.
Right. That's 215. What it do? So, man, yeah.
That shit kind of had me slightly vexed.
They was trying to do. They was trying to slight Shock, and they was building it. And like I said, they threw him a bone last minute. Like, yo, you missed weight, but we got you. We still got you. Just go win the fight. That's all you had to do. I'm completely sold. That's all you had to do is win or make it competitive. And I think they would have made it. They'd have made it an issue. Shock would have had trouble in his hands. We all watched him box Robson, Conceição, and because maybe they didn't appreciate it, they had no problem taking that shit from him. For a guy that's not super popular, now you talking about Cool Boy guy they still pushing on the rebound. I mean, history on the side, them is people. You know what I mean, fighting on their promotion.
They had him losing almost every round against Rocky Hernandez.
You get me? They're not doing Oshaquie Foster, a guy with some losses, street dude. You know, they able to see that shit. Not doing him no favors. So again, I'm a root for him. I'm a support his call out at Shakur because it's all about being in the ring. Alpha male versus alpha male. I don't care. I want to see it.
And you know what's funny though? So I live in New Jersey now. A lot of people from my gym actually really like Oshaquie.
Yeah,
like when the beef had first started with him and Shakur, obviously people from Jersey is paying attention to that. A lot of people from my gym was saying that they felt like that'll for one be Shakur toughest fight, and that two, Oshaquie could do it. Now, like I said, I believe Shakur won the fight, and there's no disrespect to Shock, but you feel me? Somebody got to win, somebody got to lose.
Right.
But where I'm from, people like him, and I just think that's funny because I mean, not where I'm from, where I live at now. I just think that's funny because, like, obviously,
and you say you stay in Jersey now, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
I'm glad because I do too, and we different over here. So I hope that's what I'm hearing. What you saying?
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Like, because we different. We don't get insecure just because you like one guy and he's being called out. The guy you like being called out, man. Shock is a beast. He's a dog. Do I think he's gonna win? No, but I can give you an educated reason why I don't think he'll win, and I'm pretty sure you will be able to understand where I'm coming from. But
yeah, for sure.
I told y'all, I'm real enough to acknowledge how he proved me wrong Saturday, and only wrong to the point I didn't see that. Not no washing, not no 11-1, a legit 11-1, and I'm talking about them 11 came in a row to me. Some would even argue a 12 zit. But I just felt like Cool Boy somehow he looked solid for the first round, and then that all went to shit from round 2 to 12 straight. Shock eyes was wide open, like he seen a ghost, and he turned Cool Boy into Schoolboy. They said that's what they said in the comments, man. Cool, they called him Schoolboy. I said, damn, picked the wrong fight to come in there not fully prepared or whatever your issue was. going through the motions, playing with Shakur in there with a chip on his shoulder, fighting like all my life I had to fight. Yeah, I've been slighting me. I shit. That's how he was in there fighting. He was in there fighting like, bro, they ain't gonna give me shit. I'm about to beat his ass and make it as convincing as possible. And that's what he did. So he says 12 zip. I ain't listen. I wouldn't even argue. But I swear, I thought that was the only round I scored for Cool Boy, the first one. And that's cool because, you know, Shakur take a second to get the motor going, but it only took 2 rounds for him. And he was like, he never looked back. Plat Boy, what it do, homie? He never looked back. So let's keep rolling, man. Overall, good night of boxing. I hope that result into the next big opportunity for him. He deserve it. Scooter will be back. We're still rocking with him. Lara continues to be the oldest active world champion. Johnny Beck Pitt's hot. He done messed up an opportunity. Let's see what's next, man. I don't know. I'm for people getting the fights they want. But something I seen online that's going around, you know, Tank peeked his head back out. Why I say peeked his head back out? Because he's been quiet since the Lamont Roach knee debacle, Grease Gate, all that shit, the Jake Paul situation. I don't expect him to speak on that. But he back speaking on fights. And like I said, man, for me, called him a gatekeeper, said he asked. You just went 12 rounds in the draw with him. That don't say much about you. It's like, why did you? And it's gonna be too many excuses why you went to draw. It don't need to be no excuse. The fact of the matter is, you fought a guy that you're familiar with. Y'all know each other, and he's a damn good fighter, and that's how it played out. Saturday night, you get what I'm saying? We seen some funny business, but nonetheless, man, that Tank and Roach shit is over with. Roach was trying to make the most out of his opportunity, and I think PBC found a way to give it to him again. I do. I think he fought for the first part of the fight and got it took in the second half where he boxed. You know what I'm saying? But y'all boy Tank called him a gatekeeper, said he asked. He said a lot, man. He made that comment at the bottom, going back and forth with this Ray Jackson guy. I don't know how he'd be able to get y'all attention like that. And I'm really got a serious question. Like, why do they gravitate to negativity so much and trolling? Like, you'll get this dude more energy than you would the guy that say he want to see you back. You said fuck y'all to the dude that say he want to see you back.
Yeah.
Y'all talking about Oshaquie Foster and Shakur Stevenson like Tio ain't next. That's fucking weird, one, because you pushing narratives trying to force it. But y'all ain't no accountability for your favorite guy. He calling a dude he just had a draw with ass. Ain't nothing. That ain't crazy. Said he ass. He a gatekeeper. Why? So you out here handpicking gatekeepers. It continues to get worse. So you got guys that you can fight that's better than Lamont Roach, but that's who you pick. See what I'm saying? Shit don't look good. And then you telling the guy to, I don't know, what's this? Focus on your daughter so she won't be the next victim at a time where they're claiming and accusing you of all types of shit. Yeah, I know y'all quiet on all that stuff. Don't try to say, oh, they ain't boxing. Nah, y'all quiet because the gatekeeper shit. Y'all quiet on that too. Y'all won't even open y'all mouths on it. Nasty work, man. Like I said, I ain't gonna overstate no point, man. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Tank, but what they say, what's the new term? Situational awareness. Yeah, he had saying all that shit about somebody's daughter. Like that's below the belt. It's kind of low. But his fans of him don't care. They don't care. They rather push narratives that Shakur's ducking Oshaquie Foster instead of talking about the latest shit that you're. And even if you don't want to go here, that's cool because I ain't gonna stay stuck on this shit. Ray Jackson continue to get y'all in the, I don't know, out of y'all character, whatever with this. But as far as the gatekeeper stuff was the bigger comments for me. This is unfortunate. Tank, tighten up, man. They watching you. They looking for a reason to say you on bullshit and don't give it to them. You one of the few guys, if you tweet anything, it go viral, make videos, live streams, you see me doing it. So I would just say tighten up. The other comment, I don't know how real it was where he said he fighting Pitbull Cruz as soon as his knee get better or something like that. I see somebody. I see ATL Jacob in the back, but I ain't see you type in the chat. So I just seen you click the link. So I don't know who you is. You could at least say what's up to the chat. I see you going off in the back. I don't know what you're saying. So you can still type in the private chat. I'll let you up in a quick second though. But like I was saying, man, gatekeeper talk, that ain't it. You shouldn't call a guy a gatekeeper that you just went, life and death with. And you promised him a rematch. You didn't. You quote unquote activated the rematch clause. You didn't give him the fight. After you told the world, then the Jake shit happened, and that shit fell out. The accusations was made. You haven't like even made a statement on your behalf, but you talking about people's daughters being the next victim. I know some people gonna look at that and say it ain't much, but that's wild. Just don't. It's just certain shit you just got to be aware at the times and who watching. It's Twitter, but I don't think he care. And I woke up today and I realized that his fans don't care either. You know what I'm saying? Everything he do is the gospel, is the best thing. They're gonna find a way to make this shit positive by saying, yo, you know, he's the face of boxing. You know, his tweets go viral. This shit been the case. But when you going viral for the wrong shit, that's not no flex. When you going viral after the world is looking at you crazy under a microscope because of the accusations, you got people, you got $40, $50 million fights being canceled, right? And then you got everybody conveniently blaming Jake Paul. You got everybody pushing narratives against Jake Paul saying he's scared. You know, Tank said he was getting beat up in sparring. Well, I got a news flash for that narrative. He getting beat up in sparring now. Y'all ain't see the video? What's his name? Lawrence Okolie, black Jake Paul eye. He big as hell. So he's getting his ass beat against Shakur and all them. Then he damn sure getting his ass beat against these other heavyweights. So I don't think that really had nothing to do with it. I think all of y'all is not. Y'all don't want to point the finger where it belongs. You don't want to demonize a guy, but y'all really acting. Y'all playing silly. Y'all playing like this guy somehow was so scared of the smaller dude because he said this is the fight that he's scared to go into. That somehow that's the reason that the fight is not happening. Y'all continue to make some of the wildest excuses instead of just calling it what it is. The man's met, whether it's the wrong place, wrong time, whether it's, you know, rocking with the wrong people, dealing with the wrong kind of females, any of that stuff. There's no accountability. It's this finger pointing and blame game. Oh, the world is trying to set him up. Nobody did nothing. There's no criminal charges. Y'all really coming to the defense of somebody that really don't need y'all defense. He ain't even came out and defended himself, but y'all doing it across every YouTube panel that y'all can click the link on. This shit is nasty. He need to tighten up. He need to understand situational awareness, right? Right? Emotional intelligence. Y'all know how to apply that to every other fighter except your own. Well, that's insensitive to bring kids up. It's not the first, second, third, or fourth time he did it. It's nasty work, man. This dude got an attitude problem. And like I said, I'm a true supporter of his. I'd rather see him go get therapy. Don't seem like you need to fight nobody. Don't even seem like your mind there. But he did say something about a fight. And he did say fuck y'all to the fans after they said they miss you. The game ain't the same. Y'all ain't got nothing to say about that. Y'all like being spit on by your favorite fighter because that's what that is. I wish I'm telling you right now, and I'll put myself right in the crosshair. Corey don't owe me shit. But if I message a guy or say something to him like, you know, positive, and that's the response, that changes my opinion of him if that's my guy. That's not how I want to be talked to, saying positive shit to you. You get what I'm saying? Like, that ain't it. I say shit to Core. I ain't never got that kind of response. You get what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. I ain't saying demonize the guy, but accountability is what's lacking from the super fan base, not the supporters. Y'all good. I rock with y'all. That super fan base, y'all bad for YouTube. Y'all bad for the sport of boxing. Y'all tear down everybody that could be anything good to helping your favorite fighter build his legacy, because y'all really don't want to see none of them fights. Y'all want to push narratives. Y'all want to tear these dudes down. And anytime it's time to hold a guy accountable, y'all pass the buck and y'all talk about shit and force what they say, the square circle inside a square peg. Y'all know the saying. That's what y'all do. Y'all force shit that don't fit, man. So look, I rock with Tank, but I don't rock with some of the comments he been making. He did say something about fighting Pitbull again when his knee get better. Some of his fans already said they know how Tank think. They said they know he trolling. So if he trolling. I could care less. I don't think nobody in the world want to see him fight Pitbull. I'm not gonna make that news because I do. Part of me feel like he was trolling. So I don't want to see it. I do want to see Tank get any help he might need if he's gonna come back to the sport of boxing, so he could be 100% focused.
Trolling about what specifically? Trolling about the fight or trolling about everything that was said? You don't troll about nobody's daughters being no victims, especially.
Yeah,
you got
all of it, a combination
like
of it. They told me he was joking when he said
looming
FBI
over your head. It's incredibly tone deaf. That's what it is. It's like tone deaf and lacking emotional intelligence. Like, bro, Now is not the time for you to be saying these type of things. Because the court of public opinion feels as though that type of shit applies to you. So
This
like,
nigga,
bro,
this
you
nigga's publisher probably
read the
quit.
room.
His publisher's probably quit.
That's bad. And notice, y'all, everything I said wasn't one like, slanderous word. You know what I'm saying? I'm showing y'all how to do it. Be tasteful about it. You can hold guys accountable. We can have conversations. Sometimes they color outside the lines. We all men in here. A lot of us got kids. A lot of us daughters. Tank, that ain't it, bro. You got daughters. That ain't it. I get, and look, I'm real enough to say I can look at that statement and say I know what you're trying to say, but it's shit like that. Just certain shit you could think. Saying it out loud is different. That's one of them that you should have kept to yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's one of them you should have just kept to yourself. Especially when you ain't willing to speak on your own situation and you speaking on somebody else's daughter potentially being a victim when it's people out here that think you got multiple victims. That's not my fight. That's not my story. But I just wish he wouldn't have made that comment. That's all. Other than that, talk all the shit to Ray because that dude is weird. And he went from being a super fan of you to like I don't know what to call it. And I don't know the guy, so I ain't about to spend a lot of time. But Tank, that's all. That comment just threw me for a loop. I was like, come on, man. Because they're going to look to drag you for it. You know what I'm saying? And you opening the door for that. I'm not going to do it because that's not my thing. But you know better than that, bro. You know what I mean? If somebody even insinuated anything while talking to you about your kid, you're going to take it personal. So just got to be mindful, man. The same applies when you're speaking to the next man. Give everybody the respect that you would want for yourself, man. And, you could have kept it on him. You ain't even have to say that. You know what I'm saying? Vic said, Tank been a sucker, and he thought I was just hating. I just think he said it. He told y'all. I got an attitude problem. Somebody that know him personally told me he got anger issues. You know what I'm saying? And he been telling us for the longest about therapy. But his super fans keep telling us how he gonna knock all these people out, how he fighting everybody, how he coming back, how he not fighting Jake Paul, when really only reason he ain't fighting him is because of the situation that got put out there with him. Whether it's 100% accurate or not, we don't know. But something had to happen. You're not gonna just tell me Jake Paul made the story up. And that's what people are pushing to, and it's sad. So I'm not about to say guilty, not guilty, but leave. You probably, it's a sensitive time, and people are expecting statements from you. Maybe you talk about a fight and you arguing with trolls, man. And you in the face of boxing, you don't need to be arguing with no troll. A dude that you exposed as being a super fan of yours that we all could clearly see was asking you for money, all types of shit. So like, you get me? You ain't even got to feed into him. I would just mute the guy. You know what I'm saying? And my hope for boxing is one day we get to a point in this space where boxers highlight the positive shit that people say to them instead of this negative, goofy shit going back and forth with people that can't run a fucking mile. Think about it. Why you got to explain yourself to him? You don't need a paragraph. You don't even need to tell him nothing. He can't do nothing you do. Nothing you do. Ain't nobody that was just in my inbox begging for money going to have nothing crazy to say to me, and I'm going to have to explain to him. So don't be tricked out your spot. Don't be baited. I think Tank already got a lot of his own shit going on, so he just be lashing out. You know what I'm saying? I don't be overly critical of the man. We all got opinions, but I just be more aware of the times, bro. It's sensitive. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I feel like he should know better. I do feel like he should know better, Karma. I do. Y'all hit the like button, man, as we continue to build. Like I said, man, that was just one of the last things I wanted to speak on.
Calcula had a question for you, Just. Calcula says, humble question, Just. At what point do you embrace being the bad guy when that's the only role people let you play?
I mean, yeah, look, that's a way to look at it. That's an angle. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, ain't that what they want anyway? So it could be him just giving people what he feel like they want. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all want to see me be the bad guy, so he could be embracing it. That could be his way. But I say, if you're not truly the bad guy, then don't even give him that. Stay true to yourself. But I could understand how he could just be like, you know what? You know what I mean? But I think with the responsibility that comes with being this face of boxing that his fans brag about so much, you just got to deal with it a different way. Are you expected to? Let me say that. You expected to deal with shit differently. So I rock with him, just not that comment. I don't care what he said to Ray outside of that comment. The daughter stuff is all, but I think we all on the same page with that. But I ain't got to go crazy, call the man out his name to make my point. That's not my fight. I'm not here to make Tank look bad, but I'm here to them super duper fans. Yeah, I'm on y'all. I don't like y'all. Y'all quiet as hell on all this shit. I got more shit to say about a fight that we don't even know if it's gonna happen, if it's next, any of that. They got more to say about that than what's going on right now. So how I don't know. It's weird to me. But we just gonna keep pushing, man. We gonna see. It could happen. Maybe it don't happen. But Tank, just tighten up, man. I know you probably bored on the sideline, losing your mind, probably ain't shit to do, but just talk shit and be on Twitter. I know. But just don't get tricked out of your spot by no troll. That's all I'm saying. Because ain't nobody bigger troll than Tank when he want to be. So hell with that. Don't let nobody pull the worst out of you. You know what I'm saying? While you got that idle time, while you just sitting there and think about it. I snap regularly and I be having to catch myself and be having to remember that it's people that just want your attention. I'm telling you, I get it regularly. I have a hard time ignoring like ignorance, like or just disrespect. And sometimes you just gotta let people be goofy. You know what I'm saying? They ignore their asses. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still a supporter of Tank. I would like to see him, get his mind right and get back to boxing if he can. If not, then go get the therapy, take your money, sell off into the sunset, and realize that you had a successful career. You had an impact on the game. You made some money. You know what I mean? You was a must-see attraction. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland. Roach won his last 2 fights, in my opinion. Damn, what did super fans say? Yeah, super fans say he ain't nothing but a pair of draws. Something they were saying in my comments, calling them draws. Something 2 draws, ain't nothing but 2 draws. That's why I said PBC draw 2, because PBC basically just told him draw 2 back-to-back fights. I thought he won 2, but you already a hater of Tank when you say that. It automatically results to you got to be a hater to think that. So, I mean, PBC did him dirty. And we'll know a lot more about what happens from this point on. Let's see if they try to milk it for another fight, or let's see if they try to find a way to sleep the headache that Lamont Roach is becoming, the thorn in their side under the rug, by burying him with 2 draws, having his record look crazy.
I think they should give that man the rematch and then also give him his fair shake.
Mm-hmm.
From my understanding, Lamont Roach has a partnership with ProBox, so I don't know what his dealings are with PBC, but clearly they got to go with the house.
Right.
You got to go with the money. Pitbull's been established. They down there in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Texas is always janky as hell. I don't know why that is. So it wasn't going to go his way. That's why I personally feel like he did enough to get the nod, because if they felt confident enough, they being the judges, in what Pitbull put forth, it wouldn't have been no damn majority draw.
Yeah.
That was the most reasonable thing that they could give to make it competitive. Because
Shout out
like
to Rob.
outside of the first 3 rounds, I mean, the man was getting boxed up. And I don't want to shit on the super fans because, like my man Judah Ben says in the intro, I do have a deep connection to the Rise. Shout out to my man, Cindy Cobbs.
Shout out to the Rise, man.
Squeeze, my guy, Coach Kenny, Coach Calvin. They're my guys. But I saw some of the fans saying some things about Pitbull and his boxing ability. I said,
was that true in the back?
When Pitbull started doing all that back foot shit, he looked terrible and ineffective. He looked confused. He looked like he was just trying to figure something out, anything out. It was not he went on the back foot and all of a sudden he started taking over the rounds. Nah.
Right.
He didn't have success again until the 11th round. In the last 20 seconds of the 11th round, when Lamont Roach did that dumb shit and went in there, was just standing there trading like a rock and sock robot.
Yeah,
and his dad got on his case about that.
Just getting clipped.
And we just seen you the last 7-8 rounds out there slipping and sliding, turning him, check hooking him, moving and grooving and all this. You know what I mean? So, but the fans gonna say what they're gonna say, and they should. I was thinking about Cal's question about the whole villain thing, and it's a very weird thing because I feel like the fans make it very difficult for it to be a one-sided thing, because the same things that they'll call out as flaw when somebody else does it, when he does it, oh, he's just trolling, or he's the face of boxing.
They told me he told the fans F them, but I seen a shit ton of videos with Shakur. Like, yo, he said F the fans, and he was specific. He said, if you saying F me, I'm saying F you too. They went and spent it, left that part out, and was like, nah, he just said F the fans. Now your fighter is saying, after somebody saying, we miss you, the game is not the same. He said, fuck y'all. After telling y'all to shut up and be fans. So at what point do you make your collage of videos? And look, I'm not looking for you to slander him just because you do it to everybody else, but I am looking for you to keep the same energy, and y'all don't do it. So I seen somebody real quick, shout out to my brother Dean. I seen somebody over, my guy Mag Life. He must say, I told you I'm always lurking, I'm always supporting. I don't like to type a lot because I let people cook. I don't want nobody thinking every time you talk about Shakur, I'm here to try to save the day. I don't do that type of shit. So somebody was saying that Mag Life was saying he want to see how Just gonna spin this. He like Just, but he's trying to spin what? Oshaquie Foster want to smoke? Everybody in here, if you was in here when I was talking about that, did I spin anything? Or did I say that that's what Oshaquie Foster's supposed to be doing? Did I celebrate it? Did I give him his just due properly through and through? Did I tell y'all how he proved me wrong? Did I tell y'all it's a chance that the fight could be super competitive because they know each other? And the fact that I had him wrong one time, maybe I have him wrong in this fight, but he got to show me. I'm one of the fairest, more realistic people in the game. Level-headed, logical, you name it, that's me. But the rest of these dudes can't do that. You get what I'm saying? Oshaquie Foster should be doing exactly what he's doing. As a matter of fact, the way he stood on business Saturday, I'll ramp up the pressure. I'll talk even more shit. I'll show up at the Teo fight in January. If I'm Oshaquie Foster, I'm not letting Shakur Stevenson forget about me because that's the fight I want. Same way Corey was adamant about a certain fight that he wanted, and every time he was asked about it, he was consistent with the energy he put out. Yes, I want this fight. I'm ready, this, and that. It's the same thing Oshaquie Foster should do, and as a fight fan, I'm going to support it. I'm going to embrace it. I'm here for that kind of energy. I'm here for that smoke. I'm here for real fighters that stand on business. And after Saturday night, even way before Saturday, we know what kind of fighter Shock was. He just showed it and displayed it on a high level against one of the best guys he could have fought.
It was concentrated. It was concentrated on Saturday. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to give you your credit, man, because you're a better man than me. Ain't nobody going to say a goddamn thing about Edward Vasquez.
Right.
The fucking glasses are coming off. I'm throwing my thesaurus out. Ain't going to be no fancy words like Homeboy said I'll be using the other day. There's going to be a whole lot of motherfuckers and records. I'm going crazy out here. I'm looking up IP addresses. I'm wilding out. But back to the scheduled program. I do think that the fans make it very difficult, man, for the perception of some of these fighters, because a lot of times how we start to feel about some of these fighters, we inherit it from the bullshit that the fans say. So now we put that on them. And I was talking about this on X with somebody the other day about how challenging it must be from a mental standpoint as a fighter. And I feel like this ties in with what you were saying about responding to negative comments. You don't know who the hell is being genuine because the shit is so wishy-washy. Now, of course, you got your team. They're going to be pumping you up. You the champ. You the greatest. You the best thing since fucking George Eastman created the Kodak camera. And then you got some dude who drives a forklift who's telling you you ain't shit. Your daddy ain't shit. Your mother ain't shit. You ain't fight this one, so you ducking. You scared as hell. You almost got knocked out. Or if you did lose a fight, you need to hang them up. You was exposed. You overrated. You have a draw. You take a knee, whatever. All of a sudden, everything that you are is completely being stripped from you. Everything that you've accomplished. And I've seen this with Tank. You know what I'm saying? I got to be Tank's advocate real quick on some Al Pacino shit. But I feel like his career has been completely reduced, especially after the Jake Paul announcement. That was the final nail in the coffin. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. But he fought some credible guys. And then I feel like the circumstances have kind of been removed from him. Like when people talk about the Leo Santa Cruz fight, oh, he dragged the little guy up. Well, how about he met him there? And he also had a fight there at 130. He was a champion. I think he fought Miguel Flores before he fought Tank. And Tank went down to fight him. And that's a dude that's a 4-division champion, but we still going to say he ain't fought nobody. He's just little Leo Santa Cruz, even though Tank started at 126 himself. Even a guy early in his career, like a Cristobal Cruz, which I think was in one of his his 12th fight or something like that. This dude was like a 60-fight veteran who was like a 2-time champion.
Right.
Made several title defenses, but you're not going to give him credit for that because of what Cristobal Cruz's record looks like now. But we're not going to take into account where Tank was at that juncture in his career and where what's my man name? Cristobal Cruz was, or where Pedraza was. Pedraza's another one where it's like Pedraza, his trajectory, he was supposed to be the next big Puerto Rican superstar.
Right.
He was really being billed as that guy, and he got completely derailed.
Yeah, ran into a tank on some dumb shit.
But here's the thing, though.
Shout out to Don, man. Appreciate the love,
that
man.
Guy was ranked. Guy, and by that guy, I'm talking about Tank. Tank was ranked 8th in the IBF at the time when he fought. What the fuck is his name? Pedraza. Now, who is ranked 8th right now at 135? And do you think that this guy would be able to even give Shakur any type of smoke?
Right.
That's a question for the people out there.
Right.
So, I mean, that shit is like unfathomable. Or even let's keep it on Tank. Who's ranked in 8th right now that you believe will beat Tank Davis?
Right.
That shit ain't likely. So what I'm saying is like, nah, he don't got the greatest resume or some Muhammad Ali shit or some Oscar De La Hoya. But by the same token, it's a solid resume. It's a solid resume. So like to reduce it to this circus act, no, that ain't it.
Yeah, that's
like that ain't it. And I feel like the same thing happens with Core as well, because Core got some damn good wins, like Joet Gonzalez. Joet Gonzalez, I feel like he got jobbed in that last fight versus Brandon Figueroa.
Yeah.
Brandon Figueroa, the same guy who gave the guy that Oshaquie made to look like he had never boxed a day in his life. Shit, a lot of people felt like Cool Boy lost that first fight. And Joet Gonzalez was out there putting fucking hands and feet on Brandon Figueroa. And guess who made an undefeated Joet Gonzalez look like nobody?
Yeah, Shakur
Stevenson.
1-12.
1-12. He was out there making him look like nobody. And this is a dude who was highly decorated and venerated coming out of the amateurs. Robson Conceição, Olympic gold medalist. Emmanuel Navarrete went in there and was going life and death with this dude.
Yeah.
Fought him to a damn draw. Shakur made him look like nobody.
Right.
And that same guy, Robson Conceição,
lost it.
You know what I mean? So we're gonna be like,
he needed 2 attempts for that. But yeah, man. He said,
we're not gonna just say Core's a good fighter. We're gonna say that, he still need to be challenged, and he can go out there and beat Teofimo, and then it'll be gonna move the goalpost and say Teofimo wasn't focused. His daddy in his corner and this, that, and
why
that.
You ain't fight Gary Antoine, YTO, and not Gary?
All this other shit.
Never mind that Gary got a fight lined up. Shout out to Mike Kirkland. Facts, bro. You would think Roach hit their girl, man, the way they be tearing them down. That's what I was on about earlier. But that's how fans show how fake they was, because they started tearing down Lamont Roach, all for fighting their favorite fighter to a draw. The weirdest shit ever. You would think your respect for him as a fan would grow, especially if you had him get knocked out like I did late and he proved you wrong. You know what I'm saying? But this is the thing, Don. When Tank said F y'all, it wasn't to Ray Jackson. That was a fan saying, yo, we miss you. Yo, the game needs you back. It's been something. He said bunk or something without you, man. Something he said in the tweet. And he said, fuck y'all. Like, he's saying we miss you. That's not somebody having a negative opinion on your life. That's you being an asshole. Call it what it is. Tank being an asshole. Is it a crime to be an asshole? No. But the only reason I even brought that up is because when Shakur and Bud Crawford said F the fans, I seen the videos, the live streams. I seen people tearing them 2 dudes a new one over that. And they added context to it. He said, nah, Shakur said, if you saying F me, it's F you too. They like, nah, he ain't say that. He said, you can't say F the fans. They pay your bills. I was like, bro, did he say F the fans, or did he say if you saying F me, it's F you too? And I don't know about y'all. I'm not just agreeing with him, but I live my life like that. There's nobody that's saying F me, and I'm like, but I love you. No, you saying F me is F you too. We all, most of us probably live like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he was wrong. He's very specific, even though I think you should just stay away from generalizing saying F fans at all, right? I think just to avoid that, you know what I'm saying? But if you want to stand on it, stand on it. But these people don't be real, man. Said this is a test of the get your ass and support these brothers broadcast system, man. That is love, man. Appreciate you, Cal, for the dub. Much love, always support.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
My brother Cal, cool. I appreciate you. Yeah, man. We're gonna do this. We're gonna have this bill with no slander. None. We don't got no slander. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, he was saying F you to somebody that's like seemed like somebody took a little second out their day to say something positive to him, but you could just be already in that mode. I'm not shitting on him for that. He could be like, man, y'all Twitter people. Twitter is not a real place. So you know what? I will put that into consideration. But the same leeway or the benefit of doubt that I'm giving him, they don't give to no other fighters. They go right into tearing them down. Again, I continue to show y'all the difference between me and the rest of these dudes. Shout out to Tank. Hope everything working out in his favor. I hope that legal situation, get put to rest. And I do hope, you know, he's able to find some peace where he's able to come back. You know, that's the selfish fight fan in me. But if not, you know, get your mind right and don't worry about a damn thing. Keep doing what you're doing. It's 50 people still in the building. Hit the like button as we continue to get closer to the end. What was a different fight? Bro, that was a different fight. What was a different fight? What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about, G? Those fights be purchased. These fights, they need to boycott the sanctioning bodies and get paid with transparency. Yeah, Errol Spence. Shout out to you. Peace with the blessing. Shout out to you, fam. But what dude was saying? What's a different fight? Oh, you focusing on the you focusing on the thumbnail. Nah, it's not a different fight. It's not.
Yeah, I'm looking at the gloves. The gloves is the same.
Yeah, you tripping. The fight, the picture on the left, that's literally that's a picture of Lamont and Pitbull Cruz together. The picture all the way on the right with Lamont making that face, that's literally the full picture is on the right side. So that's why I mirrored it like that. The right side, the picture on the right side is the full picture is on the left side. And that's Lamont getting punched by Pitbull. Yeah. Now you thought you was gonna catch me slipping. C-A-N, you know, that was nothing. That's why when I be doing thumbnails, I get mad when I look for a certain picture and it's not to the current fight. Like I don't be wanting to use the pictures from your 2 fights ago. I be wanting to use the picture from your most recent fight. Shout out to you. I ain't even mad at that because that's something I really pay attention to.
Yeah, don't be on your box rec shit.
Right, and I made sure that I used the picture from the fight. I made sure on both sides. I did not want to use no other picture. I'm
gonna put some reference to that comment right there, just when I say don't be on your box rec shit, which you're not.
Yeah.
But look at this right here, people.
Shout out to
why the fuck do they still got this? Because I was looking at the box rec.
Yeah.
Why do they still got this picture? When was the last time he looked like this?
Yeah.
It's like an amateur photo or something.
Amateur.
Like box rec update
that. Best, I say he was way at 26, rocking the mohawk. He ain't had a mohawk, I don't believe, at 30. I think he stopped at 26. Like a low ass
photo.
Or maybe still amateur, and you might be right. Remember, they got people had to petition for them to remove his mugshot photo. They had that. They had his mugshot photo up there for mad long until like people was like petitioning and saying something about it, and they took it off. Shout out to you, A1 Hoops on my dog. Appreciate you, man. How you feeling, Brody? Shout out to everybody in the building that's still rocking out, man. We had a good build, man. Errol Spence did break his silence. He spoke about the sanctioning fees. I did a video. Go check it out. Hype the video if you get a chance to watch it. He spoke about the sanctioning fees and how Crawford should have spoke up when he did. But I think at that point, that showed the difference between a focus. I don't think that was even on Crawford's mind. I think his mind was completing the task of being undisputed, proving people wrong. And I'm not giving him no out or nothing, but just because you speak up at a time, you can't expect me to have to. I did it when I did it, and I did it when it seemed fit, right? I understand where Spence is coming from. He's not wrong. I understand why you say that, but I also understand why Crawford did it, because he wasn't gonna make a big deal out of it until y'all made one out of it. And then come to find out, we're gonna talk about that later. I mean, tomorrow, I'm gonna see if I can get the female up here that used to work with the WBC. She exposed Mauricio Suleiman and all that shit that he was saying. So they try to jump on Terrence Crawford case. And all that shit got this, like, you know, the chick basically made it female. She made her name Claire. She made a whole Facebook post saying how, you know, the math ain't math. And basically Mauricio, he made that shit sound good, but that's not it. All that money is not going to the fighters and this and that. And that's somebody that's in the know. She's worked with them. She know what's up. So I would like to talk to her if I could. You know what I'm saying? I sent her a request. So hopefully she'd be willing to come up here and just like shed some light on that. But Mauricio is full of shit. They make up stuff as they go along. We see it all the time. We seen it with Shock and Cool Boy fight. You seen it with what fight was it that they ordered? The Jadier Herrera Nunes is no longer, it's just an eliminator, right? And then the other one is the one of the I forget what's two. Is Nunes and Jadier that was supposed to be something we was talking about it. I forget, but that's no longer the case. And Mauricio is making sure he get money. He ordering fights left and right, and making this shit up as he go along. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? So it's unfortunate, man. But that's what's going on. Big B-Lo, what it do, homie? That's what's going on.
Yep, money making Mauricio, aka Mauricio the Marauder. Hide your wallets, hide your credit cards, hide your debit cards, hide your Cash App, hide your PayPal, your Chime. He gonna find a way to get a sanctioning fee about your ass. You don't even gotta fight. He gonna find a way.
Right.
I'm telling you, that guy's
money making Mauricio.
We be crooks. We bout cash.
Ever since Ad 7, I've been thinking it. Money making Mauricio.
I'm gonna just call him Triple M from now on with the
and
dollar
that's what
sign.
it is. So look, at the same time, if you in control of the cards that get laid on the table, do you shuffle the deck in your favor? I mean, it sounds shitty when it's said, but it's like if you're in position to do it and they're allowing you to do it and people putting up minimal to no resistance, you're going to keep doing it. You got to give people incentives. And unfortunately, in this world, you got to give people incentives not to be assholes. And big shout out to my homie Don for being a member for 25 long.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
And that's my dog. He doubled up, man. My brother Kyle Coolett, man. He say, no, YouTube gonna tax, man. And they, you know, it's funny, they do too, yo. You know what I'm saying? But not the same. Like it'd be pennies, literally pennies. So I do that because you know we'll talk about that another time.
Big facts, B-Lo. He been paying for a long time.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
He gained from his father, who learned it from his father. It's been passed down. It's been inherited.
Big shout out to
his money making ways.
And drop that dub in the Cash App. True support.
Say this real quick about the
and we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Oh man, I hope Adrian Brown is doing well. Every time I see that clip, I'm like,
that's why it's classic. That's why I keep the clip. That's why I keep the clip.
But I just want to say this real quick about Errol Spence. I feel where EJ is coming from, because generally that's how we think. Like, why didn't you speak up? But I think that the situation is different. The circumstance is different. Now, all of a sudden, this is a problem because, according to Bud, and we haven't heard anything else from the IBF, the WBA, or the WBO stating that this man didn't break them off their tribute. Why is it now all of a sudden Mauricio feels like he's entitled to more? And I feel like that right there is a separate issue from what Errol Spence was talking about. Errol Spence was just talking about just like off the rip, the 3%, like where the hell is the money going? Where's the money going? And that's why I say, Shawa, I feel where EJ's coming from, but I'm also looking at it from Bud's perspective. Like, I've been paying y'all because he was undisputed at 140. and he was undisputed at 147. He paid him then. So it's like now, why all of a sudden you need this extra bread on top? And we haven't heard Mauricio refute that he paid. He asked for extra payment.
Damn, my bad. I was on mute talking. My bad. And to your point, seen the video. I didn't get to watch it yet. I'm gonna go do my homework, but it is out there that Mauricio was walking it back, talking about he trying to end the back and forth with him and Bud. I'm telling y'all, when we revisit this, just briefly, because I want to show y'all the post from the female, Claire Burke, I believe her name is. If I can't get her on, we'll just read the post. She broke it down like to a degree, basically like he's full of shit. The math ain't math. And she hashtag, it's a long ass post. It got some good engagement and all that. But yeah. I would like to talk to her just to, like to hear it on record, because look how people jumped on Bud Case and started dragging him. Oh, nah, you take it from the fighters, man. You shouldn't have did that. And and they started attacking him. Whole time, the dude done gave up money and they trying to extort him. He ain't paying you extortion fees. Like Martin said, when they raised his rent up for the diehard Martin Lawrence fans, man. Y'all remember they raised his rent and he said, man, I ain't paying the $5. And you thinking they're talking about $500, no $5. You know what I'm saying? But in Bud Case, he ain't paying the $3. You know what I'm saying? That $300K, man, he ain't paying it. Hell nah. Bud said, nah, I ain't paying the $5. And then told him after Mauricio said, man, this ain't enough. He told him, make it enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see, and then here's the issue with Mauricio. My man replied, my man was out here like on some egomaniac shit.
Yeah.
Basically requesting an apology. Or inferring that an apology should be made.
Yeah.
What the hell do you want me to say sorry for? For me not letting you extort me?
Yeah.
I need to apologize to you.
Not let you extort me. Now I gotta be sorry for
break you off to some bread you're not legally.
That's
what I'm saying, entitled to. Like, what the hell?
Because they've been, what they always pushed that we found out over time that was lies. He don't sell, he don't fight nobody. Like these little narratives, he don't make money. All of this shit at this point has been proven false, all the way to the selling. Like you gotta put context on it. Is he some blockbuster pay-per-view star? You can say no, but how many of those do we got in this sport? You can count on one fucking hand. That's not a bad thing. But he's been a part of big fights, meaningful fights, championship fight after championship fight, and he's won them all. He sold, you get what I'm saying? He out-negotiated Bob Arum, the PBC and Errol Spence. He done got Canelo. What are we talking about? He got the WBC and flipped them the double bird. Now Mauricio need to walk it back. That dude is a winner in every way, shape, or form. And it's just some people that can't make peace with that. So they're going to keep tearing them down. They're going to keep creating conversation that's negative surrounding Terrence Crawford. But the reality is when he retired, then you're going to realize how good he was, because you're going to look around. You're going to be like, dang. I remember when Bud used to do, I'm telling you, I can hear them conversations now. Bud would get in there and beat your ass. Mr. Focus on your fight, but you don't make it to your fight. The same guy that they said never fought nobody. Every time he stepped up, every fight that was considered to be a step-up fight, he beat somebody else. Gamboa included. My God, Ricky Burns, you name it, man.
And that
John looking for that smoke, beat his ass. Asked, did you get what you was looking for? Like, this dude beat the hell out of the Olympic gold medalist and Felix Diaz.
Yep.
This dude been fun for years. I promise you, if you just move your personal opinions aside and just watch the fighter. He really get in there and beat your ass. And then in the one and only fight where I visibly seen him get a stanky leg, he knocked the dude the fuck out and beat him down. Beat him down. The same guy fought your favorite fighter years and years later, and they went 12 rounds. He got stopped, but they went 12. Bud got him out of there and what, like 9? Was it? But he started, the writing was on the wall before that. You get me? And I'm not knocking him, but he beat the best version of that guy, impressively. Not knocking the other guy for knocking him out in 12. I'm just telling y'all how great Bud been. He been that guy. He didn't do it after all the losses. He did it when he was undefeated at the top of his game, at the prime. They had identical records. I think at like 23-0 with like 16 knockouts apiece. Both of them. I remember multiple people picking Gamboa. picking game boy with a Cuban, and he was Cuban too.
I
got
took
smoked.
him not because he was Cuban. That was my guy, man. Like I said,
You get me?
I got very fond memories of watching him fighting like Jorge.
But you know that Cuban, like that thought, like the Cubans be the ones that give everybody.
That automatically that these guys they Cuban, they supposed to be the greatest thing that God
He
ever
gave him
created.
hell. He gave him hell because I just seen. I ain't gonna lie. I just seen Monster anyway. I thought I started to make a short video, but because it was amateurs, I'm still undecided. Monster anyway was getting cooked by one of them Cubans, bro. Monster anyway was in there having a hard time, and it's just
he got that education though, but
because of some shit you never seen.
Now he's doing the cooking.
Yeah,
it was something that you said though, man, about those talking points about how he don't sell and he ain't this and he ain't that. That it just spurred this thought.
Right.
The way that we perceive these fighters, man, if we feel like they don't have a big enough fan base or they don't have the cachet, that they have to adhere to this take it or leave it type of mentality.
Yeah.
Like you're not allowed to negotiate. You're not allowed to set any type of boundaries. You just got to let anybody do you however, because you're not perceived as a cash cow or a superstar or a face of boxing or whatever the fuck term, A-side. Like you got to just lay down and take it. It's almost like Django. Remember the first time Steven seen him? And he seen him dressed up in the fancy clothes and he riding a horse. He's like, who is this nigga on this night? And it's like, yo, he's that one in 100,000 or whatever. He ain't supposed to be in this spot. Hell, you mentioned Ricky Burns. You go back and watch the press conference from Ricky Burns. They was booing the shit out of Bud.
Yeah, they was.
And that's the reason why when he's asked about, you know, his favorite wins, he looks back on that moment with fondness because he wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing to Ricky Burns. That shit wasn't supposed to go like that.
He was cooking his ass.
But now we look at that. We look at it. We look at who Bud is now and where Ricky Burns is. But once again, we got to look at that fight within context.
Where was he at?
Burns was a champion, and the man he was doing pretty damn good for himself. And Bud was still there was question marks.
Because people didn't, you know what I'm saying?
Bro. The man talked about how his own manager, Cameron Duncan, had question marks about him. He ain't even want him sparring with Tim Bradley.
Oh man, I got a dope funny story about that. See, that's why when my guy up here is always a dope build. Man, I hope I got it in the joint because I had something for that too. I had some forward, like, man.
Like you ain't no. Tim told me he was like, you ain't no fucking sparring partner. He was like, you're a fucking world champ. I looked at him. He was like, dog. He was like, man, you fucking cold.
I was a unified 140-pound champion.
You was a bad man.
I was a bad dude. I was. And he came in. He was quiet, by himself. No coach, no trainer, just by himself. Warmed up by himself. And as soon as the first punches were thrown, boom, boom. I made, you know, he made me miss, and I was like, okay, all right, what does this guy know? And then boom, out of nowhere, he set me up. At that point, I knew, I was like, this guy is different. And so I raised the intensity, thinking that he would fold up.
Tried to break him.
He raised this intensity. And as I kept rising, he kept rising. I was just like, wow, this guy is phenomenal. Then I found out that this guy's a right-hander, that he's not naturally left-handed. And he boxed me left-handed the whole time.
Man, and you boxed him left-handed the whole time. That was just some of like the backstory of a Dan Bud Crawford. Different kind of dude, different kind of fighter, bro. It's refreshing as a true fan of the sport to see him getting his just due.
Cameron Duncan did not want him in there with Tim Bradley at the time because he felt like Bud was too small and Tim was going to beat him up. So then Bomac told Bud, hey, yo, tell him. Well, Bomac told Cameron Duncan, RIP, if my guy goes in there and he gets cooked, just send him back home. And what ended up happening, he ended up staying for the whole damn camp.
Right.
And Bradley was like, Bud was in there cooking his ass. And he was a unified champion at the time.
Right.
So this is not a guy who based on where he is now, he wasn't supposed to be there then. It's easy to look at him now and be like, "Oh, it's a no-brainer."
Right. Never
Everybody
mind the
didn't feel that way
shot
about
in
him
the
at the
head
time.
shit. Never mind the shot in the head shit. He really playing. He really been on borrowed time all this time. That dude took his situation and really ran with it, bro. He made the absolute most out of his situation, bro.
Everybody didn't feel that way about him. Like, oh, he's just special. He about to be a Hall of Famer. Like, nah, he's just regular ass dude. And he was just kept stepping up, kept proving himself.
Mm-hmm.
Even in certain fights that people didn't feel so, like that Jerry John fight. Remember Jerry John, that fight that he had with him, that was supposed to be like a segue to like the Pacquiao fight.
See what I mean? Y'all don't know what I go through, bro. I got somebody actively arguing with me. See what I mean about super fans? This man is nowhere near fighting anybody, but they'll continue to argue with you about who he wants to fight. He'll tell you he's tired of this shit. He's ready to go off into the sunset. He need therapy. His super duper man fans, they'll keep putting him in fantasy matchups. And I'm only calling them fantasy matchups because why y'all keep putting him in fights that he ain't even thinking about? Damn, can we just let it go? When he announced that he back for real, then we could start and start discussing these matchups. But until then, anybody that's coming through around and telling me he's gonna fight Shakur, you just wishing on a star, bro. And I'm being so serious, man. It's an honest conversation, bro. That's not the fight you want if you one foot in, one foot out. I don't think that's the fight. I don't think you advise your guy to take a fight. It has nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing with being scared. It has nothing to do with that. But that's not the fight you take if you lacking focus, commitment, dedication, if you having mood swings, you don't really want to be there. That's just my opinion. I don't think nobody in boxing is advising them to do that. Nobody. Do they feel like he could win? I'm pretty sure they do. Do they know they could win? I'm not so sure that they know that. Yeah, they can think it, but do you know it? And I'll take it right out of Bob Arum's mouth. Said if they what these, I forget the percentage. Did he say about 70, 75%? If we're not sure that a guy's gonna win a fight, we don't make the fights. You think he the only one that think like that? That's why big fights don't happen. And that's why you see sometimes guys got to demand them. You see Teo and Course talk to each other to get an open line of communication. Remember, it was like stalling. Remember? And people was like, I hope Teo make it. He probably going to pull out. But then you hear that they talk to each other on the phone. Now they got to fight. You see what I'm saying? Cut was good with it, my guy. But if you still arguing with me about him changing his mind, people change their mind all the time. Bro, that's the last thing he doing right now. And they don't got nothing to do with it. It's a matter of focus and priority. I don't think he prioritizing no fights right now. Not just Shakur, no fights. No Jake Paul, no. I think he's trying to get situations squared away so he can figure out if he's going to have another fight. Y'all, that's why I say I'm a supporter. Y'all just fans. Y'all ignore all the clues and all the reality of the situation, and you keep putting them in fights. Now he's going to come back. He's going to fight them all. Somebody told me he's going to fight Keyshawn the other week. I'm dead serious. You can't make this shit up. And even if he come back and start knocking dudes off the list, I don't think one of them going to be Keyshawn. Not because he's scared of him, but different times, man. They came in at different times. I don't think that fight going to ever happen. But a super fan will argue with you that he's going to fight them all. Damn, man. Bro fighting the law right now. Fighting charges and or accusations. That's what he fighting. Fighting for, a fair shake, declare his name. That's what he fighting for. That's his fight right now. He ain't fighting nobody. That's how unrealistic y'all are. Dudes got real shit going on that's bigger than boxing, obviously. With them type of accusations looming, you ain't think about fighting nobody. You ain't got to please nobody but you. Get your mind right, get your situation right, and I hope we get to see him back because I'm a supporter. I want to see him knock some of the people off the list or attempt to knock the guys off the list. I hope so. But, man, to argue with somebody about it at this point is weird. I don't have anything to assume anything else. That's what he on. He gonna be on ice for a little bit. Or better yet, he gonna be he ain't coming back till his knee get better. Then he fighting Pitbull, right? You don't even know what to believe. Like, is he playing? Is he trolling? Dude say, fuck y'all. Y'all tell me he trolling. Then he say he ain't fight somebody. Y'all tell me he just saying that. He gonna change his mind again. I'm like, dang, y'all mind readers. Y'all must. I never knew what it was like to be able to read a fighter mind. That somebody that I never knew, met, nothing. Like, damn, y'all know what this man thinking? shit. Nah, it ain't. Nah, we don't. His personal stuff is his personal stuff. The thing is this: you can't shy away from it. It's boxing. He did the shit, or he's involved in it, right? I ain't gonna say he did it. I take that back. I'm gonna say that, but he's involved in it. You've seen him be involved in this kind of stuff before. You've seen his name get cleared from this kind of stuff before. You've seen people making accusations and not stand on their square when it came to him. So I just reserve the same judgment here. I say it's unfortunate what's going on. You say a prayer to the situation. You hope that Tank get whatever help he need and hope he can get back. If not, you still wish him well. That's all. People just, it's the elephant in the room and they don't be wanting to talk about it, but let it be a different fighter. All they gonna go in. So, nah, he don't get no special privileges. I just gonna always get a man the respect he deserves, man. I truly wish he'd get to a space where he ignore the positivity and respond to the people that rock with him. But me considering how he probably wired, that's probably what like the fire. Because to add to my own point, you see how he looked uninterested in the Lamont Roach press conference, and then people start talking shit. He got animated as hell. He got lit up. I was just watching that again the other day. So that shit like lit a fire under him. So maybe he thrives off negativity. I don't know. I just be wishing these dudes the best inside and outside the ring because I ain't no hater. See him in a Holy Water fight, Holyfield. Nah, people talked about Tyson. People talked about his case. People talked about him going to jail. People talked about how him going to jail changed him. They didn't ignore it. That's the thing, man. We're going to talk about it. It's boxing, man. That's why I ain't ducking no conversations, but I'm going to always be tasteful with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give Tank the grace that most people don't give him. You know what I'm saying? It's a way to talk about this stuff without going too far with it.
Yeah, that man sitting down with Barbara Walters and shit. Like,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I know how not to do it. I know how not to go too far, overanalyze and make him out to be worse than he is. Like, I've always maintained, tighten up, Tank, make better decisions because you're a walking meal ticket. At least that's how some people gonna look at you. And that's just considering that it's people that know that you're a big star in the sport of boxing and you got money. Just like he said, if it wasn't truth to it, he said, man, he went to court. They tried to get him for some thousands of dollars just because they know he got it. It was charging for, I forgot the X amount of money it was. And then one of the fans said to him, you act like you ain't got it. He said, so just because I got it, they supposed to just unfairly, like, basically charge me money just because they know I got it? Like, what kind of sense do that make? So he's went through those things before. So with him, you just got to consider things on the table. It could be true. It could be bullshit because we've seen it be bullshit before. That's all. And you just leave it there. You don't got to over talk it. Talk about what's out there. I'm not going to be sensitive, man. Tyson told somebody, I will F you till you love me. That's what he said. I ain't the man. No, you think people was biting their tongue talking about that shit? That shit still get brought up to this day. Mike Tyson got in the ring and said spinal. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, you get me? Mike Tyson was my favorite fighter, heavyweight. He did way more. He wilded out, had fights. He bit ears, all type of shit. I'm not saying none of that stuff is cool, but he exposed me to something different. So I guess it prepared me for some of this shit that these guys do be like. It ain't nothing because Tyson was on something different, bro. Like, bro gave zero fucks. Zero. Like, he didn't give a good damn about nothing but making sure that you knew he didn't care about you and he would pulverize you. That's all he cared about. So I get what you're saying, but we always got to know how to be tasteful, right? People be expecting you to want to ignore it when it's a certain fighter and it makes them uncomfortable because they have to hold their guy accountable. But I don't see them get that same grace. They didn't get at the Lamont Roach. They didn't get at to the Shakur Stevensons, the Bud Crawford. For some people, they don't get at to the Clarissa Shields of the world. They don't give none of these people any grace for anything they do. They just tear them down. And then when it comes to their favor, they're like, oh, well, we shouldn't talk about that. Nah, we're going to talk about it. Our brothers of color, man. I rock with all brothers, man, no matter if they colored or not. You know, if a good person is a good person, I believe. Now, I rock with Roach. We all rock with Roach, but they tore him down all online. They still tear him down. They still tear him down. They justifying his draw with the last draw. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't just get 2 wins. He 2-0 against PBC, and they don't want to say it. It hurts them to say that. At least that's my opinion. So it's all good, man. At the end of the day, stuff happens. Wish nothing but the best for Tank and his whole entire situation. He a dog. I'm going to always respect him as one. I just hope everybody get allowed to get the fights that they want next, man. We got some good boxing Saturday. The Reaper Roach, keep your head up. He said he'd be back. He said he bringing his gun to the stick up next time. He said he bringing his gun to the stick up next time. You know what I'm saying? Say bringing his, you say bringing his you know. Nah, it's crazy. They talking about the hypocrisy of Shakur, but not the super fans. That man got a fight lined up, bro. That's nothing he's saying at all matter more than what fight he lined up. They act like it's a way for him to just fight him right now. That man got a real challenge lined up, and if he ain't focused, man, he could lose it. Hell with that, man. Put all that shock shit in the back on the back burner for right now. No evidence was good. Told you they couldn't say Cam and Mace was a real boxing fan. You couldn't say Mason Cam was a real boxing fan. Why you think that? Nah, I do think. Look, they busy guys. I'll say this, so they're not watching the sport like we are. Because many times I heard them interview people, and what I'm saying is, if you watch boxing like a diehard, certain questions you don't ask. Like, forget who it was. It just had up there. They didn't even know what weight he was at. It's just little stuff. It's not big, but it's little stuff. Like, though, if you know, you know. Them dudes busy. I think they watching other sports. They ain't sitting there like watching boxing the way we do. That's why they be asking like certain questions that I feel like if you following it, you would know. Not just a content creator, somebody that's just following it. They put into the sport now. I mean, look, good. Just keep putting into the sport. I don't dislike Cam and Mace. I want to be clear. I don't have nothing bad to say. It is, shout out to it is what it is, man. You know, Tank say, oh yeah, that's what lastly, and before we get out of there, that's what he said. He'll pull up to the show and slap Mace, beat up Mace or something like that, he said. And I know they're gonna respond in due time, but shout out to Tank, man. He's a little angry dude. He got an attitude problem. He need anger management. You know what I'm saying? Tank need anger management. We still rock with him though. I thought fighting, thought he was gonna win. Cam loves about support him. Yeah, they love the limelight. You know, you gotta think it was rappers once upon a time where, you know, he was a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Where people craved to see them. So yeah, but shout out to them. You felt like he lost his last fight. They're gonna win. Who lost their last fight? I don't know, man. But shout out to Cam and Mace though, man. Tank has a chip on his shoulder. He still feel like he got a point to prove. I hope that's true. Raphael, I hope that's true. If that's true, I think we'll still see some fights from him. And I think it'll end up being fights we wanted to see. Mace freaky ass say pause for anything. Yeah, I'm not from the pause community. I respect it from them because I feel like they made it a thing. They made pause, saying pause a thing. I really do feel like Mace and Cam, like, and they popularized it with the show. Mr. Holmes, what it do? They're lining up Tank and Pitbull. We're going to talk about that tomorrow, man. We're going to change the title up. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. We're going to explore that. I mentioned it briefly about him saying it, but we're going to really have the tweet up. We're going to pull it up. We're going to see if he really, like, we're going to talk about that. But that'll be nasty work, and that'll make all the sense why they made that a draw if he actually does fight Pitbull. So, I don't know, but certain stuff, I don't know. I don't even know why he said it, but he said something about his knee get better. And his fans told me they trolling. Shock is okay. He ain't record though. Yeah, Mr. Holmes, look, I love Shock energy. Loved his win. He impressed me. Best win in his career. Best performance of his career against the best name. Keep calling out Shakur. Keep applying pressure. You know what I'm saying? Until you get your man in the ring. You know what I mean? But you're gonna have to work because Corey ain't thinking about him. He like, man, go fight Ray Ford. And truth be told, just to keep it consistent, the same energy Corey giving. Do I really want to hear him say, oh, fight Ray Ford? No, but I know why he's saying it. No, but I know why he's saying it, though. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to move your ass, get your ass to 35, position yourself, and press that button. And Corey fight you. That's what I believe. So, but I just don't see. I just don't see it. And if he beat him, I don't see people saying, like, they're going to find something to say. Like, every single win, all 24, like, well, the ones that's notable, for sure, they'll never give him his credit for it. Roach, T.O., Shock, etc. They all good. We support them all. The Tony, T.O., and Shock. Shakur beat T.O. I don't know. January 31st, man. I would love to see Shock or Lamont Roach or any of these fights. I'd love to see any of them, bro, but we'll see.
I was over here perusing Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Did y'all hear about
Jermaine Ortiz being a possibility? Did you see that?
You said what?
Jermaine Ortiz, Richardson Hitchens being a possibility for January 31st.
Oh, word.
Yep.
I had seen. I was
Ortiz responded. He don't want to lose again. Now I'm over here about to watch the gym. They fought in the amateurs. I'm about to watch that.
Okay. No, I didn't catch that, but I caught this, and I know you caught it. This caught my attention. It's funny. This dude, I talked to this guy, bro, and he don't know what I got on my show, what I'm gonna talk about. But he every single time he up here, he bring up shit that I'm gonna talk about. So you brought up Hitchens, and this what threw me off. Right here.
What was your reaction to Frank's knockout?
Man, it was a great knockout, great comeback fight, and for him to put it on the top of the show, he put in the weight division 140, which is the new weight division on notice. Hopefully, Richard hits the next. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
I said, whoa! I meant to make a short video. I'll do it later. Richardson Hitchens next, man. Wait, see. I said, Big Fish putting his man back in position. Frank Martin. Ever since you turned down that fight with Core because you wanted that little I've always respected you, never called you a duck. I just didn't think you would beat Core. But I did think you was within your right to try to negotiate, get more money. You got the Tank fight. Still don't change the fact that you didn't fight Shakur when you had the opportunity. Fans could try to justify it all they want by saying, well, he got a bigger fight. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. So all that calling out Shakur shit is dead to me. Frank is a good fighter. He had 140. You never know what Core going to do. Maybe he comes back down, defend his titles down there. I don't know what young champ going to do, but whatever he do, I'm in support of it. And y'all going to have y'all work cut out for y'all, bro. Y'all going to have y'all work cut out. Y'all going to have y'all work cut out for y'all.
It seems like Frank has been more focused on Richardson, though. I don't even think he's been focusing on Core like that. The two names I've seen Tank mentioned recently, and this is in interviews and on Twitter, Richardson Hitchens being number one, and the second one being Keyshawn. Now, me personally, I want to see the Richardson Hitchens fight because these guys going back and forth on Twitter. And Richardson Hitchens, man, he proved me wrong with the Parrow fight. I thought he was going to be a little bit overwhelmed, right?
I knew he was good.
He thugged it out. Got it done. So kudos to him. But he's been talking a little greasy since the damn George Kambosos fight.
He has. He found his tongue. He found his voice.
And I ain't even mad at him talking his shit. Go out there, talk your shit.
Yeah, he found his voice.
Proclaim your greatness. I'm with that. Yeah. But don't act like your ass is Canelo. Like you in a position where you could afford to not fight a good fighter like a Jermaine Ortiz or Frank Martin or somebody like that.
Right.
Like you're not Canelo yet. You ain't fought the Cottos and the Trouts and the Lauras and the Mayweathers and this one and that one for you to be like, well, I'm gonna fight fucking Rocky Feldon or somebody. You ain't that right now. So go out there and keep being great because he is great, man. He's great, man. So I want to see him fight that fight in particular because these dudes, they've been talking spicy. He's saying he could whoop him. If you saying you could whoop him, you don't got an opponent for the 31st. And I'm assuming that's going to be on that card with Shakur and them. Because I can't think of who else would have a date. But then again, L-Dub did say there was a lot of stuff going on January 31st. You got the Big Fish. He's saying hopefully that fight can happen next. Oh, and here goes another update. Apparently, according to Dan the Boxing Man, who's generally on point with his information, he says Richardson Hitchens turned down the fight.
Who?
With Jermaine Ortiz.
Oh, yeah. Did he? I could believe it, though, because dudes be having preferences, bro. It sounds like Hitchens rather do something else. Jermaine Ortiz is a tricky guy. He underrated, bro. He could fight.
He is.
And if you're not on point, like, go look at the Loma fight if you want to know how good Jermaine Ortiz is. That's a good barometer. He was on Lomachenko ass, man. It just at one point in the fight, you seen where Loma used like being a vet and not having a whole bunch of, but he was a vet. You could tell he used the experience, and Jermaine Ortiz slightly slowed down because I think he expended a lot of energy, like trying to keep up, be twitchy, be fast, react, and respond to Loma. I think it take a lot of mental. I think mental capacity to deal with that guy. and try to keep up with him, like right from an activity standpoint, movement,
yeah.
just responding. I just think it's a lot, and I think Jermaine Ortiz started to feel it down the back end of the fight. He slowed down a bit. Loma closed the fight stronger than Jermaine Ortiz, and I think that's where he kind of
Loma gonna give your ass a whole lot to think about too. Even if he ain't throwing a punch, this motherfucker changing levels, fainting.
Yeah, very competitive dude, yeah. Very slept on. Go look at that. It's a really good, underrated performance from Jermaine Ortiz.
And then I also say this too. I don't know if this is the case, but this is just how I perceived Jermaine Ortiz at the time. It seemed like he started having some trouble making 135. He is a big dude at 135. Like,
I agree.
Jermaine Ortiz, how tall is he? Like 5'11", something like that?
Yeah, he got 5'10", 5'11", one of them.
Bro, that most recent fight that he had where he stopped, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
You saw that last one where he got the stoppage?
Yeah.
Batista. That was back in August.
Yeah.
He was big as fuck. And that was at 140. And remember, Jermaine Ortiz actually missed weight for that fight.
Right.
It was contracted for 140. He came in at 143.
Right.
And then that Antonio Moran fight at 140, he looked like he was gassing in that fight.
You know what?
I gotta give Antonio Moran a lot of credit because over the years since the Devin Haney fight, he's definitely righted the ship and he's turned himself into a formidable opponent. And one of them first guys, he just upset Mike-Juan Williams, who was one of my favorite fighters at 140, at least in terms of like up and coming guys. Like I really like him, and I like Arthur Biarsanov, the Russian dude.
Right.
But Antonio Moran upset him, and Mike-Juan was ranked, I believe, 7th. Can't remember what section about it, but he was like 6, 7. So he was up there. But to go back to the point with Ortiz, I agree with you, bro. Like Loma put so much fucking pressure on him that he had faded down the stretch.
And it was both. He make you burn the candle at both ends, and then you got to think you fight
physically and mentally.
You get me? Yeah, he stressed you out. He stressed you out.
He got your legs moving, your hands moving, your mind moving. You all over the damn place trying to keep up with whatever.
Loma getting there and stress you out. He be having you try to keep up with him, and I think Ortiz accepted the challenge early. Like, bro, I'm a stand tall. He fought a certain way, and it's just like he naturally just tapered down a bit down the stretch. And I think that's awesome.
7-8 rounds, highly competitive. Then it was like 8 through 12. Loma was like doing whatever the hell he wanted to do, and it wasn't because Ortiz didn't have the skill. He just didn't have the wherewithal to
keep up.
What he was doing.
Couldn't sustain the pace that he set early. Well, some of what he wanted to do, along with trying to keep up with Loma, I think, burning the candle at both ends. Like by the time you hit halfway, definitely round 7, it's a noticeable drop off, and Loma start to come on strong a bit more. Shout out to Mike Kirkland, man. Appreciate you in these YouTube streets for not just shitting on these warriors for nothing. I promise y'all, everybody that's listening to me, I'm never switching up. It's gonna be people that's gonna be able to show you, and I ain't saying I'm better than nobody to do content, but I promise y'all not to be another slander, pushing ass channel. I'm never doing that. These dudes deserve respect. They in the what 1% of the world people athletes. Think about it, boxers. How many people in the world box? Shit ain't regular. You know what I'm saying? Getting punched in the head ain't regular. And then I know what it feel like to get punched on too. So, nah, man, they deserve the respect. Shout out to them, brother.
Oh, you said he stopped jabbing. Yeah, I could see that. I got to go back and watch it. But I'm going to take your word for it, Rodney. I'm going to go back.
Shout out to Tony, man. First ballot. Loma, first ballot, I believe, bro. First ballot. Because he was the fastest 3-division champion, I think. Something like that. So, but when you get little accolades like that and it's fastest to do it, like, and then you got the amateur fights, you got the 2 gold medals, first ballot.
I think Ortiz is solid on the front foot, though, Tony. I think he's solid on the front foot. Like the name technician is very fitting for Jermaine Ortiz. Like he's one of them skilled ass dudes, but it just seems like there's that something missing that I just can't quite put a finger on. That
it's
like
the lows,
keeps him
man.
from being elite. Like it's
the lows. It's the lows. Like you think about it. I mean, I'm thinking that's one of the things, and maybe you might agree. It's those moments where it's not much going on, and you allow your guys to get back in the fight after it'll be a pace that you kind of set, and you're not able to maintain it. Where those elite level guys, they can set a pace, maintain it, and control the fight throughout without giving it back.
True.
It's a good argument that if Jermaine Ortiz had the wherewithal, how you was just mentioning, the gas tank, how I was alluding to, he could have beat Loma. It wasn't like you said, it wasn't a lack of skill. He just couldn't finish he couldn't get to the finish line with the same, you know what I mean, in which he started to fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it was a little drop off, and that was more than enough for a guy like Loman that's considered a vet to pick up on it. And
because even in that last fight, man, back in August against Batista, now he stopped the guy in the first quarter of the fight. It was the third round, but he was breathing through his fucking mouth like before he got the stoppage. I'm like, damn, it's only round 3.
Yeah.
So I think that's what it could be. What you said, it's like the pace. But I don't see too many things that Jermaine Ortiz can't do in a boxing.
You know what else? He ain't small. Like it's no shit. It's no shock that he's at 140 because I remember talking about it when he was making a weight cut at 35. Like he was doing the stoners and shit. I was like, yo, I feel like when you got to do that, you got to really like you need extra assistance to cut the weight. He got some muscle on him, man. I don't know if you see it that way. Jermaine Ortiz,
he does, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
bro, got some big legs too, man.
He does. He got a wide ass frame. That's what I'm saying. Against that dude Batista, and that was a fight that was at 40. He looked massive. He looked like a damn. He like a
wide ass back. He do.
Got a wide ass back. He got big legs, like you said. Because everybody carry it different. Like for example, Bunny, right? Robert Easter. Robert Easter like 5'11", but he frail as hell. He's like skin and bones.
He is
skin and bones. Sebastian Fedora 6'5", 6'6", and then when you see him on fight night, he don't really fill out crazy like that.
Nah,
so that's
he
how
don't.
you know
He'll
he
slender,
ain't really
man.
cutting like that.
Like a cardboard cutout.
Yeah, when he's in the ring, he's one of the few guys that look the same exact way on the scale in the ring.
Yeah,
a lot of these guys when they cut down, you see them. The face look a little bit drawn in because we're not used to seeing without the extra fat deposits on the face and all that. They ripped up, shredded, and then when they get in the ring, they look filled out. Goddamn, like Robert Easter, what's my man's name? Fedora, like they look the same. But Jermaine Ortiz, to your point, you see him on the weight cuts, cheekbones, sharp enough to cut diamonds, and you see him on fight night, he look like a damn middleweight. Like he's a solid dude. He's not just tall, he got a frame on him.
Right. Yeah, man.
Loma was nice. Blow up like that.
Loma was nice, and I don't think I don't think it was Teal's style that he had a problem with. I know initially watching the fight, I thought he was making an excuse about the shoulder, but you see after that fight, he was in the hospital. He got some surgery or something done to the shoulder. I think he just waited too long to get started, simply put. And the reason why I was questioning the shoulder, because I'm like, it seems like if you have an injury, right, and you figure you try to fight through that injury early, maybe as the rounds weigh on, maybe you loosen up. That was just my opinion at the time, and I was stuck on that. Like, man, you gonna not use it for all these rounds, and then it's loosened up without you. You get what I'm saying? So I was being real stuck on that point, and I was like, man, maybe I gotta just let it go and say, hey, man, maybe he seen it was getting desperate. The rounds he had to just fight. And then part of that, I think he was worried about the power, man. I think he was worried about the power a little bit early. I think he was very hesitant to get caught by T.O. because remember, this was him at 35 where he was smoking shit, right? So
and T.O. had the fight with Richard Comey, who would eventually be a shared opponent. And remember, he got him up out of there in 2 rounds. So conventional wisdom would tell you a guy that's getting guys up out of it, like, yo, that Mason Menard knockout was nasty as hell.
I think Loman was a little spooked with the power, bro. I think he was figuring it out. And I think when he got comfortable,
he at least wanted to gauge it, get a feel for it. And after a certain point, he was like, F it, I'm going to just go for it.
Yeah, I thought he let too many rounds go while he was doing it. And then the fighter in him just kicked in. And I think he just started fighting back. And he did very well from like round 7, I always say, to 11 and gave up to 12. T.O. won like rounds 1 through 6. To me, lost rounds 7 through 11 and won that 12. And that's how he won the fight, in my opinion.
And I also wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to be very selective early on, too, because he did end up getting surgery directly after the fight. He went into the fight, I think it was like a torn labrum or something like that. So he probably didn't want to go out there and let his hands go too early in the front end and then not be able to do it in the back end.
And he was rocking T on the back end, remember?
Oh, my Lord.
Head jarring back. I was like, bro.
Ding, ding, ding.
I started getting nervous. I was like, T.O. about to get his shit back, man.
Then T.O.
But it really took for the 12th. That shit was a nerve. It was a tell of two halves.
T.O.
That
threw
shit
like
was
99 punches in the 12. He was like not trying to give that shit up easy. I got a lot of respect for T.O. for that. He was like, nah, I'm gonna seal the deal. Because 6, it felt like Loma started really getting into the groove and being able to defend what T.O. was doing. He started taking the jab away from T.O. And then 7 through 11, he was just putting hands on him. I was like, what the hell? And then the 12th, T.O. just like turned it up, sealed the deal, had enough rounds banked early on. He had 1 through 5 swept for sure. I felt like 6 was a swing round, could have went either way. I had 7 through 11 just straight Loma, and then T.O. in the 12th.
Right. Man, that was a damn good fight. But, man, now he's going to have all he can handle against the Brick City native, man. I can't wait to see it. And like I said, I'm going to reserve some judgment on the Oshaquie conversation until it becomes more of a thing. But I'm comfortable knowing that this man ain't turned down no actual fight that came across his desk since he's been a professional. Unless somebody got information that I'm not privy to, let me know and I'll retract my statement. But I don't think Corey's ever been about turning down no smoke. I can't say he don't respect shot, but I think his mind is somewhere else. And I don't think he gonna run. I don't think that's why he going to 140. I don't think that's why he trying to fight T.O. I think he just want a name that the people gonna respect if he beat. And once he get a chance to actually get through that fight, especially if he win it, then he could reassess this whole Oshaquie Foster thing. If he's at 135 and Oshaquie Foster is there knocking at the door, I don't see no reason why he won't fight. So shout out to everybody. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the support. Another dope build. Me, my brother, and everybody that came to rock out. We were streaming on both streams, y'all. So we got over 100 likes combined. Likes, all the support. We just gonna keep rocking, man. Another dope build. Almost 4.5 hours without one fighter getting slandered. If you like to hear boxers get their just due, if you like fair, balanced boxing conversation, this is your one-stop shop. Keep rocking with your boy. We gonna keep building, man. I knew Teal, that's how he really is. I pull for Loma today. Yeah, right. The way he was acting, right? You know what I'm saying? True slick boxer. Yeah, nah. Loma's a slick boxer, Tony. He's a slick boxer, but he can be aggressive. He know how to get on the front foot and apply pressure, right? He knows when he need to go through the gears and put pressure on you. And Loma do it with angles being in your face and making you have to keep up with him. He did it to Jermaine Ortiz, and it started to wear Jermaine Ortiz down the stretch. You know what I'm saying? Shakur, I think he has to get stopped. Hey, Mike, you got to stop him. You got to frustrate him. You got to neutralize. You got to be able to crack the code of the defense. If you can consistently get a glove on him, then maybe you got something. You could push him back, rattle his confidence, hit him with something, and make him, maybe keep his hands at home. Then I think you beat him. But I think as long as Shakur is operating at 100% capacity in a boxing match, I think he has a really, really great chance at beating you. And I think you gotta stop him. I think, or hurt him and make him keep his hands at home where he not winning rounds how he do. You know what I'm saying? It can happen, but it's gonna take a special fighter. Haney beats Boots at 54. Brian Norman said, "Yeah, I know, Brian. Yeah, I don't think that way. Trust it, MC. Tank lands more accurately. Oh, you talking about Tank and Roach? Shakur, one of the most accurate fighters in boxing. He was dealt a draw. Oh, you talking about that Tank fight? Look, I think you was the one in the comments talking about Tank and Roach, right? Roach won the fight for me because Tank is the popular guy. He's the cash cow. PBC is his promotion. That's him. Their best interest is to look out for him, not Lamont Roach. So if you think if the more popular guy on his promotion gets a draw, what do you think really happened there? You get what I'm trying to say? At the top of the sport where Tank is operating at, it's a business. It's not a sport. It's really not a sport as much as it is a business, bro. I really need you to understand that. Tank is a business. Why do you think him being a business heavily impacted and weighed in the people that he fight or didn't fight? It wasn't about him being scared and them ducking and them not willing to challenge himself. They understood that they broke the mold with Tank, and they was able to make, you know, break records and do really great gate numbers and pay-per-view numbers and stuff like that without fighting the most dangerous the most dangerous contemporaries or opponents or opposition, however you want to call it. So what they did was they continued to maximize the bag. If you are in the sport, and this is where I understand it. Me, the fight fan, I'm like, BS, man. Put them in there with them dogs, the best fighting the best, the Shakurs, the TOs, the Devin Haney's, all that, right? But the content creator, the real man that tries to understand boxing, if you have a business and you have, you know, a fighter in the business of boxing that you know you can make money off, how do you ensure longevity in that fighter's career? And if you know that you can put him, no matter who he fight, his numbers are going to do well, he more than likely going to win, people going to show up, it's going to be a knockout. You keep that train rolling for as long as possible. It has zero to do with being scared. And I think mostly everything to do with making money for not only your fighter that you should be looking out for and yourself. People want to make money. And as long as he's continuing to win, fight, make money, they make money off of him. And I think that heavily played in a factor into who he fought and who he didn't fight. A lot of people will tell you he's scared of this one or ducking that one. I'm not a fool. He ain't scared. He chose boxing, you know what I mean, for a living. He'll fight any of these dudes, you know what I mean, under the circumstances. But I think it's about prioritizing and focus and what you deem the right move at the next time. You know what I'm saying? At that time. Big Keith, what it do, homie? Blessings, my guy. Nobody's scared of nobody. You know what I'm saying? To me, hair grease, what it do? Shout out to Devin Haney, man. He fought a hell of a fight November 22nd against Brian Norman Jr. And we appreciate him for it. We rock with Devin Haney for sure over here. You know what I'm saying? He lived to fight another day. But if he get in the ring with Corey Stevenson, he going down, boy. But look, man, that's my time for the day. We got 4.5 hours in. I appreciate all the support. If you didn't hit the like button, make sure you do. Hype the lives, share the lives, hype the videos. There's a bunch of short videos out. Go watch them. Go tell me what you think. Support the grind, and I will continue to grind for y'all, man. Another dope build in the books, man. Good Monday to everybody. Y'all enjoy the rest of this day, and I'll see all of y'all tomorrow. Again, at 4 p.m., and we gonna build. That's what boxing is. Who lands more accurately, and hey, Lennox great. Yeah, one of the most. Shakur got the speaking real quick. Lance, what it do, homie? Shakur got the highest plus-minus ratio in the sport of boxing. That means he hits you the most times without you hitting him back. Then he's second, number 2 in combination punching behind David Benavidez. So by the numbers, not by my opinion, right? By the numbers, what the numbers say, Shakur Stevenson is not only one of the most accurate fighters in boxing, but he's proven to be the least hit fighter in boxing. And I think his brain is his strongest asset, attribute, and I think his eyes, reflexes, and all that other stuff follow. So we see his special talent. I think he's going to continue to prove it. January 31st, I hope I see some of y'all in the building. If I make it there, if not, then we'll call the fights and we're going to have fun. But I'm planning on making it there. But I seen some of them ticket prices, and I'm like, I don't know. I ain't rich yet. I don't know. But by the numbers, Tank beat Roach. I get what you're saying, but it's subjective. You know what I'm saying? You got to count in. Think about this, Raphael. What if Tank took a knee? What if Roach took a knee, turned his back, got help from his corner, and then they said it was a draw at the end of the day? You will be making the case that Tank beat him. You get what I'm saying? Nah, I know that. I know that, OP. I know that. But I seen him for a second. I said, hold on, man. I was trying. You know, my baby girl been wanting to see Shakur for a while. My daughter want to see him fight. So I wanted to get the family in the building on that one. But we're going to link up, man. You mess around. I know you'll pop up at them fights, OP. So, again, look, shout out to everybody. It's 50 people in the building. Make sure y'all all hit the like button if y'all didn't. Sub to the channel. If your notifications ain't on for everybody that's in here, make sure, y'all, you turn your notifications on. So when I'm live, y'all know when I'm live every day at 4 p.m. Levon down Gaither, my guy. How you feeling? How you feeling, family? How you feeling, man? Appreciate you. Did Johnny Beck ruin the fight card? Not really, because Lara, we got to see Lara just go out there and take somebody to school at 42 years old. And anybody that's able to maintain and still hang within boxing that late in the game, I respect it. Johnny Beck put a little damper on it, but it ain't really messed it up. And neither did the draw. Overall, I'm comfortable feeling like Roach won. They didn't see it that way. Hopefully he get a big fight after he held his hand. You know what I mean? But again, shout out to everybody. Much love to the family. See all of y'all tomorrow. Appreciate the support. Peace.
Representing Brick City, Shakur!
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Jusdueboxing, the best boxing talk. It's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube. Right now, we're gonna give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just